Test, 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 test. We're running late. We're going live in just a second. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Scooter, Germs, Tyler, Ken Dog, Kimmy, Johnny G, another Tyler. Maybe not.
Hey, hello, hi, good morning, everybody. Hello, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon. Hell yeah, man.
Hi.
Hey. Hey, a big shout out to Mike Brown of the New York Knicks. They won the NBA Cup last night.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I think I know why. I don't want to turn this into a wow, the Kings messed up, letting Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox go. Like, yeah, we know, we got it.
We got it. We do know that.
We're on it. We're
all of the
fully, yeah, we're on board. This has nothing to do with that. And it might just have to do with the nature of the matchup. It might just be because of what my brain does as a basketball fan when the New York Knicks are involved in something. It might be Victor Wembanyama related. It might be related to the fact that the Spurs beat the Oklahoma City Thunder to go to the NBA Cup final. But this, to me, was the first NBA Cup final that felt like it matters.
Huh. Okay.
This is the first one that, as I was watching it, you're thinking, oh, something's happening. Like this is a thing. This is a moment. I remember nothing about the Lakers beating the Pacers. I have no recollection of that game. I have no recollection. D'Lo and KC, who liked the NBA Cup, who were here for the NBA Cup, could not remember who the Bucks played in the final last year. They said it was the Rockets. It was Oklahoma City.
Oh.
They played Oklahoma City in the final last year. Like, and that's people. D'Lo and KC are like, yeah, big time. Love the cup. It's like it didn't even. You can love it. It just didn't matter that much. Spurs Knicks felt like a shift for me personally in how I view the NBA Cup. Because the Knicks winning it over Victor Wembanyama in a really, really well-played game made this feel big. And I don't know that it's ever going to matter on the level of, oh, wow, look at what the Knicks did in crunch time. They executed in crunch time, and man, now that makes me feel better about them for the finals. Like, I don't think it's that. I don't think we might have seen a finals preview, but it's never going to be that team won the NBA Cup. They're now the favorite to win the NBA championship. I don't think it's ever going to be that. I don't think it's ever going to be something that a player's like, hey, I've got a hamstring thing, but you know what? I got to get out there and play because of the NBA Cup. I don't think we're ever going to get there. If it were
a cup game, he would play.
Right. It's never going to get there. But the Knicks, for some reason, and it might just be the lore of the Knicks, they play in Madison Square Garden, and they're kind of one of the marquee franchises in the sport. It feels like them being the ones to hoist the trophy, for me, made it matter. And I'm interested to see if that's this year only because of the circumstances surrounding the two teams who got there. Or is it just moving forward? If it's freaking New Orleans and Indiana next year, am I going to be locked in the same way? I think I'm going to be. Felt like a turning point moment for me.
Okay. I'm intrigued because I also wonder if it's just because there's so many Sacramento ties like in this game. And you're sitting here watching De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown and Harrison Barnes and just like a bunch of former Kings, recently former Kings, personnel players going at it. For me, like, look, I find it to be like maybe like the cup final was more than just like an NBA game for sure. And having Spike Lee there and like having it feel a little bit like New York and Las Vegas, that's fine. But I just think that there's so many things that need to be reworked with it. And I think we're going to start seeing it. They're already talking about the potential for like going to old college like storied college buildings and, giving like different places a look.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's a good thing for the NBA to go and kind of,
Sure.
bring their game to other places in the
Mm-hmm.
country. But overall, like, I don't know. I mean, again, it did feel more important. I'm just not like 100% in on the concept yet, even though I think it was a good
scheduling.
Game. Well, yeah, because I think it just makes the rest of the first 40 games of the season worse. And that's a bummer. Like, I think like the changing of the courts and all that stuff, I get it. Like that, it does have some allure, but I do think that like watching NBA teams on a nightly basis that are missing half of their team or 3 of their stars or 2 of their stars because they're all injured because of the schedule, I just think it's a problem that they need to fix.
And you think that is the NBA Cup's fault?
I think that taking a week in the middle of December and just opening it up and then not elongating the schedule and just like basically taking a week off and jamming a bunch of games into the first, 6 weeks of the schedule is detrimental to the league. 7, 8 weeks, whatever it is, just like there's no way to make up for days off. Like, and the player injuries right now are like skyrocketing. We've seen a massive like increase in injuries, especially calf injuries. And these are heavy use injuries. That's what those typically are. And so, yeah, I mean, I get it. And I think it's a cool event. I'm not someone who just absolutely hates the cup as an idea, but I do think that you need to do what's right by your players. And if that means that the players got to come in a week early, they've got to come in a week early. I mean, negotiate with the Players Association and do it and somehow fit more days into your schedule, because I don't think anybody wants to see a brand of basketball like what we've seen here in Sacramento.
Sure.
The first 26 games or whatever it is at this point. And I don't know if all of that is because
so it's the NBA Cup's fault that the Kings suck?
No. It's not the NBA Cup's fault that the Kings suck. But the Kings are just like one team, and there are a bunch of teams dealing with injuries all over the place.
Sure.
And, again, Zach LaVine rolls his ankle. That's not an NBA Cup issue. Domantas Sabonis hurting his knee. Maybe it is. I mean, again, he got beat up in the first game right before the season started with the hamstring. Then he got the rib issue.
This is a stretch for me.
And then there's just no days off to recover.
That's a stretch for me.
Okay.
I'm not blaming the NBA Cup on I mean,
on the Sacramento Kings. No.
What are we doing here?
I'm not blaming the Sacramento Kings woes on the NBA Cup, but as a whole, the league is struggling with player injury.
The Knicks are not going to hang a banner for winning the NBA Cup. The Bucks and Lakers did, and honestly, you know what? Shout out to the Knicks. Shout out to the New York Knicks for doing it correctly. You don't need a banner for this.
Nope.
You have the cup. You did it. And now we all get to move on. It was a moment. It was great. It was cool. But the hanging a banner is like a finality. Hanging a banner is like, we did something for real, dudes.
Yep.
And if you're the Lakers, it looks ridiculous. Championship banner. Look at 17, 18 championships. Oh, and then there's the NBA Cup. When was the last title? 2020. Oh, but the NBA Cup title. Like, nah, it's ridiculous. Shout out to the Knicks. Shout out to Mike Brown for doing that thing the right way.
But
I'm happy for them.
There's that other thing too that came out to that Jake Fisher posted today, that the two-way players don't get the same amount of cash. I don't even know if they get cash.
That sucks.
Yeah, that's not cool. Like, this is a multi-billion-dollar business.
So if a two-way player, let's just I'm gonna pick the Kings because let's say Dylan Cardwell played a vital role as a starter and rotation player in the Kings NBA Cup run. And let's say he plays 25 minutes in the NBA Cup final and the Kings win the NBA Cup. He does not get the full amount of money.
No.
Because he's on a two-way contract, even though he contributed as though he is not.
I also,
that's dumb.
It is dumb, but I also like the idea that two-way players can't play in the playoffs is a whole nother thing. It's just like, why do you have these positions and then you put these weird restrictions on them?
Yeah, I don't
we have 18 players on our roster for 82 games, and then it's the playoffs, sorry guys,
I mean,
got to stay home. It's just like weird.
I mean, there's not I'm trying to think if there's some advantage you could gain by having two-way players on your roster, if you could manipulate that in some way, but there's not really. At least I don't think.
Yeah. Weird.
Seems like a thing where you have X amount of games as a two-way player that you can play. And if you're not at that amount of games when you go to the playoffs, you should just add to your games.
Yeah, either that or
you can play, what is it, 50 games you can play?
Yeah, why don't they just do
45 going into the playoffs? You get 5 playoff games.
Like a per game thing. Just say, okay, like their 50 games is expired, but like per game, you know, if your team keeps going, they get 25,000 a game or something.
Sure.
Like it doesn't really matter. I don't think teams are going to waive two-way players so they don't have to pay that money.
Right.
So yeah, it's just totally bizarre.
What a very, very odd thing. Another thing that happened last night was the San Jose Sharks beat the Calgary Flames. And as I was watching the Sharks, which I have been want to do this year because they are young and super fun and have one of the 5 best players in the sport right now, Macklin Celebrini. He's 19 years old. It really hit me, the impact. We talk about the Kings finding the guy.
Yeah.
And we talk about the Kings playing young players. We talk about Nick Clifford and we talk about Maxime Reynaud, and you got to play the young players. And we have a quote from Doug Christie later that we'll play for you on that front. But we talk about play the young guys, develop them, and Kenny Caraway from D-Lo and KC is coming here on the handoff and been like, great, play Maxime Reynaud, play Nick Clifford, but we're not watching superstars here. We're watching guys try and develop into rotational players, maybe starters.
Yeah, and maybe rotational players. I mean, we're not sure.
Sure. But that's kind of the development arc they're on for sure.
Nick Clifford needs to show us that he's not Colby Jones.
Yes,
like we're still waiting.
We don't have the panic button out yet.
No,
but we're looking at the closet where the panic button is stored.
Yeah,
where the Nick Clifford
we're like tracing the wire down the hallway. Like, where is that panic button?
Here's the difference. And the difference can be displayed with the San Jose Sharks. Because they have this player, Macklin Celebrini, who's in year 2. He's 19 years old. This is the goal he scored last night. And he's been awesome. I'm not going to dive into hockey stats, but he's been incredible in his second year. Listen to this call. Listen to this call from Randy Hahn on NBC Sports California. And how much this Macklin Celebrini goal, which is an incredible goal, moves him. Listen to this reaction as I find the play button here.
Skip by him to Anderson, who gives it right back. Now grab in with Macklin. Spin around and score! Wow! What a goal by Macklin Celebrini! That is the National Hockey League at its finest.
That's what I want here. I want to be able to watch a player. And I'd turn on the Sharks because of Macklin Celebrini. That's why I'm watching. And they have Tyler Toffoli and Will Smith and all that. Like, yeah, we got it. But you turn it on because of number 71.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're watching these games. And the Sharks are better this year. Like they're good. I think they started like 0-6, but they've been really good lately too. But you're watching because they have that dude. They're building around that dude. There's no question mark. Everybody knows. Everybody in the franchise knows that this is the guy moving forward. Mm-hmm. Everybody knows that Macklin Celebrini is going to be that player. And when you look at the Kings' young players, and we talk about the need to develop and you can play them, yeah, for sure. But none of them are that guy. Nobody is turning on the Kings, and I'm sure some of you are sickos and do. But the average fan isn't turning on the Kings because, hey, we got to catch Macklin Celebrini tonight. Like that's not that level of player.
Because Max Reynaud. There we go.
What?
You said Celebrini. I'm like,
oh yeah, sorry.
The Kings don't have Celebrini.
No, that level of player. Is what I meant.
Yeah.
And it just really dawned on me last night as I'm watching that. Like, wow, I got chills for a regular season goal on December 16th. Like, man. And listen to Randy Hahn. Randy Hahn has been around forever. Randy Hahn has seen everything. He's seen the Sharks be great and go to the Stanley Cup final. He's seen them fall short. He's seen them be awful. For him to react like that,
yeah,
is like they have that guy. And you'll know it when the Kings have it. And they need it because you cannot get where you want to go. You cannot get to that title contention until you have that dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's spot on, Kyle, because like in all honesty, like it's so difficult to see a pathway forward for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And it is all predicated on their 2026 and 2027 draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's it. Like there are ways for them to become a better team right now. There are ways for them to change the mixture of players and all of a sudden don't look just like they're incompetent on the court, which is what for most of the games they look incompetent. Like what exactly are you doing? It doesn't make any sense. So they have to find that star level player, and this is Sacramento. There isn't like you cannot sign that player. You're not going into free agency and playing with the big boys. And so the only way to get better is to make really good, savvy trades, but no one's giving up that guy.
Right.
So your job is to try to find guys that are solid and may have more upside and see if you can develop them and have them like star for you, because you're going to be a bad team and they're just putting numbers up. But you have to find a number one and
a clear number one. Yeah. Not a, well, that guy could be if he does X, Y, and Z. Like, no. No, Cade Cunningham was that guy. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was that guy. Luka Doncic is that guy. Steph Curry was that guy. Like there was a very clear cut. This is who we're building around. This is who everybody's going to follow. And until you have that, everything you're doing is window dressing.
No, I'm with you.
I know. Like I said, not a new thought, but watching Celebrini score that goal last night and seeing the reaction and just on a daily basis, watching my Twitter timeline is a very small piece of a small piece of a small piece of the internet. Like I get it, but there's more Sharks talk going on my timeline now than in the last decade. And it's because of number 71. Got to find that dude.
Yep.
We've got some more King stuff. Doug Christie talked about the development of young players and the direction the Kings are going this season. And I thought it was pretty interesting. We have a Chris Paul story from ESPN that, hey man, this makes the Clippers look horrible. And I say that as somebody who follows the Sacramento Kings very closely on a daily basis.
Yeah.
This makes the Clippers look bad. We'll talk about that. We got to talk about Christmas shopping. And then the Miami Dolphins have done a couple of things that could have a pretty significant impact on the San Francisco 49ers. We'll discuss all that over the next couple hours. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Celebrini was the top pick overall, I believe.
What up?
Celebrini was the number one pick, right? Like the top pick in the draft.
Yeah. Like clear cut, like no question.
Yeah. He was also someone that they all thought was going to be like incredible, but did they know he would be this good? I mean, I don't know.
That's the hope, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Ooh. I think I would go. I mean, it depends. Okay, here, this is more of a practical thing. One, just in a vacuum, I would go Celebrini because I can't 100% guarantee that the A's are going to have Nick Kurtz around for a long time. I think they will.
That's a really good point.
I think they will.
And a team like San Jose typically keeps their star level players.
Yes.
And hockey star level players play for like 20 years.
Yeah. You're going to have your Joe Pavelski's, your Joe Thorntons, your Patrick Marlowe's, your Mark-Edward Vlasic's.
I say get both.
Yeah. Why not? So he said I can only get one. I'm going to go practicality on this, though.
Yeah.
I would wait on the Kurtz jersey. So if you live in Sacramento where most of the year it's going to be pretty warm where you can wear a baseball jersey, I would wait for the Sacramento one to come out and go with the Sacramento Kurtz jersey. But if you're often find yourself in cold weather spots, I would go with the hockey sweater. The baseball jersey is just easier to style because you can go hoodie under the baseball jersey. You can obviously wear it to like a baseball game with short sleeves. With a hockey sweater, you're committing to being warm that day.
Yeah. I've never had a hockey like jersey.
They're pretty sick.
Yeah.
I feel really cool walking around in my Sharks jersey. That's tight.
Ooh, that is a good one. A Tisdale jersey?
That's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just awesome way sooner than I think they thought he would be awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Well, especially at 19. That's just crazy. He's got 18 goals and 33 assists in 34 games.
Yeah, man, he's a gangster. Like, every single time they put up a new stat, it's like, Macklin Celebrini is one of 3 players to do this ever, and the other 2 are Sidney Crosby and Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
Like, he's that, or it's Gretzky, Crosby, Connor McDavid, and Macklin Celebrini. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. I'm not a hockey guy.
I was a big hockey guy when I was younger because it was perfect. The Warriors were ass. And so by mid-December, it was like, all right, well, that season's over. And the Sharks were really good. So they're on at the same time. It's just like, great. I used to watch a ton of Sharks.
Plus, you live close down there and you could go to games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's such a trek.
Yeah, dude. Shout out to anybody who lives in Sacramento who goes to Sharks games.
And I don't live in Sacramento, so tack on an extra hour each way.
Oof. Yeah, my buddy is up from Arizona. He invited me out to the game on Monday. I was like, bro, I can't. Like, I'm out of here by 2 or so. I leave here at 2. Yeah. I'm not in the South Bay till 4:30 or 5. Like,
yeah. We were in Vancouver one year when they were in the Stanley Cup Finals, and they tore up the city a little bit, but it was really cool. Like, you go down to like one of the main streets, they just blocked off every single like street, and it's just one giant party with huge screens up everywhere. Yeah. Getting into a restaurant was difficult.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. It's Chris Paul's story on ESPN. And I am, again, because of A, the Sacramento Kings, and B, the Oakland Athletics, I am very, very, I'm not quick to point out a team being a mess.
Yeah.
Because my standard for a team being a mess, like there are Yankee fans right now who will whine about their team being a mess. And I'm like, no, it's not.
It's like the pot calling the kettle black. Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's, I don't know, if you're a fan of a super successful team historically and they have a few bad years, like you're not in this purgatory.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm always a little cautious. This story from Ramona Shelburne is very well reported, and I encourage everybody to go check it out. But one of the things that jumped out to me was just how immaturely the Clippers handled this whole thing, because somebody on the team had the audacity to try and play the role, because it's described as he was brought in to basically be an end of bench veteran / coach. And he was in. He was like, yep, great. That's what I'm going to do. They didn't love the way he was going about it. And so they just iced him out immediately. He apologized to the entire team, said, I never meant to be divisive. I'm just trying to help, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not a Chris Paul guy. I was ready to read this and be like, hell yeah, Chris Paul sucks. But from everything I understand, the coaching staff didn't like the way he did his job, and so they refused to meet with him. They refused to talk with him. And then they unceremoniously ousted him, even though Chris Paul lobbied to stay. He brought in Brooke Lopez to Lawrence Frank's hotel room at 11 p.m. when Lawrence Frank told him that he was going home. It's like, I don't want to do that. Yeah, but look, bring Brooke Lopez in here. Look, they still said, nope, you're gone. You're out of here.
It's weird.
Has not spoken to Ty Lue, has not spoken to Steve Ballmer, has not spoken to Lawrence Frank. The Clippers suck, dude. This whole thing sucks. This is just not a way to treat a player.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to come down on the Kings for firing Mike Brown on the phone on his way to the airport, this is 10 times as bad.
Yeah. It's not good. I mean, like when you see a player who's trying to build team unity and he throws a Halloween party, him and his wife basically, does all the work because he's out there playing basketball.
Of course.
They throw a Halloween party and like 3 players show up. Like, what in the world? Like, how many times have we seen Jason Anderson tweet out the Buddy Hield sitting there wearing his Halloween costume? Way too many times, Jason.
A lot of times.
But, at the end of the day, that was from a Halloween party that I think the Foxes put on. Like, when your teammates throw like some sort of party or whatever, everyone should go. That's the rules, right? It's about rookies going and looking ridiculous in their Halloween costumes and all that stuff. And like to have a team that just like, yeah, whatever, Chris.
And they threw it at the Intuit Dome.
Oh yeah.
This wasn't out in the sticks or in some weird, Yeah. They threw a real Halloween party.
Yeah. That's tough.
Yeah, man. It just, the Clippers season feels like it's gone a lot like the Kings season. And not just that they have either the exact same record or very similar, but it's a lot of veteran players, and the Clippers had higher expectations than the Kings did, to be sure. But they're running into availability problems. They're running into chemistry problems. And Chris Paul was trying to solve it.
Yeah.
And it made me wonder, how do you think the Kings would have handled it? Let's say the Kings signed Chris Paul this offseason. He was the veteran point guard they brought in instead of Russell Westbrook. They brought him in and they said, hey, you're going to be an end-of-the-bench guy. You're going to help the coaching staff, da-da-da-da-da. Do you think they send him home?
Absolutely not.
Because it feels like he's doing the thing that the Kings want to do.
Yeah.
Is hold players accountable, get everybody on the same page. Like, I can't imagine they would have been against this.
No. This is one of those things why it's why you bring in veterans, because they do things like this. That's why you're doing this. And I know this is a veteran team, but I don't care. Like it's about being a good teammate. It's about showing up. And to me, it's really alarming. And again, I hate feeling bad for Chris Paul. But
Same.
I feel bad for Chris Paul.
That's
I mean, I get it. He's a frustrating person, and he's super, super type A. And there are a lot of players in the league that don't like him, but his teammates usually love him. But he can be one of those guys. But when he's trying to do right by the team and he's trying to get everybody involved and trying to, sort of break bread and get everybody on the same page and, get 100% buy-in for the coaching staff and everything else, like that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. And so again, I don't get it. I'm like, if here in Sacramento, if a player had a party like this, and like one player didn't show up and we found out about it, that would be huge news. Like, oh, snubbed his, teammate's party.
Yes.
When like nobody shows up, like Zubac shows up, like just bad.
But this is all, and if we want to zoom out here, this to me goes back to probably the last 3, 4, 5 years, whatever has been happening in LA, that this wasn't like there's this awesome team chemistry and Chris Paul messed it up. There was just nothing there. And so Chris Paul, who by all accounts is a kind of abrasive guy, comes in and tries to establish some kind of culture or some kind of accountability. It rubs everybody the wrong way because there hasn't been that. It talks about their first loss of the year. They got blown out by the Jazz. And Chris Paul in the locker room is trying to talk to people afterwards, and nobody wants to talk about it because that's just not how the locker room is. What? It's a subdued locker room. So that means you can't hold yourselves accountable?
It's weird.
That just means everyone's okay with what's going on. It just, this is the danger zone that Scott Perry and Doug Christie are trying to avoid. And I mean, whether they can or not, is TBD. But this is just kind of the logical conclusion of having a team that is one way for so long, where there's no real accountability, and the team's figurehead is Kawhi Leonard. Who's like, yeah, maybe he'll play, maybe he won't. He might be around. We're not sure.
Maybe he's got money. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah, but hey, everything revolves around him.
Yeah.
And then you have somebody who actually tries to instill some kind of culture, and you just can't. Like, there's definitely a breaking point at some point, and that's why I think there's this urgency with Sacramento, where it's like, dude, whatever veterans are not bought in, and we talked about this yesterday, they got to go.
Mm-hmm.
Because that bad culture can linger.
Oh, yeah.
And you reach a point where you don't get to anymore. You don't get to hold people accountable because the established culture is not that.
You know, and I think it's funny because, like, there on occasion, there's like backlash when I talk positively about a guy like Harrison Barnes, right? And
he stinks. Why do you talk good about him?
I see, that's the thing. Like, people freak out, and it's like, man, I don't think you understand what like good teammates, what they can mean to a franchise and to a locker room about. And it's not just about like going out there and playing one-on-one with a guy and making sure he gets better, or it's about conversations on the plane. It's about, you know, team dinners. It's about somebody who actually cares about the community that they're around and teaches those around them how to be better players, how to be better citizens, how realistically, how to be better men. And I don't know that that's what Chris Paul has always been about.
Sure.
But I do know, again, Michael Malone told me years ago that Chris Paul is the best leader he's ever been around, bar none. And Michael Malone started in the NBA with LeBron James. He's just like, he's an incredible leader. And so to have him like literally be thrown out because he's trying too hard to be a leader is really interesting.
It's the fact that coaching staff was put off by this, even though it's what he was brought in to do, speaks volumes.
Yeah.
And that's why the Clippers are the Clippers. And that's why the Clippers are going to perennially be, even if they're contenders,
they're really not.
Right. Are they? Jake Gadon, our buddy from CBS 13, posted this clip yesterday. And it's a minute and a half long. And it's a cut up of Doug Christie talking about the Kings' philosophy going forward, developing young players. And I thought it was really interesting. So I'm going to play that for you now.
This is professional sports, man. There are no excuses. We have to figure it out, and that's what we're going to do. While at the same time, we have to continue to improve, develop our young players, and make sure that we're making strides in areas that we want to make strides in. You know, we got to find out about guys and develop them. That's the biggest piece of the puzzle more than anything. And we will do that. I mean, that's the bottom line, because going forward, we have to make sure that these guys are as ready and as developed as they possibly can be. So as we continue down this path, we continue to improve as individuals, collectively, and then ultimately as a team in this organization. I mean, I think it's always has to be at the forefront, because we're in a place that these young players are going to be the cornerstones of what we do going forward. So it always has to be at the top of the list, Jason. Like, that is important for Keegan to develop, for Neek to develop, for Max to develop, for Dylan to develop. Like, these are very, very important things, and develop the right way and learn the right way. All the little things that we value with physicality, with rebounding, with defense, with sharing the basketball. Like, it doesn't happen all the time on the floor, but it has to be the staple of who they are. And they're really good kids. They want to do everything the right way, and we just have to pour into them, and we do.
I was interested by that. I'm going to dig in too far to something real quick.
Okay.
He said young players are going to be the cornerstones, and then he mentioned Keegan, Neek, Max, and Dylan. Do we think that was just the random players that he happened to look up and see? Or what? No Keon in there.
Yeah.
No Devin Carter in there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, look, it's
like I
tough.
said, I'm probably reading too far into that.
Yeah, I don't think you are. I mean, like, in all honesty, like, if Doug Christie, I'll just make, like, if Doug Christie believed that Keon Ellis was a star in the making and was going to be the difference between them winning 45 games and them winning 30, he would be playing Keon Ellis 36 minutes a night and like just telling everybody else to get out of the way. It just is what it is.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, Doug has had every opportunity to play him. And for whatever reason, like, Doug isn't matching what the fans think of Keon, what some people like myself think of Keon
Mhm.
as a player with what they see as a player.
Mhm.
And that's a reality that I think Kings fans have to get adjusted to. And let's be honest, Doug is the second coach to act this way. He's the second coach to kind of treat Keon this way. And I don't get it because I can tell you there are teams around the league that are like that want him.
Mhm.
And, you know, they're also like the Kings shopped Devin Carter extensively this summer trying to move him, trying to find him a new home.
Mhm.
They had no takers. Like there was no way for them to move off of him. The only way you're moving off of him now is as part of a package deal. And part of that's the Kings' fault. Part of that is, again, I'll say the Kings' fault in a different way, because the stories that I hear about Devin Carter, or well, here's the deal: the stories that I hear about Devin Carter, other teams hear about those stories,
Sure.
and so you're gonna let that stuff get out, and that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Like whether it's eating habits or it's workout habits or whatever, like that's not the pathway to like build value in a player to move him. And, you know, again, he's not the only one you hear that stuff about. Like I hear weird things about people in the locker room in Sacramento from people on the East Coast.
Mhm.
Like how that makes any sense? You got me.
Sure.
But sure enough, there's information. And to me, it's like they've kind of gone whatever pathway they were with Devin Carter, and that's it. Like he might play here and there, and then again, he might not.
I wonder what development means in this context, because Doug basically said, like, moving forward, that's, you know, we're trying to win games and that's always the number one goal, but we're also trying to develop these players and these franchise cornerstones moving forward, et cetera, et cetera. And the other thing that sticks out to me about that is, what does the development look like?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think we often view that as, well, play them. Play Nate Clifford 30 minutes a night then. Get him all the minutes.
Yeah.
I frankly, I know it's hard to have those conversations with veterans, but like that's the job. That's what you're here for. This is the nature of this specific job with the Sacramento Kings and where they are. But at the same time, if the Kings don't believe that him playing is best for his development, I think it would be I don't think that's a great sign. Because I don't know how many players it's been like, hey, if he doesn't play, we're better off.
Yeah.
And he's better off if he doesn't play. Like, I don't, that's not great. Don't love that. But words are words. And this is great. He's saying what I think I want to hear. He's saying what I think a lot of fans want to hear.
Yeah.
He's saying we're developing these young players. This is the goal. We have to develop these guys. To me, everybody always says you get better by playing.
Mm-hmm.
You get better by playing. That is true across sports. People say you get better by playing. Then play them.
That's or leave them in the G League.
Yes,
yeah. Play them one way or another.
Getting 12 minutes in the NBA, is just not. That's not gonna help anything. I want to see consistent minutes, and I don't. Like I said, I haven't cared for a long time. I've understood that it's difficult to bench veterans and all that jazz, but like, all right, we're here now.
Mm-hmm.
We're 26 games in. I was told to wait 20 or 25. Okay, cool. We got it. We know what this team is.
Yeah.
If you're truly committed to that, show it. Play them.
Mm-hmm.
Give him minutes. And if Nate Clifford is bad at basketball, he's going to be bad at basketball.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if he's going to play 30 minutes a night or 10. If he's playing 10 minutes a night now, that doesn't mean he's going to be better in 2028. At least I don't think.
Yeah.
So let's figure it out now. Let's rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with that. And the other thing I'm going to point out, like, look, there are a lot of players on this team that are just not long for the roster.
Mhm.
Like, you have to move away from them in one way or another. You know, if you can't move DeMar DeRozan right now, then, you know, like, again, get to the deadline. If you can't move him by the deadline, then that's a really difficult discussion. But realistically, it's not. Hey, DeMar,
It
would you
shouldn't
like
be.
to go play for a winner? Yes, I would. Okay, well, how about this? We take that $10 million buyout that we have on your next year's deal. You cut that in half, and we say goodbye now.
Mhm.
Okay, bye.
Right.
It's that simple.
Yep.
But at this point, like, you need to stop making it a really awkward situation for young players. You need to start making a really awkward situation for aging players.
I agree.
These guys that are going out there and just not playing hard enough, or and I'm not saying that about DeMar. I'm saying, like, there are players out there that just aren't doing what you need to do. This whole disconnect thing. All right, disconnect them then. How about that? You're disconnected. Okay,
Right.
hang up the line. Don't wait on call waiting the whole time. Bye.
Yeah. Seems pretty simple to me.
Yeah.
You've got veteran players who are not in line with the coaching staff, and you have young players who need to play. Hey, that sounds like problem solution to me.
Yeah.
And saying it is great, but doing it is another thing. And so I'm interested to see how that looks moving forward. The Miami Dolphins made a couple of moves today that I think could have a pretty significant impact on the 49ers. We'll talk about that. And then I have a question for the Oak Grove Kid Talk Line, 916-909-1320. And I asked this question mostly because I need reassurance from people that I'm not in a bad spot. Where are we at on Christmas shopping? I would love to know. I would love to hear your tales of Christmas shopping at 916-909-1320 because I'm stressing out. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear. Got that. Great. Bam, bam, bam. I will be right back.
Excellent.
I think. Yeah, we got
Oh, no, you know, we need, Willsy, we do need a white elephant update. There's a report this morning that the A's actually made a contract offer to a free agent, and I can't remember who. Hi, Rustog. I'm doing well. I'm tired. I have a big Christmas party at my house on Friday, and I have a lot of work to do. And I had to go to a soccer game last night and freeze my off. Oh, look at that. Coach Molly went all in on that's spectacular. Baker Family Winery. There it is. That is who the A's offered a 4-year, I think $48 million deal. And he signed back with the Braves, or he signed with the Braves for 2-year 20, something like that. Yeah, Soren, I will probably be knee deep in whiskey, at least Friday night. Saturday I got a game. So we spent a lot of time in Healdsburg, a little bit of time in Napa. Let me think on that one, Steven. When are you going? We have a tapas place we like to go to, but I think it's in Healdsburg. My favorite whiskey that I just have that I like, my go-to in the house is, well, I have a bottle of Wild Turkey 101 from Kyle, and I do drink some of it. Woodford is what I typically ask for when I'm out, especially if I'm having like a Manhattan. So Woodford, and then the other is Basil Hayden. Big Basil Hayden guy. And I just, in all honesty, they make really good gifts because the bottle's cool. I'm not a huge Bullet guy. I have Bullet. I bought new shelves for my liquor in the bar, which is cool. I think I sent Damien a picture because I was on the air yesterday. Where'd that go? So yeah, yes, I just built shelves for liquor. There we go. Whew. I have a lot of liquor. And I've got big bottles in the cabinet up above. Buffalo Trace is good.
I rock with Buffalo Trace.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. So 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Our guy TC is there. TC, I see you. Hang on. TC has real stuff to talk about, and so do I. This show is a sports talk show, obviously, but also because we can kind of talk about whatever we want. I'm going to use this as a little like not necessarily therapy, but I'm just going to try and de-stress a little bit just by getting this off of my chest.
Mm-hmm.
I am like 1% done Christmas shopping.
Oh, that's tough, Kyle.
And the reason I'm stressed is because this is a thing I'm like, okay, you know what? You start to for me anyway, the Christmas bug starts to come around like September.
Mm-hmm.
September, because pumpkin spice is out, and all of a sudden all the pumpkin stuff is like, oh man, Christmas is right around the corner. And so it's when I start thinking about it. But I always go, that's an October problem. And then in October, NFL season's ramped up, King season's ramped up, we're working. All right, it's a November problem. I'll take care of it. I got some time off. Got some time off in November. We got Black Friday. I'll take care of it then. I get a little done on Black Friday. But I push it off to, early December. I can get that done early December. The reason I'm talking about this today is because December 17 is my absolute cutoff date for December 16 is my cutoff date for ordering things on the internet.
Oh.
Because I need like a little over a week to get here.
Yeah, even though you sometimes get deliveries like the next day.
Correct. If you go through the proper channels.
Yeah.
But if I'm getting something that's not on Amazon,
mm-hmm.
I'm at the point now where I feel like I have to go in person, because now, even if there's something, it's like 3-day delivery, but maybe not. Mm-hmm. The mail is very busy this time of year.
It is.
And so now I've put myself in a position where I don't have a lot of free time. And when I do, I'm going to have to go spend it at like the mall.
Oh, no, that's horrible.
Right.
Yeah. I think I will be stopping by the mall today on the way home.
Is that I just have to go do it?
Yeah, it's not fun, but you just have to do it. So I would say like 75% done.
Great. Good for you.
So I have, we do the Black Friday thing pretty solid. I pride myself at being someone who buys mm-hmm. thoughtful gifts.
Mm-hmm.
But we always have this issue of trying to balance out our two boys. And it becomes more and more difficult as they get. My oldest is like the easiest to shop for of all time. My youngest, not so much. And so we deal with that. And then I also I like to go out and buy a lot of gifts. And so
Sure.
I'm getting down there. We did have we had a soccer game last night. I was on my way home.
Mhm.
We're just about to pull in the driveway. My son's talking to my wife on the phone, and we had tragedy. Our Christmas tree fell over.
What?
The worst. Earlier in the day,
What?
I was walking. I was doing a ton of cleaning up around the house. I look over and I'm like, I mean, it looks fine, but something looks off to me. But I didn't mess with it. It still looked like it was straight up and down. Right before we got home, crashed, broke a bunch of ornaments, which sucks because some of those ornaments are ornaments you have like your
Yeah.
whole life. Yeah, it was a bummer.
Oh, dude, that's awful.
So then we have hardwood floors, so all the water is everywhere, and we gotta we're trying to
you have a
clean it up.
real tree.
We have a real tree. Oh no, we don't do
Oh.
fake tree.
Okay.
Oh no, we do real. We go out and get our own tree every year, and so just this massive mess.
Oh, you got pine needles all over the place.
Oh yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah,
Dude.
not good. And
That's
climbing
so
under the
brutal.
tree and sopping up all this water all over the
Oh.
floor. Yeah,
Oh,
such a bummer. I lost.
I'm legitimately sorry to hear that.
I
That
lost
sucks.
2 ornaments that I got when I was a kid. We had neighbors that lived in the Bay Area that would come
Jeez.
up by our house, and they would hand paint this little old lady would hand paint ornaments for me. 2 of them broke. No, just tragic.
Damn.
Yeah, what a bummer.
I hate that a lot. I really genuinely hate that a lot. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, damn. Now my problem seems a lot smaller.
We'll
I
get
have
through
to
it.
go to the mall. Ooh.
Oh no! One of the worst
You know
part
where
was
the people are.
I had wrapped all of my presents. The whole tree is filled with presents
yeah.
that I had wrapped myself. Half of them are soaked. Got to open, got to
Oh,
rewrap everything.
man.
Oh, it's just a mess.
How much water was in this thing?
I don't know.
You
Enough.
sticking your tree in a 5-gallon bucket?
No, but see, my wife was upstairs when it fell, and she's like, "What was that?" And she went downstairs maybe 5 minutes later, and it was everywhere. Just
Oh, man.
horrible mess.
I hate that a lot.
It was it's like an 8-foot tall tree. We have 8-foot ceilings,
Uh-huh.
just because it's an older house, and so yeah, it was an 8-foot tall tree.
Mm. Well, damn. I just as far as the gift giving stuff goes, because like you said, you want to provide a thoughtful gift, and you
Of course.
yeah. When you see something that says oh, that's that person, you want to grab it. That's why I'm just because I've talked about this before, and one of my friends goes, dude, just go get gift cards. My whole family gets gift cards.
Oh, that's the worst.
But the thing is
But you can't.
I
mean, it's fine.
I love receiving gift cards.
Yep.
My Uncle Dave, salute, gets everybody's to the BJ's restaurant and brew house gift cards every year.
Oh yeah, my mom gets me
And it's
one of Josephine's in Auburn.
electric.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Hell yeah, yes. But I feel like I can't because it would feel panicked. Or I'm not going, okay, let's see. All right, what gift card do I get for person X? I think they like this place. And then it just feels a little less personal.
Mm-hmm.
And so I add that on top of everything else. Is I can't just go, okay, hey, here's some cash, or here is a funny card with a Target gift card in it. I don't feel good about that. Even though if somebody gave that for me, I'd be psyched.
Yeah.
But I feel like giving that, I want to make sure that person knows that.
I
want them to know that I know what they like.
Exactly. I would rather make someone go return a gift
Mhm.
and go get what they want, but then they have to go through the process of hey, I thought about that gift. I was thoughtful with your gift. Go ahead and return it if you want. But you're going to have to go through the process of waiting in line and doing all that. It's there you go.
Oh, good question from Russ Dog here. A reminder. So I had that White Elephant gift exchange last night. It was at our department head meeting.
Uh-huh.
So it was all the department heads here in the building, and we had a gift exchange.
Oh, you had your own party.
Yes.
It's your own party.
Not really. It wasn't. I wouldn't call it a party. It's the first time I've ever gotten to be part of a department head meeting because I'm a department head now. But they take place Mondays during our show.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
So it's fine. We're working on moving stuff around, but lot of stuff with me becoming the brand manager in November is I will take care of that in the new year. So I'm just flying by the seat of my pants right now. But the gift I received was oddly enough from Complex, our guy in the building who can't taste or smell, a
It doesn't know sports.
portable Bluetooth like incense thing,
Oh.
like essential oils steamer
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
And it's Bluetooth and cordless, and it's probably 1.5 feet tall, maybe.
Oh.
And it's got this couple of really good smelling like oils that it comes with, and you just fill that thing up and you turn it on and it makes your house smell nice. As a person who is big into having my house smell nice,
Yeah.
it was perfect. I'm so glad that nobody stole it from me.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, really fired up about it. The thing I bought was a KitchenAid hand mixer
Oh, yeah.
that our lead engineer Seth got.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
That makes
he
sense.
was really psyched about it. He said he's going to bake us a cake.
Oh,
So I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to hold that over his head.
all right.
And if he doesn't show up with a cake,
It'll be like a buckwheat cake.
oh, for sure.
Something.
For sure. How do
It'll
we
be
feel?
stodgy.
How do we how do we feel about somebody buying a gift and then that gift being opened by somebody and then that person stealing the gift that they brought?
Oh. Like moving away from your gift, or someone else stealing your gift?
Like, you bought a Game Boy.
Okay.
I opened the Game Boy in this gift exchange.
Okay.
And I'm like, yes, cool. Got a Game Boy. Not a big video game guy, but this is a cool gift.
Mhm.
And then you go, my turn. I'm stealing the Game Boy.
Oh.
How do we feel about that? Is that a thumbs up or thumbs down white elephant move?
To steal your own gift?
To steal the gift that you brought.
Oh, no, that's bad form.
That's it. Okay. I just want...
That happened?
I'm not naming names.
Oh, no, that happened?
I'm not naming names.
Oh, man. You should roast
some
him
type of
right
way.
now on
No,
the radio.
No, I'm not going to do that.
You stole your own
Everybody
gift?
at that meeting is significantly more important than I am. So I'm going to say 2 thumbs up.
Was it a Tampa Bay Buccaneers jersey?
TC, I see you on the line. The Oak Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I see you there. We'll get to your calls next, and we'll dive into this. The Miami Dolphins done a couple things today that we got to talk about because I think they impact the 49ers. And also the NBA is going to decide on expansion, apparently, in 2026.
About time.
We'll get to that as well in the second hour. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Yeah.
What would I do with this Steve DeBerg jersey? I'll take that. It's like, oh, you will? You'll take that. You can kill the mics and I can probably even guess what it was.
Oh, you guess what the gift was?
Yeah. Here's the thing, Steven, what if all the other gifts suck? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, man.
You take one of the sucky gifts. That's the way it goes.
Right, that's part of what's fun.
We had a situation here where we had this big party.
We've got another. Apparently, I don't know if this is public or not, but there's going to be a white elephant apparently at our party too.
That we're not doing.
They're
okay. So my guy Kyle over here got a dream gift.
Oh, buddy.
He got a Lego set that was awesome.
A Harry Potter Lego set.
A Harry Potter Lego set, exactly. And then it got swiped at the very last second. It was brutal.
It got swiped, so the person who swiped it from me could trade it to the person who stole that person's gift earlier that they wanted.
Oh, yeah. It was bad.
Oh, dude.
So I was at the Target like a couple of days later and saw the same one and bought it for Kyle. I felt bad for him. It was like I could see the
I was forlorn, dude.
He was sad.
I was straight up bummed.
He was Chris Paul at a Halloween party.
Boy, was I.
Hey, it's Jesse.
Oh, no. Hey, this is gonna hang up. If TC, if you're watching on the stream, call back.
Oh man. Ben made a Christmas video of us here. The me, you, Jesse, Damian, Kenny. Oh yeah. This is spectacular.
Is it the elf one?
Yeah. He made one for me and Brendan and Sean as well.
Jesse, do not let me forget to hit submit on hour 1 of the podcast. 2 days in a row. 2 days in a row. Yeah, like a jackass or something. Submitted. I submitted it. Also, did I not bring my water bottle in? What a chump. What an absolute chump.
I'm out of coffee.
Water time.
Is that your desk or is it at the other spot? He's going all the way to his car? I don't think we have enough time for that. Oh, all right. What's going on in there, Jesse?
Nothing much. What's up, James? What's up, Chatty House? It's a good day.
I didn't get to write my prediction on the board yesterday because I couldn't find a dry erase marker.
What was your prediction?
I don't even. Oh, I think it was the Lions. Like if the Lions make the playoffs, they win something. I don't know. Kyle is all over the place right now. He's back.
Because
He found a water bottle.
I get dehydrated and then I get headaches and it's just a whole thing. It's just a real day ruiner.
We have a weird party time tomorrow.
What time does that start?
It's 4 to 6:30.
No way.
Damn.
I guess I can't make it.
You get there about what? 5:30, 5:45, make a little appearance.
Brother, that is more on my plate. I gotta get stuff done.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Hanging out with you until noon, and then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. The worst part of getting older is that I can't just go like 4 days without drinking water anymore.
Oh no, you will. It's over. It's what's cash for all of us. If anyone does that.
The worst part about getting older is that if you drink the water too late, you know you're going to be up like 3 times during the night. That's the worst part about getting older.
Okay, so I haven't gotten
You're not
there
there
yet.
yet.
I'm not there
You're
yet.
not there yet.
But I am in a space where it's like an emergency mid-show if I don't have my water bottle with me. Because if I don't drink enough water throughout the day, I inevitably get a headache. And it's just a day ruiner. Like I'm done. I'm tapped out. It's not happening for me that day. So shout out to our office for providing water.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting like that the water has so much of an effect on you.
Yeah,
Not so much. I drink water, but I also drink my 2 cups of coffee every morning.
Yeah, get some coffee, but I'm not
I forgot my coffee cup for the second straight day.
dude,
Not happy about this.
Dude, clean it up.
Not happy
gotta
about
be
this.
better.
And this is my like tomorrow's my last day for like 8 days or 10 days or
Yeah.
whatever. It's wild.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar yet with our holiday schedule, next week, Monday, Tuesday,
Mhm.
and we will be live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Mhm.
It'll be me and Damien next Monday, Tuesday. The Monday, Tuesday after that, it'll be 10 to 2, James and Kenny. Jesse will be here all 4 days.
Sorry,
Yeah, I'll be
Jesse.
hanging out. Oh, Kyle asked. He's like, "Do you want to take a day off?" I was like, "No, I'll come hang out."
All right.
Like, all right, you got it. It's early for you.
Yeah, I'm excited. I get off around 2 o'clock, maybe 3. I guess we got the editing stuff done, but
Yeah.
it'll be early days.
Yeah, love that for you. All right.
Hmm.
Let's get to the Elko Kid talk line. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. Our guy TC has been waiting very patiently. TC, get us back on track. What's going on?
Hey, no, we all good, bro. We just, you know what? We not letting the Kings and what's going on break us down. That's what it is because we can see the bigger picture, right?
Mhm.
So to piggyback on that, Ham and Kyle, I know we're not in the giving draft picks up, but think about this trade. But before we start, I want to listen to me. Just hear it out. I want to speak on Keegan first. Keegan, I'm talking to you, brother. Listen, check it out, man. I get what you're saying in the interview and all that. You don't feel down, losing and all that, but you're not new to this. You were losing kind of when you came in the league. You get me? I know it was Beam Team year, but listen, check this out, brother. You can have a say at the table when you shoot more than 10 times a game on a consistent basis. So you coming out saying losing, doing, I get you. Everybody's frustrated, but you look at yourself as an individual first and say, how can I shoot more than 10 times a game, right? I come out and drop 30 this game, and then I don't shoot more than 2 times a game the next game. Brother, you have to work on that before you can start speaking up about what this and that, who this and that. You get what I'm saying? Now, as far as the trade, I know we should have had the guy first, Castle, Stephon from the Spurs. But, James, listen to me. If you give both our first-round picks next year, because one of them is a Spurs pick anyway, and then one of them is ours. If I'm Perry, I'm getting on the phone and giving both those picks up, Devin Carter and Dario Sarge, and say, hey, you guys won, give us Stephon Castle, because him locked up at the one.
What?
I'm sorry.
That was an all-time bad one. And we took a long road to get there.
We
That
did.
was like a 6-hour road trip
TC.
to go to Denny's.
That and I.
No,
you know,
Denny's is better than that.
You know what? You're
Give
right.
me a
I'm so
grand
sorry
slam
to
over that
Denny's. I'm
trade.
so sorry to
Yeah.
Denny's.
I will say this: Keegan Murray's played in 11 games this season. He shot over 10 shots every game.
Well,
just saying. I mean, again, the last 5 games he's been 11, 11, 11, 13, 11. But
you think that disproves the point?
He needs to shoot
Don't
more.
make me take TC's side on
He
this.
needs to shoot
Do
more.
not do that to me.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. He needs to
2
shoot more.
firsts and salary filler for Stephon Castle. Not going to get it done, brother.
One of them is a lottery pick,
Yeah.
recently enough.
Not going to get it done, man.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox didn't fetch you Stephon Castle.
Can you imagine?
I don't think Keegan Murray would fetch you Stephon Castle.
The worst part during the whole process, I heard very specifically that they were trying to get Castle, and if they just held out a little bit longer, they would get Castle.
Oh,
but then the Bulls
don't
got
say
involved,
that.
and
Don't
the
do
Yes,
that.
no, James.
Don't do that.
Sorry.
What a horrible day now.
Yeah, I just ruined it
We're
for
having
everyone.
a good time. We're having a good time. You just knocked over my Christmas tree.
I just told you what your present was. Look how nice and wrapped it is. It's a sweater.
I love a sweater. Hey, that's a talk about getting older. That's a big growing up point. Is when you open a Christmas gift and it's clothes and you're fired up about it.
Oh, yeah. If anyone ever, like my dad's like, oh, what do you want? Like, some sweats or a sweater, hoodie. It's fine.
Yeah, give me
Some socks. Some socks would be dynamite.
Dude, I'm full blown stoked for new socks on Christmas.
I need some cookware, maybe.
A sweater. That's what we asked. My mom goes, hey, what do you guys want? Like new baking wear would be awesome. So we got.
I need appliances.
That's some sick ass new baking wear last year.
That's right. You need appliances. You just got married. You didn't get a whole bunch of things.
No, we did, but it's just James, what the joke, James? Come on, damn. It's being an adult. Is the point?
Like, dude, get better friends, Jesse.
Hey, we do have really, really, really good news.
Oh.
Our friend Greg Papa is going to be back calling the final 2 49ers. Shout out to Papa, who has battled cancer this season. He's always been good to me. He's always been a good dude.
Yeah, man, for sure. The cancer diagnosis for him was a lot, and it looked like it was going to take him out for at least this season.
Yeah.
And not only did it not take him out for multiple seasons, he's going to be back for the final couple games and perhaps the playoffs.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, man, love to see it. Shout out to Guy Haberman, who did a terrific job filling in for him, among other people.
I love Guy. We were on the Kings broadcast together many, many times the first year I was at NBC. Good dude.
Yep. For sure. Shout out to Greg Papa back on the radio for the 49ers. And speaking of the 49ers, and speaking of, I'm actually glad that we're getting to this now while Jesse Tapia is here. The Dolphins did a couple of things today that I think the ripple effects could impact the 49ers. One, and this is a smaller one. This is a little more straightforward to me. The Dolphins released Matt Judon. That's Matt, not Matthew. Matt Judon. There's no reason. I know Judon doesn't have a sack this year, and he hasn't been great, but I think he's probably better than whoever the 49ers are rolling out as a second or third edge rusher at this point.
Mm-hmm.
They're releasing him. I'd go sign him.
They should. He's not like you said. He hasn't been dominant for Miami. Even been like truly like really impactful. But like he does have moments like he was there on that play. Like he's making tackles. Maybe he gets a little bit better in San Francisco where they're kind of lacking that.
Yeah, man.
He's playing behind Bradley Chubb, Chop Robinson too in Miami. So
it can't be that Sam Okuwanu goes down for the 49ers. And the collective reaction is, well, I don't know what they're going to do. Like Sam Okuwanu should be a fourth or fifth edge rusher, and he's like starting and playing a lot. Go get Matt Judon. Pay the few million, get him into San Francisco. I know he's probably going to want to go to a contender, and go spend a few $1 million and go get him.
You think it's going to cost that much?
I mean, whatever it is to bring him in, to lure him away from Buffalo or Houston or whatever.
I would just say, hey, we've got great weather.
Weather's good. You're going to play a lot.
Yeah.
His pass rush is ass. But no, seriously, if Matt Judon comes in and the 49ers pass rush improves a little, it dramatically improves their chances.
Mm-hmm.
Can he get to the quarterback on 3rd and long? Can he be alongside Bryce Huff or on the other side of Bryce Huff where they can cause a problem on 3rd and medium or 3rd and long? Because right now they don't.
Yeah. He's not really making anything. You just claim him on waivers?
He's released, so you'd have to.
Oh, he's released? I thought he was going through waivers first.
Oh, yeah, no, you're at this point of the year, I think every player has to go through waivers.
Yeah, so if I'm San Francisco, you just make that claim?
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, I wonder what his salary is.
He's
not
minimum.
It's like not a lot. And the Niners not only have a ton of cap room, they're going to have a ton more because of the Brandon Ayuk stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So the money shouldn't be the problem here. If he doesn't want to come to San Francisco because he doesn't think they can win the Super Bowl, fine. That's one thing. But this can't be a penny pinching thing. They badly need help in their pass rush, and I think Matt Judon can do it. Anyway, the other thing they did was they benched Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh,
is this applause, Jesse?
Yes, this is air
horns.
Right. Yes.
A ding.
Go ahead. Yes. Whatever's positive on that board, go ahead.
I'm a dog.
Yeah.
I think I take down 3 glizzies.
Oh.
No, that's
too far. Okay,
yeah.
All right.
That's too far.
Just want to know. Just want to know where the line was.
That was too far.
All right. So I don't care as much about what this means for the Dolphins. I think Tua is not great, but I want to go down the list of teams that could conceivably be in the market for a quarterback this offseason, specifically a veteran quarterback, because I'm so interested in the Mac Jones question for the 49ers. And I know this doesn't matter for this year, and I know that we'll talk about this more in the offseason, but I just want to kind of get ahead of it now while the Dolphins are benching Tua, and probably not having Tua on their roster next year. I don't know his financial
debatable.
Okay.
If you're gonna cut him, you're gonna eat about $90 million in dead cap. So you can just keep him around as a backup or the 3rd string, but it looks like he's not the starter either way.
So if you cut him, ideally you would be trading for a veteran who's only making like a couple million, like Mac Jones, who you've seen operate Kyle Shanahan's offense, who could conceivably operate.
Let's get to the pick. What do you want?
Offense.
What pick do you want?
All right. And this is where the conversation goes.
Yes. Because Mac Jones isn't high on my list.
Let me start here. I'm going to put a pin in the Dolphins part of this. Should the 49ers even trade Mac Jones? Because I'm going back to last year when Brandon Allen had to start a game and Josh Dobbs had to start a game, and it was kind of a mess when they were playing. And then you have Mac Jones come in this year and not only look like a capable backup, but look like a functional starter running Kyle Shanahan's offense. And then you look at Brock Purdy. He hurt his elbow in the NFC Championship game. He hurt his elbow at the end of the 2024 season, at the end of last season. He dealt with oblique injuries and rib injuries, and he's just had all these every year, except for I think 2023, he's dealt with some kind of injury. And I think if you're the 49ers and you're looking at what Mac Jones did this year and you're looking at the possibility that you might, if you're A, trying to contend next year, and B, looking at the possibility that, man, Brock Purdy might miss 3, 4, 5 games. And given what the NFC looks like this year, if you have 3, 4, 5 games where you don't have Brock Purdy and you're losing all those games or winning one of those 3, 4, or 5, that can knock you out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Where all of a sudden Mac Jones becomes a really important player for you. So should they even trade him? Because there's going to be a market for him.
I say yes. And the reason I think yes is because this is the second time that Shanahan's been able to take somebody off the scrap heap and create a functional NFL quarterback. And there are other quarterbacks that are waiting to be next. And so, yeah, you might miss with a quarterback and you might end up needing that quarterback a bunch if Purdy can't hold up.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, man, I think that one of the gifts that Shanahan keeps giving here is that he can help you create that next dude. And I really, that's how I would manage it. If you can get a 3rd round pick, a 4th round pick, I'm listening because that player could mean a ton to you. And I know so could Mac Jones, but I'm still
Is 4th round
listen.
the floor?
Yeah, I would say a total floor. Like I think
round 3 is my floor.
Yeah.
Like there's no, I don't
I'd
think.
want like a 4th and a 6th. I wouldn't just take a 4th.
Mm.
Or I would take a 3rd. I would take a 3rd and something else.
I think a 3rd is where I'd go because a 3rd round pick, you could I think find somebody who could impact
You can get a
your
starter
team.
with a 3rd.
Yeah. Whereas when you
Yeah.
start getting into day 3, that's where, like, would you rather have Mac Jones or a backup corner?
Oh no, especially for the
know.
price that Mac Jones is under contract for. I'd rather.
Yeah, that's just it. Is, man, he's cheap to keep around.
Now it's
And
the
so if I'm
Niners.
letting him go-
Would you take a 3rd or would you take 2 4ths or a 4th and a 5th? Because I know that they're going to do much better with that 4th and the 5th than they will with the 3rd.
Sure. Yeah. Would you rather have Mac Jones or a running back and a receiver who aren't going to play, or a linebacker who's not going to play? I don't know.
Yeah, running back with a blown out knee. How about that?
But that's the thing is like they don't have to trade him. This is not some scenario where it's like, wow, they're up against it. And Mac Jones making a ton of money. They got to get rid of him. They could keep him.
Yeah.
There's no incentive for them to get rid of him, which is why if I'm San Francisco, I'm not like, yeah, hey, we'll take your 5th rounder for him. Like, no, man, if a team wants him, if you think that if you believe that what you just said, James, if you believe that Kyle Shanahan has done it and that Mac Jones is a viable NFL starter right now, then you're making the team pay up for that.
Yeah.
We'll continue this discussion. Should the 49ers trade Mac Jones? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We'll also look at all the quarterback needy teams in the NFL potentially this offseason. And we got to talk about NBA expansion because it's on the table next year, according to Adam Silver. So we're going to get an answer on that. And we'll talk about how that might impact the Kings next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Got to put together a list here. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking around, like who are quarterbacks that you might be able to figure out.
The thing is I don't think Kyle Shanahan did that well with Sam Darnold.
That's what I was going to ask. But I look back and like Sam only started 1 game, so you
and
didn't
he
really
lost
get much
to Carson Wentz.
Yeah, but it's like there's not much of a sample size there.
Well,
it's like maybe Sam Darnold gets 5 games or whatever. It's like, oh, maybe Shanahan turned him into like he got better as the season went on or something. But like 1 game, it's tough. So it's like, yeah, if you take that 1 game, yeah, like you said, Carson Wentz, that's rough. That's rough. Scooter, I don't think they're not gonna like tank or anything like that. You're gonna figure out what you got at quarterback, but you're still gonna extend Devon Achane. Waddle's not going anywhere. Left tackle's young and stuff.
Achane is fun.
He's amazing. He's a top 3 back, I think.
He's one of those guys. He's like Bijan, where every time they touch the ball, I think they could house it.
Yeah, he runs pretty physical for only being 5'8". Russ, I don't know. Who cares? They can punt him into the sun for all I care.
Oh yeah, he's done that, right?
I think so. I mean,
Who?
should have Tyreek.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Scooter. The next quarterback should have like a decent amount of weapons there. Some decent pieces on the offensive line, so we'll see.
Can Kyle Shanahan turn Will Levis into a serviceable NFL quarterback?
No. Emphatic no.
What about Anthony Richardson?
No.
I'm going to test the boundaries on how far. What if Kyle Shanahan turn Tua into a real quarterback again?
I would take Tua.
Yeah?
Charismatic. I saw your message earlier. Go to Chin's International on Saturday in Modesto. That's my favorite pizza spot. Chin's International. It's fire. It's like downtown Modesto.
Yes,
Gross.
exactly. Yes, this exactly. Courtside legend, Will Levis.
The stars are out tonight.
He just loves hoops. See, the problem with Geno Smith is now like 34, 35. Test the full boundaries. Go out and get the backup to the backup in Miami. How great is Kyle Shanahan at reclamation projects?
You can have him, Zach Wilson.
Give him Zach Wilson. That'll teach him.
I was so happy that he was not named the starter today.
Oh, yeah.
Same. You did. At the beginning of the show.
If you're not a hockey guy or whatever, you're like trying to tap in, like, go watch the Sharks, please. That dude's insane.
You did, yeah. We did a full Sharks segment.
Kinda. We tied the Sharks into the Kings and how, like, when you have that dude, you know?
Yep.
And Macklin Celebrini is that mother trucker. I know I'm allowed to say the F word right now, but I have a hard time cursing into a mic. It's a weird thing.
Yeah. Russ, no. Zach Wilson sucks.
Zach Wilson stinks, dude.
Weird guy.
We need to stop. Okay, hang
Like,
on. I have to. No, we have 10 seconds. I'm going to talk about that.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Jesse Tapia helping us out. Zach Wilson is not good at football, guys.
No. You could probably throw it pretty far, like at the park with some buddies, but as far as playing against 11 defenders in the NFL, yeah, no.
We, as a collective, and I'm including me in this, and what we're, so, sorry, let me reset what we're doing here. The Miami Dolphins are benching Tua Tagovailoa, and we're going to figure out if the Dolphins are a team that could be in the trade market for Mac Jones, and whether the 49ers should be even looking to trade Mac Jones, and if they are, what should they be looking to trade him for? Okay. Zach Wilson, because James, you brought up how the 49ers can trade Mac Jones because they can just bring in another reclamation project. And I question whether they actually did it with Sam Darnold, or if the nature of Sam Darnold being in San Francisco gave Kevin O'Connell enough confidence to bring him in, and then J.J. McCarthy got hurt, and so Sam Darnold was just a starter, and then Kevin O'Connell was the one who got all the success out of Sam Darnold. But you could just bring in another backup, and then they have Curtis Rourke, the 7th round pick, our guy Tyler Jennings, in the chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320 brought that up. Maybe they like Curtis Rourke a lot, and they feel good about letting Mac Jones go, although I have a hard time with that because Mac Jones is really good for you, and Curtis Rourke just started practicing after coming back from a torn ACL. So that's a pretty big leap. But Zach Wilson is not it.
Oh, no.
Zach Wilson rolling left and then throwing it really far in his pro day is the one highlight that everybody clings to as like, wow, look how talented this guy is. Zach Wilson's not good at NFL football.
Would not start on my backyard football team for the record.
Would not an effective player. I know he was drafted really high. That was a mistake. He's not good.
All right, let's Robert Saleh job.
It's not the Jets' fault. It's not the Dolphins' fault. It's not. Where else did he play? Denver?
Denver, I think.
Is he in Denver?
Oh, yeah.
Denver, right? It's not Denver's fault. Zach Wilson's just bad. We need to stop leaning on combine workouts and pro days. Like Xavier Worthy, he's fine. He ran a 4.2. So everyone's like, wow, you just got to get in the ball. No, you don't.
Yeah.
He's not super special. He's fine. He's not great. Zach Wilson made an awesome throw in his pro day. It was amazing. Love to see it. He's not good. If the 49ers plan is trade Mac Jones, and hell yeah, let's go get Zach Wilson, I have questions. Just running through the entire 2021 draft class. Anyways, that's all.
That was the Miami Dolphins plan this year. Hey, if Tua goes down, we'll sign Zach Wilson.
I would take, now here's the thing. If the Dolphins release Tua, and Tua is a free agent, and you can bring him in for a year and $8 million, I would do that.
There's talent there. Dude's confidence is shot, and his hip probably doesn't allow him to throw the ball really hard at all.
That's it. It just looks like
he's not athletic. He's not athletic.
He has no juice.
Yeah, he's not athletic. He can't move. Like, it was 3rd and 2 against Pittsburgh, I think, the other day, and the guy couldn't even get to the first down line.
Yeah, he's athletically, he's shot. But I'd take him as a backup. Like, yeah, if that's the new reclamation project, like, I don't think Tua is incapable of being a backup in the NFL.
Yeah, I think there's a stack of quarterbacks you could work with. So I would trade Mac Jones.
Okay.
I know it's tough, but like I would talk to Indianapolis.
Okay, so here's the teams I think might need quarterbacks next year.
Yep.
We'll start in the NFC. Do we think Carolina needs a quarterback next year? Or are they rolling with Bryce Young?
They're going to roll with him.
Okay.
I think they are.
Taking them off the list, especially if they make the playoffs this year. Okay. Atlanta?
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
I
saw Kirk Cousins.
So what's interesting
against their will.
Yeah, right. I don't think they want him. Kirk Cousins is going to be the Niners' backup next year. God.
Yep, that's the answer.
It all just circles back.
It always comes up Kirk Cousins.
You need a minute, pal?
Do we have roof access here?
Kyle is not okay.
We might. There's got to be a ladder that goes to the roof here.
I'm going to go scream from the roof.
Wait, why? You've already pre-written it.
Yeah, for 10 years now.
37-year-old reclamation project.
God.
If Washington doesn't franchise Kirk, he's going to be a 49er.
Oh, my goodness.
Or if Bill Belichick didn't call John Lynch and say, hey, let me do you a solid. Here's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins is going to be 38 next year. I'll bring him in as the Niners backup. God. Yeah.
Kyle Shannon's bringing up quarterbacks that could have been from the past as his backups now.
Great. Love that. Can't wait. Matt Schaub going to make an appearance?
Yeah, Matt Schaub. We'll circle back to Trey Lance in 3 years.
Oh.
So Atlanta's interesting because they have a roster that you think could probably contend specifically in the NFC South.
You got a number 1 receiver. You got one of the best running backs in the league. I think the defense is okay.
Kyle Pitts?
We
back in on Kyle Pitts?
Might have to pay him.
You might.
Oh, my goodness.
Free agent.
Somebody's going to do it.
So I think Atlanta's an interesting spot. Depending on how they feel about Michael Penix, because A, I don't think he's very good, and B, he's hurt again. And he had multiple season-ending injuries in college.
Also does not take much to win that division.
Yeah, right. So are you banking on Michael Penix with random backup, or would you rather go get Mac Jones?
Mac Jones, with that roster, could win the NFC South, I think.
You're probably right.
I definitely think you're right.
Yeah. That's a team good enough to where it's like, I don't believe Mac is like a franchise quarterback by any means yet or anything like that. But
no,
like, I think he could have some success with a team like that.
Yeah, I think he proved this year that he's not god-awful. If you put him in the right system with the right weapons, he can do something. And I think Atlanta could have the weapons to do that. I think Atlanta is an interesting choice.
Yep.
And I think they would be willing to part with a day 2 pick to do it. Not a round 1 pick. But I think they'd be willing to part with the day 2 pick.
Okay.
What about Arizona?
They will need a quarterback. Kyler's not going to be their quarterback next year.
Yeah,
no way, no shot.
Arizona's kind of interesting because it sounds like Kyler's done there. And they're done with him. He's done with them. But it sounds like Kyler's done there. If they draft a quarterback, do they just play him?
Maybe.
Oh, you're gonna re-sign Jacoby Brissett and draft a quarterback. That's what they're gonna do.
Oh, yeah, they're probably re-signed. Would you rather have Jacoby Brissett or Mac Jones?
If I'm the Cardinals, I have Jacoby Brissett, I guess, just because he's familiar. He's been there. He's
Okay, but in a
been
vacuum,
sort of in a vacuum. Mac Jones. If I'm trying to win, Mac Jones.
Interesting. Okay.
Brissett's been really good.
Brissett has been really good.
He's got 18 touchdowns, 6 INTs. He's got 2,700 yards passing in 9 starts.
I don't think
I feel
like
there's a shelf life to Jacoby Brissett. Mac Jones, I think, could be better for longer if that makes sense. Like Jacoby's going to give you 6-7 games, sure, but 16 games, like you're not going to be good.
I think Brissett having the season he's had and the chemistry he has and the connection he has to that team is probably a better option for them if they're just looking for a stopgap.
Yeah.
What about Vegas?
Yeah, they do, but I don't know if Mac Jones.
I have no idea what their plan is.
Yeah, have to take a quarterback.
They're tough because I think when it comes to Mac Jones, you need to put him into a ready-made system, and that's why I think
agree.
Like Atlanta works. I think again the Colts works because I don't know how long Daniel Jones is going to be out with the Achilles. So I would say like you might want a rental that's not going to be 45 years old next year.
Mm-hmm.
So he would make sense there, even if it was a short-term thing.
In Vegas?
No, in Indianapolis.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Yeah. So if I look at Vegas, I think Vegas is in a better position to just draft a number 1 quarterback because they're going to be the first or second pick in the draft. You're going to have your pick of one of, a couple of guys that could be your franchise quarterback that you're moving forward with. I don't know that you're at a point where you need to go all the way to 25, 26-year-old quarterback and someone more established. I think you just need to go with the young guy that can help you.
Mac Jones and the Raiders would make sense for either party.
Actually, it does make sense because they're the Raiders and nothing makes sense.
Great point. I'm taking Vegas off the list.
Okay.
They feel like a Joe Flacco team. Joe Flacco and whoever their favorite quarterback is.
Yeah.
All right. What about Cleveland? Speaking of Joe Flacco teams.
They need to draft a quarterback as well. I don't think Mac Jones really makes sense there.
So not a veteran. They're going to go Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders,
Fernando Mendoza, Dante Moore. One of those.
I kind of think that the
Dylan
Browns
Gabriel's
could,
out.
could use
sorry.
him. I think they could use him. I don't know. That's not a horrible spot.
Yeah, that's what. Because if you're trading a real asset for him, if you're trading an asset that the 49ers would take for him, that's the other thing. Again, remember, they don't have to trade him.
If you're Cleveland and you're trading for Mac Jones, that's your starting quarterback for the next few years.
Right. And I think the 49ers would probably want a day 2 pick. And if you're doing that, you're trading for a starter.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to take Cleveland off the list.
Okay.
Atlanta and Arizona still on the list.
Yes.
Yep.
We're good with Arizona staying there? Okay.
Atlanta's number 1 on that list.
What about the Jets?
Oh. Yes.
I'm not giving up real assets if I'm the Jets for Mac Jones.
Probably not because your cupboard's pretty bare.
Yeah.
And you're going to have a really high pick. So if you're getting assets from them, you're probably talking about like a 4th and a 5th or a 4th and a 6th as opposed to like a 3rd. I don't think you're getting a day 2 pick from a team that's in the top 3.
Right now, if you're the Jets, you're picking behind the Giants, the Raiders, the Titans, and the Browns. Do you get a quarterback at 5?
No. Probably not one you like. I've done exactly 0 homework on this year's draft class.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's going to be my answer. I don't know.
Well,
we need to not be afraid
Vegas
to say
and
that.
Cleveland go quarterback. Giants, Jackson Dart is your guy unless the dude is just eaten up by concussions, which seems like that's the case.
They're probably not drafting a quarterback this year, though.
Yeah, no.
So as of right now, okay, we got the Giants, Las Vegas, Tennessee, Cleveland. Jets are number 5. That's where they're projected as of right now. Huh. Okay.
Miami feels like a possible Mac Jones team. I know you don't want to hear it, Jesse.
No, Mac Jones.
Because Miami conceivably is like they're not in full rebuild mode.
They're not, but it's like Mac Jones to me isn't like to me, like he's not a starting quarterback for the next few years. I think if you pick up Mac Jones, it's a short-term fix for Mike McDaniel. He's probably getting fired after the year. Like Miami needs to get creative. Right now, you need to lose the rest of the last 2 games of your season, so you hopefully get a top 10 pick, and maybe you work your way up and trade up and try to get a quarterback, or you are able to, I don't know even how this would work, but you're able to take a chance on a Kyler Murray or whatever, eat up a bunch of cap and all that. But my Mac Jones, like that'd be good in Miami, but it's just, I think for Mike McDaniel, that gets you fired sooner than later.
Yeah, I think if Mike McDaniel is still there, then it would make a ton of sense for them to trade for Mac Jones because of the ties to the 49ers system and all that stuff.
I'm keeping Miami on the list, Jesse. Sorry.
They're on the list. I know
you don't want it, but
yeah.
Well, it's just like I just don't see a future with Mac Jones and the Dolphins beyond 1 year is the thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I guess for the 49ers, yeah, sure.
Maybe a year, maybe 2.
I don't know. I he could become your guy. I don't know.
I don't think Mac Jones
so
is
you
starting
rolling with Tua
quarterback
next year?
Well, no, that's the thing. No, I'd rather just roll with a rookie.
At the 10th pick?
Well, that's the thing. You didn't hear me. I said you got to get to the 10th pick and then try to trade up. Like right now, you don't know who your quarterback's got to be. Who your quarterback's going to be. You don't know. Like right now, like Mike McDaniel's probably coaching for his job next year, so I'd assume the Dolphins are going to be desperate. I don't know if Mac Jones is the guy you're going to take the chance on.
And it's a new GM.
Yeah, like I don't think Mac Jones is like the guy. Like for Mac Jones, yes, he'd be good in Miami. Like that'd be work. Probably rehab his developing all that as a quarterback, but for Miami, like that's probably not the move you need right now because new GM Mike McDaniel's probably gonna have to prove he's gonna have to prove some win and all that. Like I don't know if Mac Jones is the guy you take your chance on.
I think that's about where it's at. Like if you're getting a 3rd round pick, it'd probably be like the back end of the top 10 or like later. I don't think you're getting like a top 5 pick in the 3rd round for him.
Tyler Jennings said, Kyle, won't they get a 3rd round comp pick after next year if Mac Jones goes and signs with another team? So I'd keep Mac as a backup. The comp pick wouldn't be until 27.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. So if you kept him,
but that's why this is an interesting exercise for me because I'm not giving him up for just any pick.
Mm-hmm.
You got to give me a day 2 pick. And maybe Atlanta does it. I don't know that Arizona's going to want to do that.
Yeah.
Miami, I think, is a question mark. What about Indianapolis?
Yeah, that's a good spot for Mac. I don't think the Colts depending on how long Daniel Jones is out.
I think it's a good spot for him, but they also just gave up a couple of 1st-round picks to go get Sauce Gardner. So do they want to dip into their day 2 assets to go get Mac Jones?
They might have to, though.
A stopgap until they bring him back Daniel Jones.
Yeah, James has a point. You might have to.
Yeah, you might have to because that team is built to win, which is why
they
they're
push chips
winning
in with the 1st-round pick.
Yeah, so if that's what you're gonna do, if you're built to win now, okay. I mean, because it's not DeForest Buckner is not getting any younger. Like some of their other players.
I would take less than a 3rd-round pick if DeForest Buckner was involved in the trade.
Oh, yeah.
Love Defoe.
Yeah, me too.
What about Pittsburgh?
Oh,
this is kind of their
that
thing.
is a Mac Jones spot.
That's a Mac Jones ass team.
Yeah. You can just see him in the jersey.
You can.
All right, Mac Jones is a Steeler. Good segment. Yeah, good segment, guys. We did good.
We did good. We did it.
Last.
We did it, Mom.
Yeah, Mac Jones is a Steeler next year. I'm sorry.
More likely, Mac Jones is a Steeler or Aaron Rodgers is a Steeler.
Mac Jones.
Yeah, I think Rodgers
done.
Is done.
Is he retiring? What if they make the playoffs?
Well, I think they are going to make.
They're going to win the division.
Okay, so yeah, they make the playoffs. Like Rodgers maybe still got it.
I don't know.
This is kind of what he's been searching for.
There's a couple of games late here in the season where he's just got battered, and you're like, man, how many more years you want to do this? I mean, he's 42 years old. Like that's tough.
Chris J in the YouTube chat said Mac Jones throwing to Ayuk on the Steelers. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's probably a good call.
Russ Dog again in the YouTube chat brings up Kansas City. They could use Jones until Mahomes comes back. I don't think they're going to dish out that type of draft capital for a guy who might not even start a full season.
Yeah.
Mahomes might be back week 1 too. Who knows?
Yeah.
You notice that only happens, by the way, with like star players.
What do you mean?
When random guy tears his ACL and he's out for the year, it's just like, oh, he's out. And he's going to be out, and that's the end of it. As soon as Patrick Mahomes got his surgery, there were stories like, he's gunning for week 1 next year. All right, man.
I think Adrian Peterson tore his in December as well and came back and then rushed for 1 million yards.
Ooh.
Christian Watson, same deal.
Adrian Peterson's my hero.
Tore his ACL, I think. Was he late last year too? Christian Watson?
Think so.
Am I making that up?
No, I don't think you are. I'll double check.
All right.
Hmm.
Anyways. I think Mac Jones is going to be on the 49ers next year.
Oh, okay.
That's my take. Unless the Steelers want to give up a second round pick for him, which maybe they will.
Christian Watson tore his ACL in week 14.
Maybe you can trade both him and Ayuk to the Steelers.
There you go. Now we're cooking.
Because you still have Ayuk,
Highsmith,
right?
Alex Highsmith for Mac Jones and Ayuk. Come on.
Who says no?
Send it in. Send it in.
Who says no?
That's James. I'm Kyle. The NBA is going to do some expansion, and so is this show because D'Lo and Casey are going to join us for the handoff, and we're going to talk about NBA expansion, what it could mean for the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento.
If you were the Giants, would you trade the number 1 pick for Jalen Waddle and like the 8th pick?
What up?
If you were the Giants, would you trade the number 1 pick for Jalen Waddle and say the 8th pick? Insert whatever draft capital after
If
that.
I'm the Giants, am I trading
The first pick for Jalen Waddle and like the 8th pick and then whatever 3rd or 4th pick.
Jalen
round.
Waddle, the 8th, and another pick for first overall? No,
No? Okay.
Probably not.
because I think there are teams behind you that are going to give you multiple first.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, this week is so huge. Like, the Giants or Vegas go from 1, 2, and if, like, one of them's going to win because they're playing each other, right?
That's next week.
Oh, is it next week? All right. But then
I'm going to be so locked into that game. I'm not joking. The Raiders are at Houston. No offense to the Raiders. I'm not locking into that one.
Mm-mm.
And then they've got the Giants game on December 28th. I'm so dialed. I can't wait. Dun, 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 dun. You ever get a follower on Twitter and then you look at their bio and you're like, how did you find me?
Yeah, on occasion. I also get like followers where you're like, yeah, I don't think I want you following me. I don't want that on my conscience.
You ever follow someone and be like, oh, I've made a massive mistake?
No. I'm very picky with who I follow. I used to follow everybody.
Yeah.
And yes,
same.
I did it
that's
all the
thing.
time.
That's the thing.
I used to do it all the time. I have some people muted, some like media people who I'll unmute every once in a while, and it takes 10 minutes before I'm like, oh yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Hey, Damon Barley.
Damien Barley. Biggs.
Probably good for another 8 minutes, but what's happening?
Kenny Caraway.
What?
Dude. It's electric.
It's electric.
I find that I don't have the capacity for another.
I say that all the time. People like, oh, you got to pick this. Like, no, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy. It's the best part. It's the best part about tapping into hockey. I'm the most casual hockey fan of all time, and it's my favorite fandom.
Yeah.
I'm so serious. Because when they're good, I'm gonna be locked in. I'm gonna follow from afar. And when they're terrible, it's like, all right, they suck. Like, we'll move on. But then when they're good, I'm like, oh, nice, hell yeah. Yeah, I got a bunch of buddies who are diehard Sharks fans. Like, yeah, I'll go watch a game with them for sure. I'm going to shout out to my buddy Wade. I'm going to the game with him on Saturday. Dude. Here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Jesse Tapia helping us out. D'Lo and Casey are here for the handoff. We haven't talked about NBA expansion all day today because I wanted to talk about it with you guys.
Appreciate that.
I love for sure.
The business of basketball.
I love that Adam Silver comes out and says, we're going to make a decision on expansion. Like, we know.
Do we?
I think we know.
Do we?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Why not? Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they do expansion?
Go ahead.
I don't know that
you guys should do a show.
Yeah, well-oiled machine. I don't know that they're 100% sold on Las Vegas.
Does it have to be Vegas though?
No. So okay, maybe I don't think expansion is a question. I think the destinations are in question.
Okay.
It has been Seattle, Las Vegas, which I ultimately think that it is, but I am not 100% confident they're not exploring something else outside of Las Vegas.
Virginia Beach.
The one that I've heard,
Jesus Christ.
the one I've heard for 5 to 10 years now is Mexico City. I think they definitely. Did you know Mexico City is like the sixth largest population in the world?
No.
Or something. It's like
I'm not up to.
I think it's the biggest. Yeah.
Not up to date on my world populations.
I wouldn't have guessed that, so I learned that when I heard about the NBA wanting to go there. So, yeah, I don't know. I think expansion in general is not a slam dunk. No pun intended. One of the things I heard is they're not sure the owners want to share. Like that's another hand in the pot that you gotta divvy up your $11 billion TV deal with. And I think they said there's some owners who are like, why will we do that again?
Well,
willingly.
I can tell you the reason why you do it is because the expansion fee is going to be astronomical, and they're trying to project what this team will be worth when it actually is in full.
Right.
You know, so if let's say they say this summer in 2026, hey, we're going to do expansion, but it's going to take 3 years, and you have to have a building ready. You have to have all your finance. So they're going to look at, like, the Sacramento Kings right now are worth $5 billion. They're going to want 7 or 8 billion to project out, like, when this team is actually bought. So then that money goes back into the league. So again, let's just say it's like 7.5 billion, and that's 15 billion between the two teams, and then that gets split 30 ways. So everyone's getting, like, what? I don't know what that.
Don't look at me for math.
Yeah,
I was about to
50 million.
So let me ask you.
Yeah,
you're right in that aspect, but this is not a math show. But if I have to now share $30 million a piece of that 11-year TV deal with two teams over the course of 11 years, if I'm doing the math right, that's like $660 million that I'm giving up for no reason. Am I going to make?
It would be 500 million a team.
So
that's a lot.
So in essence, I'm losing money if our maths are correct. Because now there's $660 million that I gotta share with somebody else.
Yeah, but each team, I don't know. That's a lot of money.
I know, but my math probably not right in this situation, but I'm losing money by bringing in 2 teams when I can just collect that money without bringing anybody in.
Yeah, but they're getting a $500 million like one-time paycheck, like NBA franchises are. I mean, that's astronomical.
That's
like
a lot of money.
It's a ton of money.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much money that they're going to take in each team every year, but you would basically be losing one like 32nd or like to add the other teams. So whatever you're getting now, you take some off the top, but it wouldn't be that much. It would be tough to see a way in which they ever it amounted to $500 million. So I don't know. That's crazy though.
I was looking at expansion draft stuff today. And man, I think you could protect 8 players. I think is the number of players that you protect in an expansion draft. I think it's the max. And so I was going to do a thing on, all right, who would be the Kings' 8 players? And I started going through, I'm like, I think it's like 2 or 3 guys that you're saying, do not take this player from us.
Russell Westbrook.
Are you allowed to do that? Are you allowed to?
Yeah, you can protect like X amount of players, and the rest of them go into the expansion draft pool.
So if they wanted to protect 2 players, they could do that.
Yeah, I don't think you have to protect 8.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, I think that's a shoot. Like I think
that's just that's a tough look for the players you don't.
I think there's a max you can protect, not a minimum.
Is Keegan? They would protect Keegan for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably Keon Ellis, because that's a trade chip.
Neek and Maxine.
Neek and Maxime is 4.
That's it.
That's all I would protect.
Yeah, because you're not going to.
Oh,
I mean, you
I'm
might.
protecting one more.
Oh, Russ. He's on a league minimum deal. It's not even guaranteed.
I'm protecting one more. Leave me alone, James.
Yeah. You wouldn't have to. I think that's my point.
No, I got you.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to.
I got you.
Yeah.
But man, the expansion that bailed the Kings out.
Oh,
you want Zach LaVine? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Favorite.
Oh, you want Domas? No, we don't want to
yes.
trade Domas. You take him.
The other,
Go ahead, Seattle. It's the perfect guy to build around.
LaVine going back to Seattle.
the other, isn't Domas a Pacific Northwest guy too?
Portland.
That counts. It's all the same.
Yeah.
I know it's not. I know it's not. I'm joking.
It's the Bay Area.
I'm joking. Yeah.
It's the Bay Area, right? You live in the Bay Area,
Jesus.
right?
The other side of this, and I saw some people in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320 bring this up, but I think the other expansion part of this is like there's all the money and stuff, but there would also be like wars fought over it. Let's say it's Vegas and Seattle. Let's just go to that world for a minute. There would be wars fought to be the 2 teams that go to the East. That would be a massive hang up, I think.
I think it's only 1. So you move 1 team over.
Oh, yeah.
That gives them a 2
14,
advantage.
16, 16.
And then so 2.
Okay, sorry, yeah. So
and it's
to be
Memphis.
the 1 team. Would it be?
Yeah, everyone thinks it's Memphis.
Probably should. I mean, they're the easternmost team. It's either Memphis or, well, I was going to say it's either Memphis or New Orleans, but you can eliminate a lot of that by just relocating New Orleans.
Well,
yeah.
Damn.
Not the city, the team.
Right. Yeah.
Actually, I do like the idea of expansion in Seattle. I know it got contentious with Sacramento and it got crazy. And they're like, there was a fan who got arrested for death threats against Kevin Johnson.
Good Lord.
And all kinds of stuff. I mean, it got totally wild and crazy.
Totally normal behavior.
Yeah, totally normal behavior. But at the same time, that city did not deserve to lose that team. It would be great to have a team back in that city. I also think it, like you draw in the Vancouver fans again back into the NBA because it's so close. Like there's a really, really positive thing that could happen if you brought a team back to Seattle.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, I go back and forth with letting them rot, but it's fine if they got an NBA team. I'd be okay with it.
I would hope so.
Yeah, Seattle looks like a beautiful. I've never been, but
Seattle's
like
a good city,
a beautiful place. It'd be a good basketball town. It already has been a good basketball town, so it'd be great. That'd be great. I do think Vegas will work too, even though they may be getting cold feet. We'll talk about it, but I think Vegas would work. Vegas has worked in every other aspect. I think if it Baseball,
was,
I don't know.
well, The thing is I think because like the Golden Knights, they had immediate success. Off the rip, had success. But they were Vegas's thing. That was an expansion team for Las Vegas that belonged to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
The Raiders don't. The A's don't. The Golden Knights do. The NBA expansion team would.
Too. They've absolutely
the Aces. Yes, that's
even
a
though
great
the
point.
Aces were a relocation, they took the Aces in. Like,
right.
It's one of the few W markets I've ever been in where you see a presence. Now, obviously,
Where
Vegas
did they
is
relocate
a different
from?
San Antonio.
Oh, okay.
I think they were the Silver Stars, if I remember correctly, or
Sure.
the Stars.
And I think they've done fine with the Raiders. Like, they can't control that people want to go to, like, they'll buy a bunch of tickets to go to Las Vegas to watch their team play.
Right.
That's not, I don't look at that as an indictment on Vegas not supporting the Raiders.
Ooh, that's kind of interesting. I do. Because there's a lot of times where I feel like Raider fans are vastly outnumbered. And it's so much easier to turn if you're a Vikings fan, like, yeah, I can leave Minnesota in the winter to go watch the Vikings play in the desert. Like, yeah, I'm going to go do that. I'm going to take a weekend to do that. I'm going to make it a vacation. I don't know that many people are going to do that for an NBA team over the course of an 82-game season.
No, but I do think, I think the city will support it.
Yeah, right.
Like, I
think the city would, right. I think there would be a shout out to Keith Smith. I saw him post, I guess Spotrac did a expansion draft like tool where you can protect certain players and then you can do an expansion draft. And I don't know if they named the teams or if he just did this as like a joke, but one team was the Sonics and then he called the Vegas team the Deuces. And you 100% cannot name a sporting outfit the Deuces.
No.
We're here at the toilet.
Yeah, you cannot do that, bro. But anyways, yeah, I think they would take to an NBA team. The concern that like does Vegas support the Raiders? I think is a different conversation.
And once again, I think they do. Once again, they can't. The fact that if I'm a Vikings fan, I go to one road game a year, and we're playing in Vegas this year, and I'll spend the $400 on a ticket to go to Las Vegas for a weekend. I don't look at that as an indictment on Raider fans in Las Vegas not supporting the team. With the way the climate, like I think people in LA support the Rams. I think there's history there. There's Rams fans there.
There's history there.
Yeah.
There's Rams fans there.
Yeah, but they get destroyed whenever they play the Niners attendance-wise. That's not an indictment on there not being culture or fans in LA for the Rams.
It's an indictment of the secondary ticket market. We talk about that all the time at the Golden One Center. If I was a Kings fan and Steph Curry was here, you can buy my $80 ticket for $400. I don't mind. I'll watch my team at home. Cheer as loud as you want to, buddy. You think you're going to see LeBron's last game for $1,200? My ticket costs $80. You think you're going to see LeBron's last game for $1,200? Here, man. Have at it.
Yeah.
That's capitalism, dog. Like, whether it's right or wrong, but that's how, like, we've created these markets where that's what that is. Like, you've got San Francisco. We do this all the time. Pittsburgh, Dallas. Yeah, I'll sell them tickets off.
To a certain degree, Dallas on the other end is a perfect example. You think there ain't Cowboys fans in Dallas, even though the Niners come in there and take up 60% of the stadium?
Yeah.
Like, that's the way the world is.
But I
nowadays.
think the problem is with Las Vegas is it doesn't feel like that core, like with the Rams, that core fan base is there, right? With Dallas, that core fan base is there. It feels like with the Raiders, that core fan base isn't there. They're here. They're in Oakland. They're in LA. They're all over the world, but they might not be in Las Vegas. And more specifically, they might not be in Henderson, right? Because we say the word Las Vegas, and understandable. We think of that strip. We think of the one thing. But it's really, when you talk about season ticket holders for the Aces and the Golden Knights, and I'm sure what they're hoping for the A's in a potential NBA team, it's those cities on the outskirts of Las Vegas. It's the suburbs where the high schools are and the junior. That's who they're banking on being the season ticket holder.
Mhm.
If they're not buying in, like, that's your problem. Like, you already have one of the most expensive cities in the country just by the way of
Sure.
like, it is a very literal destination in the desert.
Mhm.
And that drives up the cost of living for those people. It's like, well, we like going to the Aces once in a while, but there isn't a tour in this country that doesn't go to Las Vegas.
Yeah, right.
Like, we have to hope, man, I hope Kendrick's here. Well, it's probably going to be San Francisco. We might have to get on a plane and go.
Mhm.
No one in Vegas has to worry about that.
Sure.
Whether it's Beyonce, whether it's Kendrick, whether it's Drake, whether it's Morgan Wallen,
Mhm.
they're going to Vegas,
Mhm.
and you have to ration out your discretionary income when you live within that. I don't know what's a 45-mile radius.
Yeah.
And once you start getting into 80 some odd home games, 41 home
Mhm.
games, it becomes and then just the expensive nature of football. Sorry.
No, I was just going to also
Yeah.
point out for Vegas, the Raiders ain't never been good. So that's another aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
For
one
sure.
time they were good, that last game of the season where they had to beat the Chargers, I mean, it was lit. Like,
Sure.
they were, and that wasn't Charger fans in there. That was 70,000 Raider fans in the building.
Yeah.
And the other two franchises we mentioned were the Aces and the Golden Knights were good immediately.
The
Championships immediately.
There's also a factor in this as you're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Audacy app. Forgot the station for a second. That's fine.
It happens.
It happens.
ESPN 13.
Well,
there's also
we've heard that before.
I think the NFL is a little bit different animal too, because if you're in Vegas and you're like, yeah, I guess I'm a Ducks fan or a Kings fan because they're in LA, Anaheim, and they're there, but I don't. And then the Golden Knights come to town and you're like, hell yeah, I'm a Golden Knights fan now. This is sick. But with the NFL, I feel like the fandom is so much more passionate, where if you grew up in Vegas and you're like, I'm a Dolphins fan, or I'm a Niner fan, or I'm a Vikings fan, or whatever it is, and the Raiders come to town, you're not going to be like, oh, I'm a Raider guy now. Because the fandom, it feels different to me.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
In a way that you can't, everybody has a favorite football team. And not everybody has a favorite basketball team or favorite baseball team or favorite hockey team. And that's the other part of it when you talk about like the Raiders in Las Vegas specifically.
Yeah.
I think they're always going to be fighting uphill a little bit because unless Raider fan moves there, like you might be dealing with the fact that you have a melting pot of a city from a fan base.
But that's what Jerry and those owners banked on. They banked on with there's a handful of teams where it might not matter.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders, the 49ers, the Steelers, maybe the Bears and Packs. I don't, however you want to rank these, where it's like, yeah, the whole city doesn't actually matter.
Sure. Yeah.
Like Raiders merchandise, it always boggles my mind. It says Raiders.
Yep.
It doesn't say Oakland.
Never.
It doesn't say Los Angeles. It doesn't say Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
It says Raiders. And that's what the NFL banked on.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, if we're going to see if we're going to get paid in the process.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see if this works. And Jerry masterminded that and pushed it through. And he's going to do everything he can to make sure that his vision for this, because I think Kenny brings up a great point. I think he saw it in his stadium.
Yeah.
He was like, yo, these teams of fan bases, my stadium, what I built, man,
just build another one then.
What would they? Well, I mean, that Allegiant Stadium is gorgeous.
Up a Morton's. Sorry.
You guys know how to ruin everything.
Keep going. Sorry.
I'll say this too. I think that like the NBA can work in Vegas because I do think it's having games like 3 times a week is one thing. I just don't see a way in which baseball works there.
No, baseball
it's just too many games and there's too many things to do there. And if someone's coming into town, they'll catch an NBA game on a Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to go Friday, Saturday, Sunday to an A's series.
Right.
They're just not going to. There's too much going on there. And so I think that like football works. Certainly watching hockey is just completely it's been able to capture the imagination, but I also don't think hockey tickets are the same price that you're paying for NBA and NFL games. So maybe I'm wrong there.
Yeah. You know, the other aspect to this, and I thought about this when talking about or thinking about the NBA Cup, right, is if I was bringing basketball to Las Vegas or something like that, I got to be in this for the long haul. Like this is I'm not banking on getting there and Kyle Madsen saying, oh, I'm a Raiders guy now. I'm banking on Kyle Madsen's unborn son growing up with that franchise in his city. And then
like hell, Mike is going to be a Raider fan.
Well,
not here.
You and I both know that the Raiders are going to move before then anyways.
Not here. But if you were living in Las Vegas, that's the generation.
Do not put this on me.
Might not be able to stop it.
No, I get you. I'm with you.
It's the generation of second graders that you're saying that will have lived with the Raiders being in their city and then have that civic pride of I'm Vegas. Everything Vegas here is the Raiders. I'm a Raiders fan. I grew up with the Raiders. Me, I'm a lost cause. Like, there ain't nothing you can do. You know what I mean? But maybe not even Reese. Ryan, though, right? Oh, yeah. I'm a Kings fan. I'm born and raised in Sacramento. You know what I mean? So I think those, and that's how I felt. I bring that in with the NBA Cup. Like we don't care, and people poo-poo the NBA Cup because we've never lived with it. It's always been the NBA Finals.
No.
And now 3 years in, you're like, we should care. But no, I don't care about this. It ain't the NBA Finals. Well, once again, Ryan will have lived with the NBA Cup being something her whole life, and it's never going to hit like the NBA championship. Never even close. But she may not scoff at it, and her generation may not scoff at it the way ours does.
Did you guys, I know it might be a little different because I know you guys were more in on the NBA Cup than I was, but last night felt like it mattered. I don't know why. I know when the Lakers won it was like, oh, it's going to matter because LeBron took it seriously. But last night felt like something.
The players cared. Like the players reacted as if that game mattered.
Yeah, right.
Like Wemby was angry that they lost. Like whether, standings or otherwise, Josh Hart doing the money sign, like that. It absolutely mattered. The players cared, and like I feel like the people, and this is why I wish that I don't know what to call it anymore inside the NBA. I guess that NBA crew that was on team. I wish they had just gone away because Charles is still bitching about the same stuff he always bitches about, and I feel like it's old media dudes who are grumpy with. And I understand not everybody's into it, and that's perfectly fine. You cannot like it. You cannot be into the courts, the jersey, like whatever. But the fact that like LeBron James wanted to win that is a big deal to me. The fact that you had two teams last night, one may very well win the NBA title. Both of them have an opportunity to win the NBA title. The fact that that game was showcased with the likes of Jalen Brunson in the middle of the season that he's having, and Victor Wembanyama, coming back, might have had, I don't know that it was his worst game of the season, but it was certainly not the performance you thought it would be. But to have that on that standalone stage is a really big deal. Last night was fantastic.
Did you see the video clip of Charles saying that? Because I didn't. I just read the quote.
I read it on Awful Announcement.
So I don't know.
I didn't see what did he say?
He said,
go ahead.
He said the NBA Cup is embarrassing.
Oh.
But
okay, so I have more context
than
that.
Yeah.
He said the NBA Cup is embarrassing because Adam Silver had to
get these guys
find a way to get them to take the regular season seriously by paying them more money.
Yeah.
So having the pot of gold, if you will, at the end of the NBA Cup rainbow, well, that's embarrassing given what these guys play. And Adam Silver had to finagle a way to make the regular season matter.
I think his wording was unfortunate, and it wasn't. That's not the way he should have said it. But I understand that. Like, this was created, in theory. I'm not trying to get inside this guy's mind, but in theory, because these guys would half-ass it in November and December.
I don't think it was. I don't think it was anymore.
In part, I think
maybe
Adam always wanted to do something like this, regardless if they played hard or not, because he loves the soccer model.
Yeah.
I think he always wanted to do this, but I think
that was more. I think the competitiveness was more a side effect of it. rather than like, this is what we want to happen. I think it was more of, we can create something that someone will pay $1 billion for.
It was a cash grab.
Yeah. And they are not wrong.
But in service of, or I guess this is the money obviously matters more than anything. That's the overarching thing in everything these leagues do. But I think part of it was, the NBA regular season is becoming super uninteresting to people, and we have TV rights deals coming up. And if people are out here talking about how much the regular season doesn't matter, how are we going to get people to pay for it? And so I think that's where the in-season tournament comes in, where, okay, you're going to have this thing that Amazon Prime or NBC or whoever is going to pay millions and billions of dollars to put on, but also the I guess secondary part of that is more regular season games are going to matter. People are going to be more locked in, and that's better for the television partners.
And to both of you guys' point, which is probably is a better point than mine, is maybe it's not necessarily the players. Maybe it's more so, how do we get the consumers to care?
Yes.
And the people that are going to buy this, like Emirates.
Yeah.
How can we get this sold? And we can't get December 11th Knicks Clippers game 14. We can't get that sold by Emirates. But if we put a little shiny, hey,
right,
that's right,
Emirates will buy this, and the consumer will be like, well, let me watch this.
Right.
Like, they watched Knicks Spurs last night more than they would have if it was just Knicks Spurs. In a regular
totally.
game.
That's why Charles's thing was so misguided. It's like, it's not
right.
making
You're
the
right.
play. Sure, is it making the players more money? Absolutely. It's not like money where you're like, whoa, man, Jalen, boy, he doesn't matter that he turned down that contract now. It's not that.
Yeah.
But that money went to the league that pays Charles Barkley to do what he does for a living and has for the last however many years. That tournament pays you for that.
Right.
A lot of money for that. And it's not like new doesn't necessarily mean bad. And the fact that they're flushing out ideas, like maybe, we go to college sites, maybe we do something like that rather than living in Las Vegas. It's I definitely got the impression last night listening to Adam Silver that a rotating venue is on the horizon, rather than a stationary home venue. But the biggest thing I think that devalues the regular season is the amount of like, one thing that the thing that stood out the most to me last night with Adam Silver was him praising that Amazon crew. That crew of Dirk and I think it's Steve Nash and Blake Griffin. He was like, you guys break down the game. Like you talk about, you help viewers understand what they're seeing on the floor. It's not bitching and complaining about whether games matter. It's not poking fun at someone who's not playing for the second game in a row. It's not referencing load management every 5 seconds. You're discussing the product that is on the floor. You're not looking to get yourself, to use a wrestling term, over at the expense of the talent that's out there. You're discussing what is happening, and it is so clear that Adam was sick of that stuff that ESPN does. He is sick of that stuff that the former TNT group. He is done with that. And to have a group of individuals sit down and discuss basketball, you could tell he's like, this is valuable to our game. And that can breathe interest into it, as much as you tune into a game and you're like, oh man, that was an enjoyable first half. And then you come back and you want some analysis on it, and it's Charles Barkley, making fun of Anthony Davis for not playing, or it's Shaquille O'Neal bitching and complaining because the center didn't dunk it. It's like, all right, man. Like, if they don't care, why do I care?
Right.
I'm gonna go watch this Office rerun for the 47th time. Ken's favorite episode.
Well, it's the one with the chili, and that one.
It's literally the only episode,
And he knows the gift.
When they went to Chili's too for the awards.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah. What are the awards called?
Good
the
question.
Doondies.
Close.
Dundies.
We'll take a lap for the Doondies.
Doondies is crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of a
that means he's been on Wikipedia pages for Office articles. It's like, what's that reference?
Here and this so this may be like one of my, I'm not a hoarder, but I like to have like options, and that's why I got a lot of shoes.
You like your trinkets.
Yeah. I don't need all my shows to be the same, though.
Sure.
I'm okay with Inside the NBA having their style of critiquing the game and the players, and Amazon having their style.
I completely agree with you, but there wasn't the Amazon before.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
ESPN and TNT were two different versions of the same thing.
Yeah,
one was really, really bad, and the other one, if you like that kind of stuff, was good. It was, if nothing else, it was entertaining, right?
Sure.
It was always funny. The other one was just, I don't even know what you four are talking about in your 10-second like blurbs before going to commercial.
Right.
And
the actual
and why is Stephen A screaming?
And the actual analysis that the Inside the NBA would do is Kenny on the board, but they made a whole thing about him running to the board, and it was like there was a
gimmick.
There was like a bit about the actual. It was like they were doing a real thing, but then making a joke out of the fact they were doing a real thing.
But that was always funny because Kenny runs so weird.
He runs weird as hell.
He got surgery, and it still looks like he didn't get surgery. That's
he got
crazy.
his like toes facing each
other. But I thought their strength isn't the X and O's.
No doubt.
Their strength
No doubt.
is the psychology of a locker room, great players trying to get a championship. It's not, hey, I'm going to break down why this free-flowing offense works. It's, if the Lakers are going to win, like LeBron's going to have to step up. And I'm going to tell you why. I was in the room. I was in the locker room when I needed Kobe to do that. That's their strength. And that's what I go to them for in entertainment. Once again, like you said, not sure what ESPN provided, but now that we have a prime, and I think NBC does a good job.
Teach
of it
me
as
or
well.
entertain me.
Yeah,
that's
those are my rules. Teach me or entertain me. And if you have one show that does one and the other show does the other, great. I tend to like to be taught. That's just at least when it comes to sports, that's a viewing preference for me. Sure. I'd rather learn something by listening to guys who do something that I'll never ever be able to do. Like I would rather learn from them. Shaq and all those guys, they absolutely have their value. They could be fun. They could be, but like my job depends on me understanding the game. And so if I can learn a little bit from Steve Nash or Dirk or Blake or whoever, I'll do it.
Yeah. I also don't need to be yelled at.
That'd be great. That'd be really, really great.
It's halftime. I don't need.
I'm really hoping L. Duncan does a show on Netflix for 24 hours a day, just so I could tune in and not be yelled at and listen to sports analysis. NCL Duncan.
Preach.
ESPN actually had good stuff too. I mean, I think people super focus on Stephen A, but I like when Kendrick talks about the game. I like when Richard Jefferson, he got better as time went on. Danny Green. I think who's the guy? Bobby Marks is good. I think it would be comic relief sometimes, but sometimes Bob Myers was insightful.
Oh, I never heard him be insightful.
He was always
hilarious.
Always funny.
Is the draft pick in? What was that?
No,
you got to go to the vet.
About the Kings. He said,
well, you know
what
they're
the
good.
Kings should do right here with this second round pick. I mean, great fan base. You know.
What? You got a selection to make? What? Oh no, it's a good fan base and Mike Brown and Light the Beam. All right, Bob. All right, man.
Shout out to Bob Myers. He's collecting checks.
Shout out to your coach. We need to. I need to mention this real quick. We're talking NBA. We saw 2 title contenders last night. They're all aiming to knock off Oklahoma City. Your boy Steve Kerr was talking to your other boy Tom Tolbert. And Steve Kerr said, and this is a quote.
You got a lot of boys.
Whatever.
Just saying.
Stressful. I don't.
Can we isolate James saying that, Jesse, and just put it on the soundboard? Whatever we can do in the NBA to encourage winning and incentivize staying out of the bottom few teams. Even as hard as we try, we do incentivize teams to take a few years off. I mean, look at Oklahoma City. I mean, look where they're at now. They're on top of the world, but they were kind of at the bottom for a few years and embraced it and got a bunch of high picks and nailed it on all of those picks, and now they're killing it, so on and so forth. We've mentioned this many times, and it just let's use numbers at this point, because this conversation, I think, has gotten so far out of control about how Oklahoma City tank. Look, I always point to the same things. Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook Paul George, the management of Chris Paul, how they were able to navigate all of that.
Mhm.
We'll take all of that out of the equation. The Oklahoma City Thunder, we'll go back to 2000.
Let's do 2021. Oh, we're going to go all the way back.
Just 45 wins, 55 wins, 47 wins, 48 wins, 49 wins, 44 wins. The year that you mentioned, 22 and 50.
Yep.
24 and 58. What were they the next year?
44
and 42. They were 40 and 42. Wow. We talk as if Oklahoma City was bad for a decade.
Mm-hmm.
They were literally bad for 2 years after acquiring Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Then they jumped from 40 to 57 to 68. Now they're going on this pace to 80. They're on their way to 80 wins. But we talk as if Oklahoma City was bad for a decade. And man, look where they're at now. As if Oklahoma City was bad for 5 years. They named this whole stupid ass process thing. They were awful for half a decade plus. OKC was 2 years in which they managed some incredibly high-priced assets, one of the most insane hostage crises we've ever seen with Paul George and the Los Angeles Clippers, and they managed it all flawlessly and have gotten to this point. The idea that you could do that just by losing, the idea that the Washington Wizards can do that, that the Utah Jazz can do that, that the Sacramento Kings can do that, that the Charlotte Hornets can do that is insane.
Yeah.
The team that is most likely to be able to pull that off appears not to want to be able to do it, and that's the Milwaukee Bucks, because you have to have that guy who can net the assets for you. If you don't, you can't do this. You have to have a massively high commodity. And if you don't, you can't pull off what Oklahoma City did.
Yep.
Not to mention you have to have a flawless front office, but to have the asset to execute that, you can't do it.
Yeah.
The Oklahoma City is a model for nobody.
Correct.
Absolutely nobody.
Correct.
Other than the management of their front office.
Correct.
That is what you want to set out to be. The Athletic, they rank front offices every year. And I think Sam Amick was talking recently about like having depth in your front office, having multiple guys that you could go to. That's your model.
Yep.
Not the way that they executed it, but the way that they structure it.
Shai's leap is, I think, the thing you talk about all the assets. That's the other part of this. Is you talk about Giannis and like they're the team that could do it, but you have to identify a player that a team is willing to part with, who's not like an all-star caliber guy yet, who not only becomes an all-star caliber guy, but becomes the MVP of the league.
Well, not just that though. You have to call their bluff, because remember the Clippers didn't want to give up Shai. And and shout out to Sham. The Clippers did not want to give up Shai in that negotiation for Paul George. I don't know what Sam Presti said, but I know what I would have said. Great, let Kawhi go to the Lakers. Holla at you later, and throw the phone down.
Right.
Because that's all this amounted to. I wasn't trying to trade Paul George when all this started. Paul George signed a contract. He was willing to be here. He had years and years and years left on his deal. We would have been good with Russell Westbrook and Paul George moving forward. But we were doing this with Shai.
Right.
And if we weren't, we were doing it with Paul George and Russell Westbrook. Lawrence Frank, Doc Rivers, Steve Ballmer, it's your call. We're either moving forward with Paul George and Russell Westbrook, or we're moving forward with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and you're watching Kawhi Leonard go to the Lakers. I believe there was no shot Kawhi was going to the Lakers, but if I'm Sam Presti, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well,
there were enough reporters saying it that I just would have ran with it.
Yeah. That's your problem.
We went through this.
Yeah, it ain't mine.
The Kings, where they mess up all their draft picks. We went through the whole list, right?
Or did we?
Yeah, just like boom, boom,
Took
boom,
all
boom.
2 hours.
From 2007 until whenever. It's not that you drafted Thomas Robinson and instead of Damian Lillard, and that Lillard became a star. It's that Thomas Robinson became worthless, and you couldn't trade him at all. Look at the picks. Like, just go through that entire era right there. You've got Jimmer, the 10th pick. You've got Thomas Robinson, the 5th pick. You just like one mistake after another, where it's not just that the player didn't work out for you, it's that they didn't work out at all. Ben McLemore, Nick Stauskas, They just aren't
Is it
NBA
fair to put
players.
Tyreek in that conversation?
You can put
'Cause
Tyreek in that because
Tyreek
they got
left.
nothing for
Yeah,
him
right.
when you lost when
Right.
you had
Didn't
him
sign
leave
him.
on the way out the
Yep.
door. And that's the problem. Even the one piece that you did have that actually lived up to some of it was DeMarcus, and his value got tanked at the last second by his agent saying, well, he's not going to sign there. So don't trade for him. No one trade for him at all. He's signing an extension in Sacramento. Don't trade for him. So again, Kings got a worse deal. They had a better deal 2 days ago, but just keep going. It's when you draft a Willie Cauley-Stein, who you get nothing on the way out the door. Name one of these players that they actually got a single thing on the way out the door. None of them, except for De'Aaron, which you got a bigger headache on the way out the door. Outside of that, you get like Harry Giles and Justin Jackson and Marvin Bagley. You just gave away at the deadline because he's not good enough. So it's not just that, again, we talk about Oklahoma City. When you say that a guy has drafted 3 guys who are MVPs or went out and got 3 guys that are MVPs, that's how you build a franchise, because he turned around and flipped those guys into the next level, the next generation of great players that he was going to have.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the beauty to Sam Presti.
The other killer,
100%.
The other killer with the Kings history is
just the other one. Got it.
one of you get blessed. You get blessed. Not with just the number 2 pick.
No.
Not with that. And you could have took Luka Doncic. I'm not even talking about that. You get blessed with Isaiah Thomas. The last pick in the draft.
Isaac Okoro and a 2nd round pick.
The last pick in the draft.
Got Brock Purdy.
Who eventually, at least for one season, maybe even 2, was an MVP candidate in this league. Averaged, 25, 26 points. You had him. He wanted to be here. He would have been cheap, too.
Yep.
He was cheap. All they had to do is match. It was a 3-year, $21 million deal.
And you
Just
weren't
dumb.
bright enough to say,
I'm
I'm going to keep this guy here.
That was brutal.
Yeah. He averaged 28.9, was 5th in the
Yeah, he
league in
did.
MVP. Yeah.
You weren't bright
Second
enough.
team All NBA player.
You weren't bright. Even if you didn't, even the stupid notion of, he can't be your starting league guard or whatever. Yeah. He's a 6-man. Worst case scenario, he's a 6th man of the year. Worst case, you keep him on the roster for cheap, like you mentioned, James.
That's so wild.
That is, Peach never. I would never listen to a word he ever says again in the game of basketball.
Yeah.
You fired Mike Malone and you move on from Isaiah Thomas?
For nothing. It was so frustrating. And the thing, they had enough cap space that summer to sign Darren Collison and Isaiah Thomas. We think Darren Collison's better. Why don't you see who's better? Why don't you sign them both and let them battle it out in camp? One will be the starter. One will come off the bench.
Huh.
You got plenty of money to do it. $7 million for one guy, $5 million for another. Everyone else has more than $12 million point guard. Not you. Yeah, just tough.
Yikes. Well, that was fun. KC next. For James Ham, Kyle Madsen, shout out to Justin Tapia helping us out today. We're back at tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water, be nice people. See you. Say we're done. Fiend. There you go.
What's up, guys? What's up, Coach? How you feeling, Coach?
I think that's a little silly. Put something up.
What's up, Filthy McNasty? It's a good day, everybody.
Well, new quarterback.
I was waiting for the text thread to go crazy. I was like, oh, I guess he's just waiting till we get in. Yeah. I'm sure that was the best news you could have gotten. The funny thing about that is it's at one of my clients. It's like 4 o'clock. Like, what?
Yeah, the sun was actually out today.
Yeah, man. I don't know when we're going to see it again. It's going to rain forever.
Yeah, and these aren't small percentages either.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What it do, baby? One more time just for the holiday vibes.
Yeah, man.
We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, December 17th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside a very happy EP.
What are you doing with him?
How you feeling, man? You good?
Pretty good.
You got your jersey ready?
Yeah, I got my favorite Dolphins crew neck on. We're having a good day.
We were talking about Keegan Murray a few days ago, like the contract and how sometimes with that rookie extension, you just kind of, if you're not sure, it's young player, you roll the dice on it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that first contract for a quarterback the same way? Like if you think you have something, if he's shown signs of something, you've got to sign that quarterback to a big deal, like what the Dolphins and many other teams have done this, but the Dolphins did it with Tua.
Hindsight, it was a bad deal. Now they got the worst deal in the league. So like, there's that for them. And when you cut him, if you do it, you're gonna have to eat up $90 million in cap space or dead cap, whatever it is. But I mean, 2023, I think he led the league in passing yards, lit up the league, and was like, oh yeah, they got a guy. And the regression was incredible.
That's what I mean. We can hindsight everything.
Yeah, like at the time, I was like, yeah, this is an easy deal, perfect. We're lit. It's great.
You have to do it. Like if the situation repeated itself, whether it's for, like there were people questioning Brock Purdy's contract. You have to do it. Jared Goff in the ring. You have to do it.
And at the time, there's questions. Oh, can you play in December? Blah blah blah. It's like, well, at the time, you hoped that he figured it out, and he never did. So yeah, like you had to do it, but you were wrong.
How many times does that happen? Like you hope it figures it out, they figure it out, and they figure it out.
And they do figure it out?
Mm-hmm.
Peyton Manning figured it out.
Peyton Manning.
I'm not saying Tua, but well, no, don't do that. Because Peyton Manning was coming up. Hold on. Peyton Manning was coming up short in the playoffs every year, and it's like, oh, Peyton Manning can't do this in the playoffs. Like, yeah, Peyton Manning was one of them ones, but like people, they weren't like, oh yeah, Peyton's great. Like he had naysayers until he did it.
Peyton couldn't beat the Patriots in New England more times than not. Peyton was getting to the AFC Championship game. He would have a 14-3 record or 14-2, 15-2, whatever, and lose to Pittsburgh in a divisional, like little stuff like that.
Well, then for the lesson,
He wasn't going on the road.
Baker Mayfield, like Manny said, Jared Goff, Sam Darnold.
Well, Baker never got that deal, did he?
Not really.
Baker never really got that deal.
We're talking about quarterbacks figuring it out, the quarterbacks that had questions, and then
Yeah, but my question was more pertaining to, like, because you mentioned the contract numbers for Tua Tagovailoa.
What about Trevor Lawrence?
I mean, I wouldn't consider any of those guys figuring it out because they're essentially where they were. Like, they haven't gone to another level.
Or Baker's not in the
Baker's
conversation.
not in that.
Yeah,
Jared
okay,
Goff,
that's fair.
Even Baker. I mean, Baker figure it out. Like, he ain't.
So Jared Goff is a unique one.
He hasn't elevated.
Jared Goff
deep.
is a really unique one because he was good. He was really good in Los Angeles. They just thought they needed a guy to get them over the top, and he's been really good in Detroit. He just might not be able to get them over the top.
Right.
So nothing has really changed with Jared Goff. Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, you gave Justin Herbert a deal, and he hadn't won anything at the time still. And like, yeah, I mean, some guys do, some guys don't.
But is figuring it out winning a championship, or is figuring it out competing? Because Trevor Lawrence right now is competing.
To me,
Jared Goff is competing.
Figuring it out to me is like, if you're a franchise quarterback, you're regularly getting your team to the playoffs, or at least in that mix.
So that's Goff. I mean,
Goff
it's
was
not
like,
Trevor
Goff was
Lawrence, but
good,
Trevor Lawrence, that's a what, 10-4 team?
Yeah, might win the division.
To me,
Justin Herbert's been good the last couple of years as well.
To me, figuring it out is progressing and advancing past where you've already gotten. Because the question isn't.
Well, Trevor Lawrence has been to an AFC championship, hasn't he?
No, I think he just won the one playoff game.
Okay.
I think the other one was Blake Bortles.
Okay.
In the AFC championship game. It's progressing. Like, I know you can get me here. I'm paying you to go to another level. And I'm not even saying that.
So in hindsight, you wouldn't have paid Jared Goff. Yeah, obviously, because to me, we see this matter completely differently. Tua's not getting his team anywhere, and that's just one. Okay, in hindsight, it didn't work out. Not every quarterback is going to win you a Super Bowl, a championship. So, like, can you regularly compete with this guy as your quarterback, as your franchise quarterback? Can you regularly compete? To me, that is Jared Goff. Jared Goff can't regularly compete. I don't think Jared Goff has signed a single bad contract.
I think Jared Goff proved him wrong too, because like everyone did think it was McVay, and now he gets to Detroit. And, I mean, they might not make the playoffs this year, but they were in the NFC Championship at one point.
Yeah,
and I don't think it'll be because of Jared Goff's fault. Like, the team can't stop anybody. Jared Goff was an MVP candidate like 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, he was, but he
has his flaws, but I don't think like that's not like
it's the
same
same
flaws.
So how many franchise quarterbacks are there in the league? One?
No,
2?
I mean, I'd say 5 to 7.
There's 5 to 7 franchise quarterbacks. So
off the top of my head,
Lamar, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes.
Burrow.
Why?
What? Why?
Joe Burrow can't play football.
Joe Burrow. We're talking about where people have been. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to an AFC Championship game.
You're talking about progression. Joe Burrow can't stay on the field.
Dak Prescott's not a franchise quarterback.
He's close. He's close. I'd say yes to get off the fence. I'd say Dak is.
Jalen Hurts and
Jalen Hurts.
So Dak Prescott's a franchise quarterback.
Jalen Hurts is not. No, this is crazy.
This is wild.
This is insane. This is insane.
This is a wild conversation.
So you
this
think
is crazy?
So, but here's the deal, and here's where I'll defend Jared Goff. Jared Goff's contract doesn't cripple the Lions, and that's what I'm talking about. Tua's contract cripples the Dolphins. I would not pay Tua something where it would cripple my franchise.
But it crippled him because he regressed, though.
Yeah,
I
like if they were going,
gave him the crippling, I would have said, but no, I know you think should be making this money. This is what I'm willing to give you.
They gave him 53. It's only crippling because he regressed. If he was what he was that year, then they're fine. Then we're not even at this point. It's crippling because he regressed. The money is what you give any quarterback at that market time.
Of course. I wouldn't have gave him that deal. I don't
But
like
that's
also me watching.
That's my original question.
That's also me watching. Like I didn't see him. The December thing is real to me. It's always been real with Miami. Like you do this stuff against the sorry teams. I've yet to see you at that point with two. I've yet to see you beat one of them ones when it matters. And you want me to make you one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the game?
Well,
Same thing with Trevor
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
He was the top 10 highest, but he wasn't one of the highest. So you're telling me the Miami Dolphins, who hadn't won a damn thing for 20-something years, you finally get a quarterback who leads the league in passing yards, you get to the playoffs with this guy, you wouldn't pay him.
Not
from
that,
the Dolphins' perspective.
Not that. Now there's other.
But that was, I'm sorry. That was my question.
Yeah, not that contract.
You wouldn't pay him a top 10 salary.
I wouldn't have paid him a top 10 salary. Now there's other ways around that. Franchise him.
Then you just no, that wouldn't have worked. You paid him what like guys like he was playing like around.
So let me ask you this: why wouldn't the
different.
franchise tag work?
It doesn't. You could make the argument it doesn't work for anybody. It spoils relationships between players and teams, and then you get into a situation. The only one, like you get into a situation with Kirk Cousins where you put yourself in a position where you could barely retain the player, or you can't retain the player. I mean, I think Kirk Cousins got like 5 straight years of guaranteed money because of the contract because of the franchises with Washington. And then the contract he signed with Minnesota. Everybody talks about Deshaun Watson. That man got 5 straight years of guaranteed money.
I would use the like if it in a Tua situation.
Let me hit you one. Let me hit you with one that's gonna punch you right in the gut. Would you have paid Jordan Love?
No, not that contract.
Jordan Love. I got
like
it.
The highest
1,
paid
2, 3
quarterback in the game or outside of Dak.
Yeah. I got Jordan Love. Yeah, I mean.
I wouldn't have.
Yeah, he's there in that group.
That doesn't mean I wouldn't have tried to retain him. Or once again, the franchise tag. I don't have any problem.
You really do love Jerry Jones. Where's that button at?
I love Jerry Jones.
There it is. Yeah.
I wouldn't have like. I'll pay him year to year for a couple of years, and if he's good, and if he's really really good,
Jordan Love makes 55. Brock makes 53. You go with Brock Purdy's contract?
I am good with Brock because Brock has won. He's won what 3 playoff games?
Wait, Brock is.
He's been to a Super Bowl. He's won an NFC Championship game. Like, and I know people are going to say, "Oh, it was his team." All right, cool, but he's done that.
Then why isn't Jalen Hurts a franchise quarterback?
Because I've seen Jalen Hurts just not be good. And
Brock Purdy played last season.
And I would give Jalen Hurts that deal before any of those other quarterbacks.
Is Jalen Hurts a top 10 paid quarterback in the league?
I don't know what his
I don't
contract
think
is.
He's not.
Yeah, I don't
he's
think
not.
and that's more so.
He's 11th, but he's not top 10.
But that's more so what I'm talking. Like I would try to navigate around those waters. Like even with Brock, I never, even when we were going through the stuff with him, I never said he should be X amount of quarterback. But what I did, salary wise, but what I did say is I understand if he looks at Tua and Lawrence and says, yeah, you give me more than them because they're not that good. And I've achieved way more than they have.
Yeah, Tua was definitely Tua and Trevor Lawrence to a certain degree were a benchmark in our conversations about Brock Purdy because it's like, if nothing else, put him in the conversation with Jordan Love. If nothing else, he has to be in that conversation. If you want to keep him out of the Allens and the Burrow, like that's fine. But he's got to be above those other two.
And I put Jordan Love there too. I beat him, and I've accomplished more. But if I was on the team side and I wasn't sold on Brock Purdy, like there's a difference. I'm sold on Brock Purdy. I think he's a quarterback that you can win a Super Bowl with. So if you feel that way about that quarterback, you pay him what you need to keep him. If you're not sure, because that's kind of what we talked about too. If you're like, I'm not sure, but his time is due, do you just pay him regardless, even if you're not sure? That's where I come in. I'm like, I'm not just going to give you this money if I'm not sure on you. We'll negotiate. I might even do a franchise thing. But if I'm not sold on you, correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. That was kind of the terms of what we were talking about. Like, you're not sure, but his time is up. Like his time to be paid is here.
Yeah, that's how a lot of unless you're Josh Allen, Joe Burrow,
but I'm sold on Brock, so I would pay Brock. At the time, I'm not sold on Tua. I'm not just paying you anything. I'm not doing that. I want you here. I still need to see some more. Does that make sense?
No, it does. It does. So what do you do? If you franchise him, you run a lot of risk with franchising a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them. So what do you do in that situation? This goes back to the original question, the rookie comp extension, or the rookie contract extension. Do you do it because you see enough that you believe this person can get you here? And in this case, we're talking strictly quarterbacks. Do you see enough? Their time is up. I've seen this quarterback. I think if we do our jobs right, we put the right team around him, we've got our guy. Mm-hmm. With that position, do you run that risk every time? I mean, whether we like it or not, the 49ers did do that with Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
The Chargers did it with Justin Herbert. The Dolphins did it with Tua. The Packers are doing it with Green Bay. We feel like Josh Allen is the Packers are doing it. The Packers are doing it with Jordan Love. We feel like Josh Allen is a surefire can't miss. Joe Burrow surefire can't. But now you're Joe Burrow gets hurt next year. You're starting to look like, man, it's $55 million per year. We don't have a quarterback who can stay on the field. Mm-hmm. And then you have Dak, and Dak has been scrutinized from the second that contract was given to him. His is I understand his is the outlier, and that there have been 4, 5, 6 quarterbacks signed and no one's topped him because it's the outlier. I understand that, but he is criticized more for his contract than his actual play.
Let me ask you.
Until he gets to the playoffs.
Let's use Tua as an example. If Tua, the second year they made the playoffs, I don't know when he signed the contract, but let's just say he signed it after the second year they made the playoffs. And
Tua signed in 2024, I believe, Jesse.
Was that after the Chiefs game? That was after the Chiefs game, right?
I'm gonna look it up.
Let me walk that back for a second. The contract went into effect in 2024,
so he signed it.
So that doesn't necessarily mean that's when he signed it, because he could have signed it, a year or two earlier.
Let's just say he signed it in 2023, after 2023.
He signed it after the 2023 season, July 26, 2024.
So they were in negotiations that summer, and if they said Tua, hey man, we're not ready to commit long term. We're gonna franchise you though. We're gonna play. Hear me out. We're gonna franchise you. He goes out the next year. Say they make the AFC Championship game. By theory, he's a free agent, right? If Miami comes to him after they make the NFC Championship game and says, you know what, we're ready. We're ready to make you an offer higher than anybody on the free agent market can offer you. He's going to turn that down because he's mad at him?
I mean, you could always take a better deal, like it's the same deal somewhere else or whatever. Like now you have options.
Yeah, you have more options in that case. If you're Tua.
If I'm Miami,
the Dolphins, we have the ability to pay you more. Yeah. And I'm the Las Vegas Raiders. Hey, Tua, so do I.
Yeah, Brian Flores is disrespecting you first 2 years, and then the Miami Dolphins refused to pay you the years after that, even though you were doing well. Like, Tua there's very well left. There's context.
There's no, we're conditioned to the NBA and the bird right. That doesn't exist in the NFL. And that, which is why you normally don't get to this point. Like Kirk Cousins leaving Washington was a foregone conclusion. They can't. I think you can franchise someone twice.
I think Kirk
and he got it twice, and it was like, well, they're not going to sign him, and he's not going to. He's going to go off and get paid somewhere else, and that's ultimately what he did. I think there's a reason you don't see this practice very often.
I probably would. Once again, if I'm not sold, if I'm not 100% sold, that's the thing. I would go that route. And then if you can do it twice, I'll just do it again. Like you can either sign right now for what I'm offering you, or I'll franchise you again.
Yeah, you could do that too, but you still risk losing him long term. Like with your quarterback, you want them around. With quarterbacks, with your the one,
Mm-hmm.
you essentially want them their entire career.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
you're at year. So and I'll have to look this up because I don't think you can put a franchise tag until the contract is up, which would mean not only are you not signing the player to a contract, you're picking up their final year, which is something Brock avoided. You're picking up their final year of their rookie contract, which is paying them significantly below their market value. That's that's what I'm talking about. Again, you're straining the relationship with the player and their representatives. Again, it's a practice you don't see very often, and that's why. It's just the Players Association isn't strong enough to get rid of the franchise tag.
I completely understand what you guys are saying. I'm just looking at history and like it just never really works. Like, we're not sure, but it's his time to get paid, so let's pay him.
Well, I don't think you weren't sure though. Like, it's like you went to the playoffs twice. Like, you're sure about that.
And that's the difference. If they were sold and thought he was the guy,
but
then you pay him what
like
you
he's
believe
played games well in December. It's just this was an all-time bad year.
I disagree with you though. It's what you're determining what works by their progression with the football team. Whereas I'm determining what works by, are you competitive and competing for a Super Bowl every year? To me, competing for a Super Bowl, and can you get to the playoffs every year? Can you get into a series of one-off scenarios? And in that case, I think a lot of times it does work.
Yeah, I mean,
would you have not have paid Justin Herbert?
I believe in Justin Herbert a little bit more, but I understand people who wouldn't. Like, to answer your question, I wouldn't pay him max dollar.
And you wouldn't have paid Jared Goff, who was the number 1 or 2? One. Wentz was 2.
Yeah. I wouldn't have paid him. I wouldn't have paid him. And once again, I don't think the Lions paid him like that. I think that's the way to go
53 per. I mean,
fair enough.
It's NFL. I'm looking at average annual value.
It's
quarterback
53 that way, though.
One more time.
You're always going to be looking for a quarterback at that point.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, like you're never going to it's not just easy. Looking for a quarterback is probably the toughest thing to do in the NFL. And it's like you land a Goff just because he keeps you level. You added Jahmyr Gibbs or David Montgomery and whatever these players, because like that helps you get to the Super Bowl. There's only 4 guys that are like legit, like 4 real, I guess, true guys who can go to any team and make them better.
There aren't a lot of like mid-tier, reasonable quarterback contracts. Baker's one because Baker still was essentially, he had to prove it.
Guys like Sam Darnold fall into that spot. Like if Darnold gets a contract,
right,
it's probably going to be like a Baker Mayfield type.
And that's
but here's the conundrum of
like, I'm trying to find where this stops and I can't. I actually think it is Geno, Darnold, and Baker, because you have Stafford and whatever he signed for. Then you have Patrick Mahomes and that like anomaly of a contract. Kirk Cousins still getting paid for those who don't remember, but like you have like Deshaun there, Kyler there. You have all of those players that you took the risk on, and it didn't pay out for you.
So let me ask you guys a question. Why do you think Detroit probably isn't even going to make the playoffs this year?
I mean, Andrew, like defense doesn't
the
look
defense
good.
is terrible.
How are you going to get better when you're paying this guy when he's taking up your whole cap?
That's just.
And but that's my point. Like, how are you going to get better than this?
Because you do the draft. You still have to do your job. Like, yeah, you got to hope that Brian Branch doesn't tear his Achilles either, and you're not dealing with Aiden Hutchinson the year before, getting hurt and dealing with all these guys on IR. Like, you just have to draft and do ways by pick up guys other ways. You pay the quarterback because you're not going to go – look, you take Jared Goff to the Lions, they're not doing anything.
But my thing with Jared Goff is –
you got to pay the quarterback.
Is Jared Goff one of those ones?
Hang on.
Say, regardless of what's going on, I'm
paying. Hang on. Bo Nix, not getting paid yet. Drake May, not getting paid yet. Trevor Lawrence, getting paid. Aaron Rodgers, old man. Chargers, Justin Herbert, getting paid. Josh Allen, getting paid. CJ hasn't signed yet, right? He's this year. He's this year. Going to the NFC. Stafford, set. Caleb, not getting paid. Jalen, we just mentioned, 11th. He was 40-something per, I think it was. Baker, reasonable contract. Darnold, reasonable contract. Brock, the 49ers, and then Jordan Love. It's almost split down the middle between what we just do, 14 teams. Those are all the playoff teams of guys that are the quarterbacks that are, teams that have quarterbacks that are getting paid, and teams that have quarterbacks that there's a lot of, you have I do think it's just a weird anomaly that you have both Baker and Sam Darnold in here, but you've got the Calebs, the Drakes, the Bo Nixes. Those are all, guys who are. So this is the question now. This is where this all becomes. Does Denver do it?
Yeah.
New England.
Yes.
But
Chicago. Think about everything we've said about Caleb
Would
Williams.
you franchise CJ?
would I franchise CJ?
He's regressed.
Yeah, I think about it. I would think about it,
man.
Because if it meant, obviously you got a year because of the extension situation, but if it meant I had to start chipping away at that defense to sign him, that's a problem. Like,
so yeah,
when you're talking about when you get into that level of pay, it's almost like with Jared Goff, like I don't want to hear about the defense. I'm paying you to make sure that's not an issue.
Yeah,
I'm paying you
putting
to
up 30-something points for you.
Put up 35.
That's unrealistic. That's not fair.
Get the run game going. Don't turn the ball over 3 times in the NFC divisional round.
Man, Jared Goff has turned the ball over like 5 times all year.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
Okay, but okay. Once again, if I'm paying you that type of salary, just like Josh Allen does, I'm paying you to offset what the Bills don't have no great defense.
Josh Allen's getting paid more though,
but he's getting paid to offset what we're not great at.
But that's not the same thing. They're not the same quarterback. Like
Jared Goff 29-5 this year.
Okay.
Yeah, and
70% completion percentage.
Apples with that. Like you're paying Josh Allen like you would like a Mahomes. Like they're different types of quarterback. It's levels to it.
All right.
Yeah, structure your team better. Like,
all right.
Bro, all right.
It's just gonna keep being the defense's fault.
You think the reason the Lions are missing the playoffs is because of Jared Goff?
I'm not. They've had up and down performances on offense. It hasn't always been. They've just been terrible on defense. They've been good on offense when they're cooking. Like they're as good as anybody in the league, but for whatever reason, sometimes they're just not always cooking.
So if Goff was the 49ers quarterback with 3,000 plus yards, 29-5, you let him walk.
They're number one.
I wouldn't. No, but that's where we're not seeing eye to eye. I wouldn't let him walk, but I wouldn't pay him $53 million. We'd have a negotiation, or I'd franchise him.
But what more could he do right now? They're averaging. They're scoring 30 a game right now, the most in the league. More than the Bills, more than the Rams, Cowboys.
Yes, stop turning the ball over. Five's too many in 14 games.
I guess he can't do no more. When they had a 24-14 lead, yes, the defense gave it up, but you can't score no more.
The other teams got to play. The other players got to play too.
That's fine. You had a half to score again, and you scored one time.
So
that doesn't.
We're talking about one game.
He doesn't get any.
Talking about
one
game. Okay,
we're talking about one game.
Let's take a break. Didn't expect this when we brought up Tua Tagovailoa, but yet here we are. It's D'Lo and KC, man. I didn't realize he. Oh, he's questionable tonight. I read that wrong.
To say he's missed like a few games this year.
Did he miss the one before the Kings or after the Kings?
I think he missed before, and didn't he miss?
He missed the Kings game. Yeah, that's what it says. It said he missed 2 in a row. Did you want in? Did you want to talk quarterbacks? No. Oh, yeah. boss just came in and reprimanded us over our quarterback conversation.
Well, guess what? I've got more.
Talking about the shot clock.
Shout out to my guy, Coach Christie. He says, I just love that you guys are talking Lions.
Josh Allen losing to Kansas City 4 times is crazy. Casey said he wouldn't sign Josh Allen because he's lost to Patrick Mahomes 4 times.
He's gotten them once, though. Well, what, twice? Actually,
In the-
3 or 4 times in the regular season.
Buddy, that don't matter.
Wow.
That is a 0-4 record in the postseason.
We were talking about.
Ain't got to deal with that this year, though.
No, you're good. You're clear of Patrick Mahomes this year. Once again, not saying it's all Jared Goff's fault. I actually think the play calling has something to do with it, and decision making by the coach. But some of the biggest games of the year this year, this high flying offense at the Chiefs put up 17 points, put up 24 against the Vikings in a loss at home, put up 9 in Philadelphia, where Jared Goff, what was it, 17 straight incompletions?
Yeah, that was tough.
The Packers game, I thought the offense was good. I thought that was a little bit more so on the decision making of Dan Campbell, but they didn't convert either.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was a 4th and 4, like, convert. That's not even counting in the first Packers game where they did absolutely nothing in Lambeau.
Mm-hmm.
And then this last game against the Rams, where they put up 34 points. I'm not sneezing at that. You were up 24-14 at the half, and I was watching that game because I was really, really hoping that they could pull off the win. And the offense did nothing in the second half. I'm not saying the defense didn't give it up,
Mm-hmm.
but the offense, which was humming in the first half, got figured out or whatever. I don't know. I just need you to handle those games. If I'm paying you $55 million and you're taking
Jared
up the
Goff
cap
was 20 of 26, 256 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions against the Packers.
against the Thanksgiving, right?
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I like I said, I thought they played good.
Jordan
but
Love threw 4 touchdowns in that
He
game.
was cooking. He was cooking. I thought they played good in that game. The offense did. They were fine. It was more of the defense not getting stops. If I had to put one on, put the onus on one. But like I said, it's a 4th and 4. Like, get it. That was the game. Once again, my original thing is you shouldn't have been in that situation to begin with.
Kansas City was 23 of 29 for 203, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions.
17 points.
Okay, I don't remember that game, so I
That's where they fought at the end of the game.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that. No point in looking up that Philadelphia one. Obviously, the Rams one.
And like I said, if biggest moment of the year last year, you throw 3 picks in the playoffs. NFC Championship game.
I get it. I get it.
We're
Playoffs
going game to game though.
Yeah, like if you want to criticize him,
games.
if you want to criticize him for the playoffs, then that's fine.
Like the Kansas City game, like 203 yards, 2 touchdowns. You lost because you had 65 yards from Jahmyr Gibbs, 17 attempts, and David Montgomery. Like the run game wasn't going. Like it's a team effort.
Okay.
And I like Jared Goff's not Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, or Joe Burrow, but if a guy can keep you in the NFL, he's playoff level, like this season looks different. But if he can keep you that, like, yeah, you got to pay him.
So to dead this conversation, there should be. I'm confused. I don't know.
If you're talking top dollar, like
there
should be 5 to 6 guys.
Okay, but I think what's really, really throwing me off is Dak is one of them.
Dak is one. He shouldn't be 60.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. He's one of them.
And it's also a caveat. This is where it's subjective. If you believe that's the guy, right? They said Miami believed Tua was the guy, so you pay him. But if you're unsure at all, like say I was Miami's GM, I was unsure about Tua, I wouldn't have paid him that money.
But I think you're unsure about like 28 quarterbacks.
See, and I guess
everybody should be making $50 million.
See, I guess maybe that's where my whole original question got lost. If you think, not if you think you have the guy after that rookie contract, you roll the dice, and you do what different but not Deshaun, Tua, Kyler, you roll the dice. If you don't, then you either go the Washington Kirk Cousins route, or you take the L and try to figure it out.
So
that's the thing. I can't think anybody that's done that.
So that's not
true. The Jets do it every year.
Well, they just take the L, period.
Yeah, I guess the Jets do it every year, and who knows where the Panthers are going next.
But and I think that's where
it's like there's two extremes. So there's the high price guys, and then there's like Zach Wilson.
Right. But like the original part of the question was like, at least the way I heard it was like, even if you're not sure, like it's his time to get signed.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
Yeah.
Because you said it perfectly a second ago. Miami thought they had the guy. Obviously, about any sport, you're not sure. But if you think, it's like,
if you believe it, like
you roll the dice on them.
Yeah.
Like we think we've seen enough to believe we have our franchise quarterback. To tie in what you just said, with quarterback contracts, generally it's feast or famine. And it's not till like your third contract where you become like Baker, Sam Darnold, where it's like, well, now you're kind of searching for a team. Darnold has found his home to a certain degree. Baker, I think, has found his home. He's like, you've signed those levels of contracts. The Giants, they thought they hadn't seen anything. They're like, no, we still believe in Daniel Jones. It's like what you believe in. The question is, what do you do when you don't? That's where you wind up like the Jets.
Right.
That's where you potentially wind up, like the Panthers. One of the top teams in the NFC that I couldn't possibly ignore more. We'll talk about that in power rankings. Justin Fields was the Chicago Bears quarterback. They're like, nah, he's not it. They recognize that, like, we're out. We're going a different route. And they went the Caleb Williams route. Now, the question is, what if Caleb struggles next year? Like, you have this turnaround this season. It's all terrific. What do you do if you're Chicago? And that's where this question really comes back into play.
Now, Jesse, help me out with this one, because you're really quick at finding this stuff. This sounds weird to say because he's not there and they got the worst record in football. But the Giants handled it how I would have handled it with Daniel Jones. His contract was up, and they gave him a contract that basically said, we're not sure. Right? Like, they're not crippled by the Daniel Jones contract. He didn't get
the Giants.
The Giants. Did he get like a $50 million deal?
I think he got a big contract.
4 years, $160 million, 81 guaranteed, 92 total guaranteed. Yeah, 4 years, $160 million, 92 total guaranteed.
What was his AAV?
$40 million a year.
Wait a minute. What year was that signed though?
2023.
So that was
a little higher than I probably
started.
But around that, like that's what I maybe would have gave Tua. $40 million a year.
There wasn't the
and they and the only reason I say that is they moved off of Daniel Jones and they're not in cap hell. Like it was time. It was over. You can't move off of Kyler Murray right now. It feels like you can't move off of Tua right now.
You can if you trade them for each other. Anyways, yeah, what was that? But yeah, I guess like looking at Tua, like he was better than Daniel Jones though before Daniel Jones got his deal. Like Tua done a little bit more.
Yeah, he hadn't shown.
That's a
Daniel
fair
Jones
point.
hadn't shown anything.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But if I'm not mistaken, Daniel Jones' contract just expired. Like there was nothing that the let me say football team, the Giants had to do. Like he signed a
Right.
$14 million contract with the.
But it was like a 3-year extension, right? Or 2 or 3 year extension. What's Tua's extension? His was like 4 or 5
His was
years,
like
right?
4, and he has an out. Is it next season, Jesse?
After next season.
And I guess maybe more so.
Jesse's grinning from ear to ear. He's like, we got it out next season.
I guess more so than a little bit more so than the money. It's being tied up with that quarterback for X amount of years.
Yeah, I got you.
Because the Giants found out like
Yeah.
Daniel Jones. Well, they were wrong, but like Daniel Jones isn't it. So like they just moved on.
They did. It's hard to figure out exactly what they did, but your point being it was a shorter term contract. It absolutely was. And this was a guy who was taken 6th overall, I think, because that was the big thing. He was a reach.
Way early.
All right. We're not going to talk about quarterbacks the rest of the day.
No.
That's actually a lie.
Who plays quarterback for the Kings?
As I scroll down, knowing that we have power rankings coming up, I don't even know what the context is. I just know Kenny wrote it. I just don't think the quarterback is good enough. Find out who that is when we get to power rankings later in the day. We'll come back. Jake Gadon joins us. Oh, Lord. We are not done talking quarterbacks at all.
He might not want to talk quarterbacks this week. He might.
Well, he might have his Drake May jersey on just to show he's still riding. So Jake Gadon is with us. We do got to get to some of the things. I know we talked about it on the Insiders. Some of the things that Adam Silver said yesterday, and we touched on that. It feels like the Bucs are in denial right now. Well, the more I read, as Kenny would say, my ear to the streets, man, that could be great news for the Sacramento Kings. That could be great news for a lot of teams around the league. Well, we'll dive into all of that. Plus James Ham at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Jake joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Right now, 150. Right? Is Jake 115 or 145?
145. I thought.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. My bad.
I just realized it wasn't 145. Like the time.
Well, I wrote it in the rundown as 145. Or 115. I'm sorry. I wrote it in the rundown as 115. Glad y'all have my back.
Here's the
fucking assholes.
No problem.
Here's the interesting thing.
Popping champagne over this Tua news and just letting me die out here.
Here's the interesting thing with anybody in the chat who disagrees with what I'm saying. It's all subjective. If you believe in Jared Goff, then you pay him whatever you'd say to pay.
Nah, Kenny, we're right. You're wrong. Pick your sides.
If you believe it, I didn't believe in Tua. I don't believe in Jared Goff.
You're tough though, I think.
When it comes to that price tag, like you can be my quarterback. Jared Goff can be my quarterback.
Yeah, but you're gonna be like,
X
yeah,
amount of dollars.
Jared Goff, here's $20. You want to take this or not? And he's gone.
You can beat my quarterback at a certain price. And like I said, I think the funny thing about everybody talking about Brock Purdy is all these people talking about Brock Purdy and talking about his contract. You guys all think Brock sucks. You think he's a turnover machine. So, like, you guys are like more. He shouldn't be paid what he's paid.
Well, I think,
or he's just getting paid because that's just the way it goes.
I think you got to pay him like despite like I think Brock has lately he's been playing better, but like he did have a turnover issue at one point. But I still would have paid Brock Purdy what he got. Like I think there's only like 4 quarterbacks where it's like these like there's no real flaws with these guys. Everyone else you gotta hope they figure it out. Like Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy, Tua didn't.
And I guess the basis of it all.
I think you have to pay him. You have to pay him that money though, because someone else will too. Someone else is gonna, unless you're just franchising them for 3 years. But I don't think that's good business.
And I think why is it feast or famine?
Like, what do you mean? You got to pay him or not?
Yeah. Why can't they get paid?
That's a question for the owners, I guess.
I've never understood that. I don't have any. I don't know.
You're not wrong, but that's an owner's
Like
thing,
the numbers show, it is one or the other, and there's no in between. There's no on the second deal. There's no in between.
Well, these quarterbacks got leverage though, because it's not like there's 30.
It's the most coveted position.
It's difficult. Like you're not just gonna find another me. Like I might be the best you find for another 10 years.
You ain't even getting me to the playoffs.
Who am I though? Who am I right
now? Justin Herbert. He's gonna get there this year. Or got there last year too. But you can't even win me a game in the playoffs. What do you mean I can't find another you?
You're gonna find anyone else who could throw this ball 70 yards down the field the way that I do, though?
What do you mean I can't find another you? There's plenty of people who don't win a playoff game.
But you
not necessarily a playoff game, but like
you might
getting
not
to the
even have a
playoffs.
chance to get to one.
That's the thing. Everyone's trying to get to the playoffs, and I guess I don't know. I've never been there before, but hoping you have a team good enough to make it after.
I mean, it's crazy when you talk about the
be a part of it someday, but I can only just watch from afar.
When you talk about shout out to Kenny and Jesse, who just let me die here in the last 30 seconds.
It's been a big day, man.
Like, hey, you know, Jake's normally 145, not 115. The second we go to break, is Jake 115 or 145? He's always 145. I wrote him in as 115. It's literally on our shared sheet. Did anyone correct it? No. As I'm saying Jake is next, did anyone say, no, D'Lo, Jake is 145? No. They just let me die out here.
Look,
so get you a couple of teammates who will just let you
No,
die.
get you a couple of teammates. Was like, if Dame says he's at 115, damn it, he's at 115, then we'll be ready. If he's at 1230, he's at 1230. We move the way he moves.
Good point.
Called loyalty.
Hey, I got a question for Damian.
Please don't let it be about quarterbacks.
It's not.
Okay, thank God.
Hopefully it shouldn't spiral. But I want to ask.
Bad start, pal.
I want to ask.
Bad start.
How many jackets you got in your closet?
Damn Joe Budden.
Jackets?
How many jackets you got in your closet?
Like blazers? Like what do you mean?
Overcoats, jackets.
Oh, 2, black and like tan.
Well, no, that's not true. Like the pink jacket that you had, the Letterman jacket. That's a jacket.
Oh.
How many jackets do you have?
Just so you know, real man's got 20.
20 to 30.
A real man has 20 to 30?
Yeah. Real man's got 20 to 30 coats.
20 to 30 jackets.
Coats. Oh, I don't think I get even close to that.
You got to step your man game up.
I guess so.
That's what Ish says. Now, it's
Ish. You said Ish said that?
Yeah.
Like I'm going to take fashion advice from Ish?
Now, look, there's some
sit your ass down, Ish.
There's some caveats. There's some caveats. Number one, I'd looked at it crazy myself. And then I said, let me go count how many jackets I have. I got like 15 to 18 jackets. And there's like definitely more that I want. So I'll probably end up getting there. I never thought about it. I never was like, oh, I got a gang of jackets.
Maybe
the other aspect is we live in California.
Yeah.
If you live in Connecticut or something.
Oh yeah.
That is essential to your day-to-day outfit. You don't want to wear the same jacket. Like a coat is like how we wear an undershirt out there, it feels like. So it does make a little bit more sense when you think about it. Maybe those are all East Coast guys. If I lived in New Jersey, I'd probably have 20 to 30 jackets for sure. Over the course of life, either. Once again, I'm not getting it in one winter. Like over the course of 10 years, I probably accumulated.
I just counted 17.
That's what I'm saying.
But I all right.
You're almost a real man.
I guess I'll buy a couple in New York. Like, hey, so want to be a real man, like Ish said. Like I even counted that actively black jacket. That's like set.
That the number is jarring when you hear it, but when you ask, like I said, I was like, I definitely am nowhere near close. And then I went in the closet.
I almost considered I got like 5 denim jackets. That might put me at like 22.
That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Oh, you're a real man.
Well, good. Well,
you're a real man,
great.
Dion.
Just like William Regal was when he joined WWE. Anybody remember that?
Real man's man.
That's it. He's a man. Yeah.
Oh,
terrible.
Man. Soren, no, the hoodie does not count as a jacket.
I didn't listen to. Joe did get my interest with the Nas interview.
Yeah, I want to check that out.
I never listened to it. I haven't listened to Joe in a while.
I finished the Diddy doc last night.
What'd you think?
I mean, that guy. He's a lunatic. He is a lunatic.
I guess this is the good and the bad. Like I haven't even gone back to it. Not that it's not good. It's just hard for me to watch something like that with the kids around. But it's been out, so now I'm reading a lot, and a lot of it is just wrong.
I know that's the killer too. I've seen 3 things that
I think the big one is the Biggie thing. Like the Biggie estate came out, and they essentially said, "You must think we're idiots,
right?
You don't think we would have noticed if we were billed for Biggie's funeral? Like we were never like whatever Sean did to pay for that, he did it, but we were not billed for that. Mm-hmm. We did not pay for Biggie's funeral." And that was one of the big things that circulated. And like, all right, to me, once you throw doubt into one thing, it's like, all right, they spoke out. Like what I said this, I think I said this to you. The real story's bad enough.
Right. You don't have to put sauce on it.
Yeah, like it's bad. Like it is public record under oath bad. Mm-hmm. You don't have to add to it. Tell the really bad story.
The way they framed the Tupac shooting at the studio. Somebody I forgot who it was like, no. That is not.
I saw that too. That's
so not how. So I think the same way that you do, where like I said, those 2 things happened like in the first 2 episodes or first episode. I was like, all right, man. Like what story y'all telling now? I still think he's a terrible human being and a lunatic when you talk about Puff. But like you said, there were things that's like, well, that just isn't true.
If Pac hadn't gone to jail right after getting shot at Quad City, he never would have thought Biggie was involved in it. He absolutely wouldn't have thought that Biggie was involved in it. When does the Surviving Josh Hart documentary come out? When does the reckoning, the Josh Hart story come to 30 for 30? Because
he's a wild boy for that one.
I don't know what sort of sense of humor those 2 have, but man,
apparently not the same.
Yeah,
Jalen was like, hey, that was.
I mean, I guess it was funny. I don't know. I was like, hey, what is this?
Come on, Josh, bro. What you doing?
About to give Adam. So what's it? Giving him the business? Is that what the referee called it?
If they're just trying to celebrate the NBA Cup, man, you ain't got to do all that,
man. Josh, celebrate differently, Josh.
Just clap your hands, man.
Celebrate differently, bro. Like we don't have to do all that. Goodness gracious.
They had the NBA Cup was a little moment. Well, I only saw 2 like viral moments.
Well, there's one. What was the other one?
The national anthem.
Oh, I didn't see the national anthem.
Oh, they was going Twitter. The Twitter I be on was going crazy for Queen Naija.
Oh, I didn't see the national anthem. I don't think the national anthem.
Shots of Knicks. They was like, man, Knicks and Spurs are focused.
I don't think the national anthem has made its way to Instagram yet. That's probably why I didn't see it. Josh Hart, he was all over Instagram. All over Instagram.
Yeah, they had Queen Naija everywhere. It didn't last throughout the game, but when hour after the national anthem, I kept seeing her. I like Queen Naija. I like her music.
Oh, yeah. Yep, there it is. There it is. Well. Oh, yeah, they locked in. They locked in. Mike Brown. Hey, Mike! Mike! Oh, no! Mike! Oh, Mike Brown. We got... Oh my goodness.
That was the first one I saw was Mike.
Oh, Mike is crazy for that. Mike is crazy for that. That is hilarious. Mike, there's cameras.
Oh man, NBA Cup had they had a little
I gotta
motion
put
last
that on
night.
the screen. That's too funny.
NBA Cup had a little motion last night. Had a little
No, it was
motion last
good.
night.
It was good.
I'm not gonna say it had like NFL playoff level of attention, but it was on the timeline. NBA Cup was on the timeline.
Man, it was a great game with some stakes.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's a finals preview, but it's pretty damn close.
It's a possibility.
I think it's pretty damn close.
It is a possibility.
I think that's. I mean, give me a Spurs OKC series, please.
Yeah.
Give me that, and then whatever happens from there happens for there. But give me that 10 times out of 10.
I mean, I'm with whatever of the four. I just need that final four of OKC, Spurs, Rockets, Nuggets.
Okay.
And whatever combination in the conference finals you want, I'll take that. Because man, KD and
Mike locked in. My man Mike Brown. This made me a Mike Brown fan all over again. Oh, look at Mike. Mike is locked in. Let's go, Mike.
Lord have mercy. That's what he said. Lord have mercy.
Oh, that's my man Mike Brown right there. Yes, sir.
Oh my God.
I love Mike, man. Good for him. Good for him.
What did he do yesterday?
He's
He sneezed or burped or something on the press.
during the presser, did he? Oh, yes, he did. He burped. Oh, sorry, guys. I just had a beer. Yeah, Mike was enjoying the championship.
Hey, come on, man.
They said they brought him here to win championships. That's what he did.
It was a good night for Mike Brown, man. Big ups to him.
I still think Mike is a good coach.
He is.
It's not. It to me is not the question of the first year. It's the question of what happens next year. If they win a championship, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Do what you do. It's like, okay, can Mike adjust? What do they do next? But I'll stay a fan of Mike Brown. He's a good coach.
I like Mike Brown.
I think I like him a lot more than former Cleveland Cavaliers fans do.
I want to see him succeed in New York, obviously, because I like Mike Brown, but I also like the Knicks. So, yeah, man. Let's go to the finals, big dog. Let's go, baby. I
wanted to have this big take that, man, the Knicks made a statement last night. And then it dawned on me, the Knicks are the favorite in the East. They did, like, what sort of statement can you make? I mean, and I don't know if they're that, like, I assume they're the favorite in terms of Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. They're my favorite. Mm-hmm. Like, we said this. I mean, God, it's terrible. Forgive the profession. We said it like the day after Ty got hurt.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, OKC is the champion, and the New York Knicks are going to be the favorite in the East next year. There was no Tatum. There's no, at the time, there was no Dame. There was no Tyrese Halliburton. And the Knicks were already really good. This was before the Tibbs firing, before the Mike Brown hiring and all of that stuff, and the whole circus that happened in between. But that team, given where they were last year, given the fact that they retained all of that talent, that team's, I expected them to be back as one of the final teams in the conference. Now I expect them to be the team to represent the conference. So while I think last night was awesome, I think it's just a part of their season.
They look good too in this little run. I mean, beating the Raptors the way they did was impressive.
Well, to start of that fourth quarter,
yeah,
I mean, obviously that changed the game. It ended the game, but that was, that's what you see from Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what you used to see from, or what you see from Boston.
Yeah,
the championship Boston.
And like I said, that run, man, of handling the Raptors the way they did, who's been a good team this year, handling Orlando the way they did once they got to Vegas, and then beating a team like the Spurs. Once again, like you, I don't want to say it was a statement or anything, but maybe it was. They let it be known, like,
yeah, maybe you can make a statement when you're the favorite. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Because I mean,
and maybe it's a statement versus San Antonio and
Right.
Oklahoma City and so on.
Right, because people probably don't look at them as being able to win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
Then they may have used that little platform to say, "Nah, we can beat anybody in this league.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care who you put us up against, so we can go." And I believe them. I think the Knicks can win a title this year. They can beat Oklahoma.
I think
City.
so too.
I
think they can. I think Houston's interesting. I think Denver's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to throw San Antonio in the interesting category.
So let me pause you right there.
Yeah.
Do you have those three teams or any of those three teams on the same level as OKC?
No, that's where I was going to say next. It's like I think it's OKC in New York. I think they're different. And then part of me wants to put San Antonio there. I don't know. Maybe I need to see them all together because I think Saturday was the first time that De'Aaron and Wemby had played together.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I just need to see them all together a little bit more before. Before.
Harper
Right. Maybe I need to see them all together before I'm like, no, I get it. Like I see it. I see why everybody believes that. But Oklahoma City's really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually think New York is really, really good. And it's I don't mean to be disrespectful if it is that to what JB Bickerstaff and what Detroit is doing. I think those two slots in the standings are going to change at some point. I don't think New York is going to go through a down period this year. I think like that team knows like, yo, this is our year. Like, I know Denver thinks they can win a title. I understand Houston thinks. I understand how that works. New York really believes they can win a championship, and they're probably right. That's a good basketball team, and Jalen is playing as good. We mentioned Jokic yesterday. We mentioned SGA and Luka and Giannis when he's back, when he's healthy. Jalen Brunson is in fact playing as well as those guys are right now.
Absolutely, he is playing on a MVP level. I'm not saying he's going to win the MVP, but he's playing on that level. To go back to something you said just a second ago, like I believe they're all on the same level. Those four teams in the West, and the Knicks.
Okay,
I think Houston can get at them. They've got one thing that I feel like I just realized on that game on Saturday is being able to match up. The Spurs, it was like, all right, well, yeah, we got the guys that can stay with Shea, SGA, Chet, and J-Dub. Like we'll throw out Fox, Castle, Harper, Barnes, Vassell. Like we can match up. Wemby, obviously. We can match up. And I look at Houston, and you look at all the guys that they have to be able to defend and do what they need to do. They can do that. Denver's the one I'm not as sure about, but you've got a guy in Jokic who can match up with Chet. Murray, SGA is better, obviously, but he can get his 25 points on a night, something like that. Aaron Gordon may be able to guard J-Dub. Like to me, it's the matchups. And after watching San Antonio on Saturday, it's like, oh yeah, there are some teams that can match up. Can they execute? Are they good enough? We'll find out. But yeah, forgive me if I forgot after watching them play the Kings 9 times, along with the Pelicans and the Wizards. Oh yeah, there are teams that can match up with OKC out here. That was kind of my thought last week. It's like we haven't seen them against the good teams, except for Houston, and that was a double overtime game. So,
do you think a 7-game series lends itself to being more likely or less likely Oklahoma City loses? Does that make sense?
I hear you. I would say more likely.
Okay, I'm glad you said that because that's exactly how I feel. I think we said this when we were talking about 70 games, how I think this team can win 70 games, but not necessarily meaning like I'm going to write them in for a championship. I think when you get to the playoffs, it's different. And if they lose in the playoffs, they're going to lose to a really good coach.
Mm-hmm.
And it's someone who's going to be able to a degree figure them out. Like, you have to game plan on a day-to-day basis. And Rick Carlisle is a hell of a coach. Like, I don't think the Indiana Pacers were as talented as the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think their roster could go toe-to-toe with the Oklahoma City Thunder, probably unlike any other roster in the league. But Rick Carlisle's a really, really good coach, and that's part of the reason that they were in that position last year to win an NBA championship. But I think that 7-game series dynamic changes this conversation a little bit. I think Ime Udoka is a good coach. You know, he's still kind of branded with with his exit from Boston, but he's been able to establish an identity here in Houston that is very unique, especially when you talk about those 4 teams that you just listed. The identity of Houston is unique to them. That is not how Denver plays. That is not how Oklahoma City plays. And that is not how the Los Angeles Lakers play. It's how Houston and Houston alone plays. Yeah. And it could be problematic, or it could be problematic for the Rockets. It could be problematic for any one of their opponents. But Ime Udoka is, another one of those guys. He's a hell of a coach. JJ, he's having a year. It's establishing himself, I think, is for the first time as a head coach in this league, like really being able to establish himself. I'm not really sure what JJ is as a head coach. And then David Adelman, he did a hell of a job last year in the situation that he was put in. So, again, kind of a lot like JJ, he's still kind of laying the foundation for what we know of him as a head coach.
Right. Yeah, I think we got a lot of NBA to watch. I can't wait for that, but I can't wait for the playoffs, man. I think
the season starts next Thursday.
That's right. Oh, and they're not going to, because
they're not, but
they're going to kick the NFL's ass on Christmas Day. Although,
again, what Casey means is they're not.
Yeah,
they're absolutely not going to kick the NFL's ass.
Not
but
by the numbers.
It's going to be a way better product because of some unfortunate things that have happened.
Yeah.
Over the course of the last few
I already got it mapped out. It's going to be a great day of NBA basketball. Christmas dinner going to be at 2:00. Can't wait.
That was a shot.
What? I was just laying out the schedule.
That's a shot.
I was just throwing up the schedule.
That's a shot. For those who don't know, I believe that's the Mavericks Warriors time slot.
Count your days. Cherish them while you got them.
Christmas dinner at 2:00. Got to get ready for the good games.
I don't even know what my Christmas day looks like. I might miss a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm going. I don't think I'm traveling. So,
do you guys host? You guys don't host. Does Cheryl host?
No. We're going to.
Do you guys see each other? You're going where?
We're going to the Careways. We're going to my dad's. So that's where all the kids are and all the aunties.
Oh, okay.
There's going to be a lot of kids there. Boy, oh boy. And they don't ever have the TV on the right channel. They got another TV that has the basketball game on, but where they want everybody together, it'd be on something totally different. I'm like, Auntie Dari, can we turn this TV?
When I heard you guys talking about was it Sunday?
Yeah, the person that changed the remote at Casey's
that was funny.
Yeah.
When I ran to when I ran out the other
behavior.
day.
What would you have done if they were at your parents' house?
Yeah, I would have been like, hey man. Hey man. Okay.
I should have handled that different.
I respect that, my brother, but I have a job to do. And that job does not involve the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm like a frat, bro. Who do you know here?
Yeah. Like you got let me see your invite, player.
And it was the principality of the situation because
was he one of our elders?
No.
Oh,
he was like
Kenny.
He was like my mom's age. I wouldn't look at my mom as one of our elders, right? Like she's older than me.
I think your mom is the very definition of it.
Like, well, I think of elders. I'm thinking of like 80, the OG.
Oh.
But no, he wasn't like the same age as me. No.
All right. Your mom, you respect people your parents' age.
I said,
but it's also like
no, you guys are right.
Yeah.
His same age as my mom, I could have talked to him.
Yeah, well,
I'm
that's
42
right.
years old. I
Let's be
can talk to
clear.
him.
He's not your mother, and you're not a teenager. Brother, don't touch my remote control again.
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. This was a friend, not a family connection, right?
Yeah, it was a friend.
Yeah.
That's not
Like, how good a friend?
Neighbor.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
that's not yeah.
Man.
Unless you slept in this house, no, you can't change the remote.
Came in there. Hey, oh man, where's your mom? The football game. I was just busy. He got lucky because I was busy.
I would have hit him with the house party. Hey, whoa, my brother. You got to buy your own. Give me this. Go on, put that remote down.
I was busy.
Go back and get some spinach dip or whatever.
Yeah, you should have walked into his house and changed his TV.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we're gonna go do that today after the show. We're gonna take Kenny back. We're gonna go to his house and we're gonna change his TV.
You need to show up on that man's door like, hey man, I handled this wrong. You punked me in my mama's house.
Give me a remote.
Give me that remote.
Yeah. Go in there and put on your
Don't say nothing else. Putting on SpongeBob.
What's your boy's name? Victor
Newman. Oh, yeah. Young and the Restless.
Go put
Hell
Young
yeah.
and the Restless on and say
Hell
you're gonna
yeah.
sit here and watch this.
I didn't see Young and Restless in a couple years. Damn.
Well, yeah, aren't you busy when it comes on?
I think it comes on at 10, maybe 11, but I think it comes on at 10.
All right.
But I mean, there is a DVR on the YouTube TV.
Well, there's that. Cavs at Knicks open things up. I might see some of that. Spurs, Thunder. That's the one that's probably really going to get me.
That's going to be the one.
Timberwolves, Nuggets. That one I probably won't be able to see much of either. That's the slate of NBA games.
To go along with Rockets, Lakers.
Yeah, that one I think I'll be able to watch. I think I'll be able to watch Rockets Lakers.
Yeah, I'll be nice and full after.
I remember
for that game.
On Thanksgiving, I was like, did we not turn the TV on here? And she goes, no.
Oh.
It's like, okay. She was like, it's okay, though. I packed your iPad.
They treating Dame like Morgan.
So, I just, do they know what I do? Yeah, that's why I brought your iPad.
If I was working back at the state, the TV would still need to be on.
I walked in the like the fireplace screen was on.
This was the first Thanksgiving where they had the game on. I was pretty hyped.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
People know what time it is. They know what time it is. Or
I usually I gotta get the phone out.
And it's like and part of me was thinking, baby, we need to lay the groundwork for Christmas. Like, what are we gonna do on Christmas Day?
Oh no!
I'll bring your iPad.
Oh Lord, no! I need it on the TV.
It's not a battle he's gonna win. I don't think.
Go sit in Katie's parents' room and watch the TV.
Yeah.
Dame sit on the bed like Michael Scott.
We'll come back. You don't even get the reference. What are you
No, I remember that.
What show were they watching that
laughing
day?
at?
What show were they watching?
They were watching. It was like the challenge.
We'll come back. Jake Gadon. Jake Gadon does join us, and I can prove it because he's right there. I don't need any of my coworkers to bail me out. Jake Gadon joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 13. What's up, Jake?
What up, fam? How are you?
What up, though?
Where are you?
We're trying a new place. We got a new Zoom setup at CBS 13.
Oh, nice.
So I think it's better than the sports office. I got a better mic in here. I don't know. Do I sound better at all?
Oh, good.
Oh, it's a short commercial break.
Yeah, they sound real good.
1, 2, 3.
Okay,
I'll be
real
right
good. Kenny, I'm getting some flack over at Sac State. They don't like me over there right now.
What'd you do?
The doctor, El Presidente, is not a big fan of me right now.
Oh no. I'm trying to think. I maybe I missed it. I didn't see you do anything controversial.
I didn't. I tweeted out saying that I don't think the head coach should be coaching in the Holiday Bowl, but apparently that ruffled feathers. And then he's just not a big fan of me. So that's what I came to the conclusion of past 2 days.
Jake, I'm a big fan of you.
I appreciate that, Casey. We're gonna try to calm down the seas here, as they would say.
We'll mend some fences. We'll work.
We'll work. I think we need to have a little therapy session. Mediator.
We'll all sit down, talk together, man. Break some bread, champagne and campaign.
I'm about it. If you want to help me with that, I am all about that.
For real, we'll all talk.
Okay. Coming from a good place, you know that. I do love this hire, though. The more I keep on looking into him, that is a hire that I can get behind.
I don't, I outside of the initial resume, I'm not, I don't know much about it. I'm reading what I can, but.
Do you have friends in Oakland?
I do, but none of them that are tapped into like any type of college career.
I have
friends I have in the Bay Area, moved from the Bay Area.
My EP at the station played for him, and then at McClymonds, and then I have a buddy over there that was JUCO with him, and they both speak extremely highly of him, extremely highly.
I think this young man who plays, he's a longtime listener of the show, football player, Eric Eaton, I think his name was. He talked about how Lonzo Carter recruited him, and he didn't go to Arizona or wherever he was going to go, but he was just like the conversation and the things that we talked about really helped me a lot in making my decision. He's like, this is going to be great. So I think Eric's usually in the chat. I'm not sure, but he's definitely on Twitter. So yeah, just a bunch of positive stuff.
Positive stuff. I'm enjoying it. I'm excited for him, and it sounds like he's going to stay too. So, and I'll bring that up if we talk about it.
Hey, we can bring that up first. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, let's start with Sac State. Go with that, and then some stuff with the Kings.
Hey Jesse, by the way, Taylor's coming in just to kind of. Watch.
Oh, yeah. Is Jesse there? By the way,
yeah, he's
maybe I don't know why.
Is the Tua experiment over?
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Oh, great. We're back on the radio.
Quarterbacks.
We're back on the radio, and Jake's first question is to reignite the fire about Tua Tagovailoa and quarterback.
Yeah, Jake, I sure hope the Tua Tagovailoa experiment's over. It should be. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Eat up the cap, whatever you got to do. Trade him to Arizona for Kyler Murray, attach your pick, get him out of there.
The cap isn't that bad next year, though, right?
You're going to eat 2 years of it, though.
Yeah, it's 2 years of it. Yeah, it's 2 years of it.
About $99 million.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's after 27 that you can get off.
Yeah,
the
after 27.
Gotcha.
Once again, though, guys, and this is possible because I don't necessarily always understand the NFL cap. Didn't we realize that you can't trade the cap hit?
You can't.
Yeah, you
cannot. No, you can't.
No, you can't.
So, like, whether he's traded or not,
No. You can't cut him. The cap hit if you cut him.
That's okay.
The money goes to the team who takes.
So that's
the
what I thought. But remember when I kept saying trade Nick Bosa, and Kyle was like, "Yeah, you're still got the dead cap or whatever. It's not going to affect the money."
Yeah, but it depends on when you trade him, though. Do you trade him before the new year or the new NFL season? It all has to do about when you actually trade the player.
Post June 1st designation or whatever.
I think Schefter had a breakdown of Tua's June 1st stuff.
It's like the Brandon Ayuk stuff.
I showed it a minute ago.
But that's what always had me like. That's why I stopped saying trade Nick Bosa because it's not going to provide any cap relief, which is the reason why.
Don't make no mistake. He still wants to trade Nick Bosa.
I'm not worried about relief, by the way. Just don't want that man playing quarterback.
Oh my gosh, get him out and
get him out.
Man, Jesse, I wonder if I could put into Chat GPT. Can you explain the NFL salary cap to me?
Can you imagine it just crashes? ChatGPT ceases to exist?
No, it's going to have like a 3-page essay for you. Do you want me to polish this?
Yep. It's still going. Holy crap. It's still deciphering. This is crazy. I have never seen anything like this in ChatGPT. It's still going, by the way.
Goodness.
It hasn't stopped. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's amazing.
That's going to be your reading when you're on the toilet later. Okay, I can tell you that right now.
All right, settle down, Josh Hart. Relax. Relax. Let's start with. You know what? Let's start with Bills Patriots. Jake, no, I'm just kidding. We don't need to start there. Let's start with Sac State.
My bad too, Jake. Sorry.
Drake May for MVP. Okay, still. It's still there.
Here we go. Back to quarterbacks. You've been all over these Sac State moves in recent months. You and Mr. Hornet here in front of me. What do you think about Sac State's newest NFL coach, Alonzo Carter, who will be with us tomorrow? I think we said 1:15. Coach Carter will be with us.
Coach Zoe, the backup dancer for MC Hammer. I don't think, guys, I hate to say that. That's before my time. I think it's more of your time.
No one cares, man.
Yeah, what are you talking?
No one cares. Stop, Jake. Stop. Don't do that.
Okay. Sorry. Love you too. Okay. But as the football coach, I'm a big fan of Alonzo Carter. I think this is
I said too legit to quit. Would you understand that reference?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't touch this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And here's the thing. I think those pants that they wore in MC Hammer's, music videos, I think that, Dame, you own one of those, especially in your wardrobe. I'm like 98% positive of that.
Yeah,
I don't, but I don't. I've never been able to rock those.
Would you be familiar with Pumps and a Bump?
No, that's not.
Go play when we get off the air.
Okay.
Go watch the video.
Will I get street cred for that, guys?
No, but go watch the video.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's get serious here. Okay, we're going off the rails. Okay, off the rails. Alonzo Carter, though, the football coach, I have heard nothing but high things about this guy. This is a home run hire for the Hornets, if you ask me. This is a guy that is Oakland roots, an incredible recruiter, has coached and has won at the high school level, the JUCO level, and has been an assistant coach and running backs coach at San Jose State and Arizona for the past, 9 years under Brent Brennan. So I have heard nothing but great things about him in terms of the coaching style that he has, what he brings to the program, his personality, and what the things that I keep on hearing is this is a guy that knows Sacramento extremely well, knows the fabric of what this area looks like in terms of high school recruiting, because that's how Sac State's going to succeed. It's not going to be in the transfer portal. It'll be the high school recruiting, especially the guys that get overlooked, the 3-star, 2-star guys that the Power 4 Division I programs are not taking. I think he's going to be able to exploit that. I also think he's going to be able to exploit the JUCO recruiting as well, especially with his JUCO roots. What my biggest question I have for him heading into this new year is how many guys can you retain from this current roster? How many guys can you retain from the current recruiting class? What can you bring in? And then also, what coaching staff are you going to have? Like, my big question tomorrow is, is Chris Richardson here to stay? Because he's the guy that everyone knows. Speaking of Mr. Hornet, he is Mr. Hornet. He's the most mainstay coach in that Sac State program. I also wonder, is this a coach that looks at Sac State and says this is a lifting off point for my career like Brendan Marion did? Or is this a guy that would be like Troy Taylor that's here for 4 to 5 years and then decides to leave? Will he be here for the transition from FCS to FBS? I believe he will. Again, I still think this is a great hire for the Hornets. I just have questions heading into next season because time is ticking in terms of what's happening in this Hornet program. We still don't know who they're playing next year, and the recruiting class is kind of up in the air with the roster and the current recruits that they have.
2 things. First thing, Jake, I mean, we can say it now because it's a little public. We talked about this when it happened, and I talked about it with Coach Marion specifically. I don't want to say that was a unique situation, but he got a crazy deal to leave. Like, his plan wasn't, I'm gonna just be here 1 year and leave. Like, he had plans to stick around, but the deal he got to be an offensive coordinator, and you got to take a $3 million contract, all this other stuff. Like, you got to take that. So
there's another zero at the end of it. He was making like 360 here, 1,000.
Right. So that was. You had to do what you had. I don't think that was in the plans, but you had to do what you had to do. When you talk about Alonzo Carter, though, the thing that I think about and that I like is I know a lot of people who were proponents of Troy Taylor coming back were talking about how the Sacramento roots, he knows Sacramento, recruiting locally and things like that. You mentioned that Alonzo is very familiar with the Sacramento area, but I like the fact that he is connected and familiar with the whole region. You know what I mean? Just you don't want to get to a point where you're bringing in a guy. I'm not saying Troy Taylor would have been a bad decision, but we're bringing him in just because he knows just the Sacramento area? Why not get a guy that knows the Bay Area, who frequently have these monster teams that play for state championships and stuff like that? Bring a guy that knows not only the Sacramento area, but the whole Northern California region as a whole. And I like that he's going to be able to bring that.
Agreed. And everybody I talk to says he's an elite recruiter. So I think he's going to be able to recruit from SoCal to NorCal. I think he's going to, really heavily recruit Northern California. Like, guys, high school wise, there's a lot of untapped potential and talent in the Sac Joaquin section. Man, we had 6 teams go to state, 5 of them won. Out of those teams, not enough of those players are being recruited to Power 5 or Power 4 Division I teams. Like, those players are falling through the cracks and going to JUCOs. Like, a great example for me is like a quarterback last year for Vanden. His name is Kalani McLeod. Led Vanden to a state championship. Ended up having to go to JUCO before he got his first Division I offer this year after going to JUCO this past season. So, like, that's the type of talent we have here in the Sac Joaquin section and all of NorCal that kind of goes overlooked just because it's so rich with talent. So teams like the Sac States of the world, the UC Davises, the Nevadas, like, they need to take advantage of some of these guys that are not heavily recruited, but still very capable Division I players.
So it sounds like a big plus of a hire for Sac State, who needs some stability right now. They need some stability to kind of, there's a lot of talk about what they should do, conferences and all of this different stuff. They just need some stability in their program to bring those recruits in and get back to focusing on football.
And that's the thing that I like about Coach Carter. He's going to bring the stability. He's going to bring a patient approach to what they're going to be doing on a consistent basis. And like I said, he's here for the long haul. This is not going to be a one-stop thing. And I think that's why he's a guy that I could see being here for the next 4 to 5 years. He's a daughter that wants to go to high school in one main school. Looks like that's going to be Sacramento. So again, stability is the biggest thing that the Hornets need right now as they try to figure out where they're going to play next year, who they're going to play, and their transition to the FBS.
All right. Well, sounds like that program is going in the right direction. How about the other Sacramento program?
Uh-oh. Well, the Republic are doing fine.
Republic's flipping their roster. That's another interesting thing. Half their team's gone.
Okay. Well, Sac State.
Oh, that's a good. There's a good model for the Kings to follow. Flip your roster. Get half the players gone.
They should. Like, literally.
Did it? Why not?
Because the Kings are taking this prudent and patient approach. And don't get me wrong, I'm fine with Scott Perry doing that. And I quite honestly agree with him because of how things went with De'Aaron Fox last year. But then I look at, like, just the team sometimes I just feel like the team is completely checked out. Like, just completely and utterly checked out. And it was interesting yesterday, guys, that the messaging really kind of changed. Like, that was the first time I feel like I've heard Doug Christie talk about the young guys and getting them, more involved. How he talked about DeMar DeRozan played 39 minutes the other night, and you needed to lessen that time, not because of, who he is, but just you need to give other people possibilities. And like Devin Carter, I know he's playing in the G League right now, but like, give that guy a little bit of run in the NBA, reward him for his good play in the G League. Same thing with Nee Clifford. Like, I want to see more of him. And I just, you need to create space for some of these young guys, because I'm going to give a break to a guy that, we all three of us have probably been a little, not harsh on, just very critical with, is Keegan Murray. Did make some calls this past week, and the dude's going through some stuff physically. Like, it ain't just his thumb. Like, he had a neck issue. He had a shoulder issue. Like, dude's banged up. That's why he's probably not playing up to par. Defensively, he's playing great, but offensively, it's just not. He's excluding a lot of effort and is unable to get some help on that side of the ball. And I think Keegan yesterday was outspoken as he's ever been in a Kings uniform, saying, like, this completely changed from 3 years ago. There's a lot of turmoil. There's not a frustration that, quote, it sucks. Like, this sucks. And it must suck for you guys to cover this team, no matter if you're playing for it or if you're covering it or you're watching it as a fan. It just plain old sucks. And I completely agree with him. What happens next, though? Man, I've heard so many things. And I think James kind of covered a lot of it yesterday. I think you guys really covered it yesterday. I think a lot of these guys, especially the veterans, sound like they're hostages instead of volunteers. And when you're a hostage, we need to make a change ASAP Rocky. And I'm okay if the return is not as high as it needs to be. I think at the end of the day, clearing cap space and starting fresh is something really important.
So just real quick on Keegan, your season is shot. You're playing for nothing. If everything you laid out is the case, stop playing. Or better yet, Keegan, that's not your decision. Keegan, you're not playing anymore. If you are truly going through something and it's all of these different issues, one, God bless him for being a competitor and wanting to be out there. Young man, our season is shot. You may have a seat. You don't have to play right now. If we're to the point where we're starting to float this out there in the media, Doug is starting to say things during press conferences. You're 6-20. Stop playing him. Like, what is the point?
Yeah.
It's just my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
What you think, Jake? I mean, is it something where he should, because of everything that's going on, he should be shut down until he's 100% healthy and doesn't have to deal with any nagging injuries?
I don't think they have the bodies if they shut him down. I'll be real with you. Like, I just hate to say that, but like the amount of injuries that are stacking up, you don't have Drew's not able to play. You're not able to play Domas. You don't not allowed. Levine's going to be out a week, right? Like next thing you know, another injury is going to pop
48
up.
minutes of Precious.
Yeah, but I'm not.
That sounds like an appropriate movie. Oh, my bad, Jay.
Oh my God.
Jay. That sounds like that's my bad. That's me.
I will say this though. I would like to play Precious next to Keegan. I like it. Like I want to see
a lot.
I like it. Like I think you could play Domas at the 5, Precious at the 4, Keegan at the 3, and then figure out the 2 and the 1 guard. But like to answer your question, yes, it makes sense. But I don't think we can't if they have traded all their stars, like their veterans on this team, and it's really a rebuild, then yes, I'm with you, Dame. Like let's shut him down. Let's reset for next year, and you know this is just a throwaway year for him. But at the same time, though, this is a great time for him to work through some stuff, right? Like especially like to work on his game, to be more aggressive and everything like that, and be able to see if he can get a better shot, make his shot more consistent. That's where I'm back and forth with your point of like, yes, I agree, shut them down because they're not playing well and it's a throwaway season, but at the same time, great opportunity to see what you got in your bag and work on different things in a real life situation. So I think, guys, the one thing I was going to ask you about, and I was thinking about this for the past 24 hours after I watched your show yesterday, like name the last time the Kings had a true leader on the team. Like a true number one alpha. Like for me, I think about it, and like I hate to say it, but like Harrison Barnes to me was probably the only true quote unquote leader, even though he's a soft spoken leader in that locker room the first year the Beam team was here. And then I feel like that was missed or lost after he left. And Mike Brown even brought it up in his press conference 2 days ago. But like name a time where the Kings had a number one alpha that really called out guys and led the group.
On our test. I think we had this exact discussion yesterday. We landed on Ron Artest.
I mean, because you could talk about guys like Harrison Barnes, Garrett Temple,
and there's leadership qualities to all of those guys.
But they're leaders, but they
Vince
Carter, but they can't go get it on the basketball court. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The last time they had somebody who was a leader who could actually execute what they're telling everybody else to do was Ron Artest.
Which is wild, guys. Just absolutely wild that we haven't been able to find one guy in how many years since Ron Artest has been here that can be the alpha one.
DeMarcus probably had his own form of leadership. It was just a unique style of leading. Didn't really work for everybody. It didn't really work for everybody. But I don't think we spent some I really do think it's Ron Artest. I don't think we're overlooking anyone or discounting anyone. It's Ron.
And that's the crazy thing. I think that's something you've got to value heavily when you're looking at rebuilding this team. Like, I want an alpha number one, especially like, whoever you're drafting this next year and moving forward in the draft. Like, I think that's extremely important. You have to hold that in high value of people that are high character players that lead the group. Right. And I've seen that from a couple of prospects. The specific one, like I don't know if you guys watched the game last night, and I had to because they're playing Pacific, but BYU and AJ Debonsa, like I was impressed with that young man. Got to the rim, able to have a fadeaway shot. The best part about his game? Defensively, he is just nasty, like just nasty. So I know all three of us are going to probably be watching a lot of college basketball over the next couple of months, so to keep an eye on what's going to happen in the NBA draft. But if you're asking me, like, what's the number one thing quality-wise they need to look forward to moving forward is not just to play on the court, but high-character guys that can lead the team.
I'm going to be watching a lot of college basketball because my school probably going to win a national championship. Go Blue. What you talking about out here? We're out here smacking everybody up.
Have you seen UConn's preseason schedule?
Look, UConn play Michigan, beating them by dub. I hope
Jake, you're from the Northeast, so you have like a connection to UConn. That's the end of the story. It's just like your love for UConn makes sense.
Can you hit him, Dame?
Oh, no, Jesus.
He's really going to sit there and say Michigan's better than UConn?
You see what we're doing right now?
No, don't make me.
You see who we beat? We beat up Auburn by 40.
Yeah,
we beat up San Diego State by like 30. We beat up Gonzaga by 40. What are we talking about?
Jake, please.
Beat up Villanova by 40. What are we talking by 40? Not 40.
Please don't make me publicly side with him.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to say. Please don't make me publicly.
Okay. Well, I'll see you in March. We'll talk about it. We'll see it when we have Sports Extra March Madness edition. Yeah. All right, and we're talking about Michigan getting popped in the first round. I'm going to bring up this video right here.
I would fall out if they lost in the first round. That'd be like
that'd be amazing.
One seed in the first round.
They lose.
Jesus.
They lose to Sacramento State. No, they're going to lose to Sacramento State and Mike Bibby, and then we're all going to lose our stiffs. Okay,
State versus Michigan would go crazy.
Mike's got some work to do to get there. It feels like they're not in Sacramento for like another month.
They finally play this week. I think.
They play 3 days from now. They play on the 20th.
Yeah, but not here.
No, they don't play. They don't play here for the first of the year.
Yeah, like I think it's the 15th because maybe. I don't know which.
I think
it's
it might be like the 3rd or something.
It's the 3rd or the 3rd and the 7th. They're starting to get the Thursday, Saturday.
Maybe it's just because I know I'm going to one of those games. I thought it was the 15th.
Yeah. We got to pull up and do like a little watch party for one of those games, guys.
Hey, man, tailgate. Let's tailgate. Come on.
I'm about it. Want to make that little D-Lo KC CBS 13 tailgate? I'm down with that.
Let's do it. I do want to say one thing about your leadership thing as well. We talk about Ron Artest. I don't know if there's been leadership in the organization for 20 years.
Oh, that's a good call.
I can't remember exactly when Jeff left.
I would say Mike Brown. No, you can't discredit that.
I was going to say the same thing.
Mike Brown held the standard. Well, it's just that the ownership didn't like the standard that he was holding.
That's fair too. And I think if we're going by that premise as well, I think you put Michael Malone in there.
Straight up.
You know what I mean? that was a leader. He didn't have
Mike
all the
was
tools.
Pretty, he didn't
like
have all the tools. Mike, for sure.
So, got those two guys in the organization. But I don't think, Vladdy's a leader, but Vladdy didn't know really know
I also think Vlad, that's
and he was miscast too. Like, I don't think Vladdy was ever trying to do that.
That absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So,
and you know what? Always,
guys, I do.
Go ahead, Jake.
Honestly, I do like Scott Perry though in his leadership style right now. I think there's a actual approach with everything that he is doing. My question for him and what we'll all judge him on is what he actually ends up doing. Does he pull a trigger on, right? Like a lot of talk right now, tons of it. Let's see the results. Right now, he has. And I'm going to give him props for this. I think he's hit on both of his draft picks. Like I think Reynaud is going to be a fun prospect to see what he ends up being. And I think Nick Clifford, when he gets more time to actually work on his game and get cooking in some of these games, I think both those guys are going to be guys that they hit on because, quite honestly, I know Nick's been called upon trade-wise and see if he's available, and they're like shutting that down. So I would say, judge him on the decisions he's made. And right now, from the draft picks side of things, I do like it. And I'm now waiting to see what he can do on the trade front.
I'm not judging him right now, by no means. But I do want to see Nick Clifford play better. Like, he has not played well.
But he's not played. Like he's getting 8 minutes a game. Like you got to play the guy 16 minutes at least to get and consistently. That's the problem. If you don't play him consistently, he's going to get no rhythm. He's a 22-year-old star that was playing how many minutes for Colorado State last year? Like you got to give him some rhythm. Have to.
I like Meek.
Yeah, I'm okay with the jury still being out on Meek, but I'm excited to see what he has to offer. Real quick, 49ers the top 5 team in the NFL?
Just out of top 5. Just out.
Interesting.
I would say 6 or 7. I do like what they're doing. I will put him in the top 5 if Fred Warner makes it back for the playoffs. That's something I will look at. I have questions defensively. Like offensively, I think they're looking really well. Like I think CMC's on for another career year. I'm intrigued to see how long Ricky Pearsall is going to be out again if he re-aggravated his PCL. Jawan Jennings has been nails this year. I'm not upset that Brandon Ayuk's going to be leaving. Like, I just think that was a toxic situation. I think the same thing with Debo. Like, I think that you can put 1 and 2 on that. I am excited to see where they also place that money, because that's a lot of money that they're going to get off their books that they can put elsewhere. And I'm excited. Like, they're going to pay Jawan a little bit. Like, he won't get a massive bump, but he'll get a bump. But like, how to use that money moving forward will be very intriguing to me. Just because they have a lot. And this is Kyle Shanahan's by far his best coaching year. Like, I am impressed with the dude. Like, if you ask me if he's a top 5 coach in the league, yeah, he's definitely a top 5 coach. I think he's like maybe in a top 3 coach in the league right now. I'm just intrigued to see if they have any more injuries and can the offense sustain their high-powered, output over the past couple of weeks. Can they sustain that against Indy on Monday, and then that Chicago game on Sunday Night Football and Seattle in the final week? These are 3 toughest games by far in their schedule. They're 3 toughest stretches right now. So we'll see how it goes. Guys, Phillip Rivers, 44. Do you think you guys can go out there and play quarterback like he did on Sunday?
No.
Definitely not. Have no desire to either.
Well, I could throw the ball as far as he did.
Yeah, but if I get hit once, I quit. Give me a red jersey and maybe I'll go do it. That's about it. Jake, we appreciate you. Can you hold that?
Oh, yeah.
Jake, we appreciate you as always. Thank you, my friend. Great stuff.
Hey, I'll see you on Sunday, guys. Well, Dame, I won't see you on Sunday. You'll be asleep.
Yeah, I guess I'll see you next year.
I'll see you next year, Ryan. Hey.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
It's our man, Jake Gadon, right there. If you're looking for some last-minute gifts here headed into the holiday season, head over to Baker Family Wines in West Sacramento. That's their tasting room. There isn't a bottle of wine that they make that you can't get there out at the tasting room. So if you're in the West Sacramento area, Bryce, I know you're out there. That's a perfect spot for you. If you're in Elk Grove, they got the Nugget out there. Granite Bay, Rockland, Roseville, they got the Nugget out here as well. Select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations carry that beautiful bottle with the baseball stitch and the Baker Family Wines logo on it. It is a great gift. Wine is always a great gift. Yep. Wine from Dusty Baker is even better. Again, head over to bakerfamilywines.com right now. Become a member of Dusty's Clubhouse as well for exclusive releases and tasting room specials.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
And are the San Francisco 49ers in our top 5 football teams? We'll talk about that next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, yeah. I think this is live. Yeah, the game just started. Bowl season used to be popping. I think I'm going to pay a little closer attention to this game.
Well, I see you. I see you.
A little closer attention to this game. there 2 games? Yeah, there's 2 football games today. I don't know nothing about this next game. The Louisiana Lafayette Raging Cajuns taking on, it's either Delaware or Delaware State. Not sure. But I don't know nothing about those games. College football playoff starts on Friday. Friday night with a good game. That might be the best game of the first round, Alabama and Oklahoma.
When does Notre Dame play, Kenny?
Never. Never. Come on, Stephen Brown.
Oh, Stephen.
Come on, man. 112 is coming to the Bay Area next month, though, I believe.
Is that Yoshi's?
I don't think so. I think it's Oakland. No, I think it's like Bill Graham Civic Center or something like that.
Oh, it's I think Total's there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Case, I think Case is the other.
That's right. Yeah. Case is only doing a few though, and that's one of them. Yep, you're right.
$112.
Will just sent me some numbers on Neek. They are bad. They are bad. Oh man, Troop is at Yoshi's on March 1st.
Ooh.
Stop playing.
Ooh.
She go to Barge there the day before.
Nah.
Go spend the weekend in Oakland. Come on, man.
No guarantee.
Oh, I gotta go see Troop. Stop playing. I think that's the only song he ever made. You can't tell me otherwise, and I only know the version with Joe. Oh yeah, I gotta go see. I gotta go to this. All right, James Ham's going to join us coming up here in about 45 minutes. We'll talk Kings basketball. I guess no game tonight, no game tomorrow. They had practice today in Sacramento.
Good. Need to practice.
I guess. Yeah, we'll talk to James about the Kings coming up. We were talking to Jake Gadon a few minutes ago, our brother from CBS 13. Big thanks to Jake for always joining us. I asked him if he had the San Francisco 49ers in his top 5. He said no, they're just outside, 6-7, wasn't making a joke. And I thought, okay, it'd be a nice little segue into. This is a big rich town. Hold on, stop. Sorry, hold on 1 second. TC wants to talk, and there's no way we can get back to him. So let's let TC cook and do his thing. Terrence, what's up, man?
D-Lo, KC, my 2 brothers was popping.
What's good, big dog?
Hey, listen, I sent y'all something for 102.5. I know we ain't talking music stuff, but that's my girl though, Summer, man. I know y'all probably like that. That album is fun.
Come on, man. Summer's her. Summer's her.
Yeah,
that's my girl, man.
That's a different artist.
That's true too.
Like 4 people thought that was it's whatever. Shout out to the 4 people who got it.
No, so listen, I ran a trade. So first, let's talk about Keegan. I get the whole situation with Keegan. Keegan, you speak it up now, brother, right? But we've been needed you to speak up. And also, if you want to speak up like that, brother, I know if you want not really a spot at the table, but you got to start shooting more than 10 times a game, brother. You talking about what's this and that? You ain't used to losing, all this like unnecessary talking. I get you want to speak. They probably had you go out there, but bro, you got to focus on that. So let's focus individually first. If you get that down, then we can start talking about you raising your voice and going crazy, right? Do that. Also, like, not with the I'm just being honest about you. Right?
All right. That's all right.
And he's speaking up, and I'm like, bro, hold on, bro. We always on these airwaves to talk about why you ain't shooting more than twice, and you need everything around you, and you're supposed to be the guy. Everybody wants you to be the guy, but you're not shooting more than 10 times, bro. But you want to come up here talking about this and that. I just wasn't really feeling that. Also, I ran something by the guy this morning. Tell me it's just crazy, right? Well, we could have had him before Castle, right? But is this a lot? But sometimes
no. Stop. When could we have had him?
You know what? Let me take that back. I don't even think that was a thing then. It wasn't. That's just probably talk, D-Lo. I don't know. You might not know, but we didn't. But now I say with this trade, they do it. Everybody's like, why would they do it? Because you're giving them a haul. You're giving them Dario, Devin, their 2027 first round pick back, and one of our 2026 second round picks this year for Castle.
I only let him run that one back just so I could fade him twice in one day.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes, Dario Saric, Devin Carter, 2 first-round picks for Stephon Castle.
Put TC in the Hall of Fame for getting faded twice on the same day.
First ever.
What a moment.
They said we're giving them a haul.
Listen,
TC.
I'm helping you out. I'm doing you a favor. This is hurting me.
You're twisting my arm here.
That was hilarious. That trade proposal was hilarious.
That's the one right there.
I'm glad we took that.
The Kings were never getting Steph Castle. The Spurs were never even remotely considering trading. When this all started, the first thing I asked was about Steph Castle. They said he's not on the table. It's not a discussion. It is an end of the conversation type thing. It was never happening. The Kings were never going to get Steph Castle in any situation that involved De'Aaron Fox. I don't think that the Kings were going to get Steph Castle in any situation, period. It wasn't happening. They're certainly not going to do it for Dario Saric.
Not at all.
And whatever else TC attached to that twice faded trade proposal.
We're going to get a lottery pick, Dario Saric contract, and 2 first-round picks.
Johnny, we'll talk to him about it when he comes up here. I've heard James say that before. I just disagree. I mean, it makes no sense to think that they would have included Stephon Castle in a De'Aaron Fox deal.
Yeah, I had mentioned on the Insiders earlier, and he could talk about it too later, but he mentioned that if he kind of hinted, I guess, that if the Kings would have held out a little bit longer or just held out longer, that Steph Castle could have been part of a deal.
I mean, and that kind of feels like, to me, that kind of feels like you're saying the Spurs are a stupid organization. Like that wouldn't make no sense to trade Stephon Castle on that.
Well, if it was it doesn't to me, but I just didn't see a scenario where the Spurs were like, we have to have De'Aaron Fox. If they did, then it's different.
Mm-hmm.
But the Kings called them.
Right.
And that's where let's talk. We love De'Aaron. We absolutely want De'Aaron here. You can't have Steph Castle. But no, we'd absolutely love to do it.
No, I do think they could have pushed if they had a active general manager invested in the situation there. They could have pressed for a guy like Devin Vassell. They could have pressed for a guy like Keldon Johnson or, one of those picks that aren't the Spurs or something. They could have obviously pushed for more, but I don't think they had a chance in hell against Stephon Castle.
I don't think so either.
I mean, there's people there, like, but depending on who you believe, there are reports saying the Spurs are saying no in a Giannis deal, no Stephon Castle.
That's it, right.
But they
Steph
trade
and,
for De'Aaron
and
Fox.
Jalen Harper too.
Yeah. But they trade for De'Aaron Fox.
That's being in the driver's position. They're in the driver's position right now. People want to trade. Teams want to trade with them because teams know that the Spurs have the assets. The Spurs don't have to trade with nobody. Not Sacramento, not Milwaukee. They don't have to and not do the deal that they want to.
Right.
Don't have to. Back to this.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
All right. So we were talking to Jay Gadon, asked if he had the San Francisco 49ers in his top 5. He said no, they're just on the outside. Maybe around 6, maybe around 7. So let's go through power rankings right now here, KC. There's definitely going to be some changes given some of the games this past weekend. Last week I had the Patriots at number 1, the Rams at number 2, Broncos at number 3, Seahawks, Packers rounding out the top 5. This week,
down goes 1. Down goes 1.
1 to 5. And I struggled here. A lot. As a matter of fact, if Jesse might have seen it, if you peeked at our show notes last night, I actually had the 49ers here. And I kind of thought, man, I'm going to put the Patriots here because I kept the Seahawks at 4. And the team that made a jump is the Buffalo Bills. I put the Bills up at 3. And that's ultimately the Bills are the team, and where I put them is like I felt the Patriots are still one of the better teams in the NFL. Again, I still think very, very highly of the San Francisco 49ers. But the Bills, Josh Allen, that win really, really got my attention. Broncos at 2, and I'm just sticking with my assertion that I think the Rams are the best team in football.
Completely fair.
So I have the Rams at 1, Broncos at 2. Bills moved all the way up to number 3. They weren't even in the top 5 last week. They were just on the outside. Seahawks at 4, Patriots at 5. If you think that's disrespectful, hang tight because it's going to get worse.
Well, last week I had the Broncos as the 1 team, number 1 team.
Yep.
Patriots 2, Rams 3, Seahawks 4, Packers 5.
No, you didn't.
The Packers are 5.
No, you did not.
Packers, they were
absolutely did not.
That team was just, they're stacked.
I have the
Why do you lie
entire
to all of
I
us?
have the
Stacked.
entire edit history of our document here. You did not.
They're stacked.
He had the San Francisco 49ers 2 weeks in a row.
Not that Bears fiasco.
Well, the Bears, look, the Bears just gonna beat up on the Niners in 2 weeks, and they're just so much better than the
Here
Niners.
you
Of course,
go.
I had them in the top 5. It was just a little blip on the radar. What happened in Green Bay? But this week, some changes. Same number 1 though. I had the Broncos number 1 last week. They beat the Packers. They stay number 1. The Rams, who were 3, they moved up to 2 because the Patriots lost. Patriots moved down to 3. I actually, in my original edition of this week's Power Rankings, I had the Patriots at like 5, maybe even out. But I was like, no, they don't deserve to be out. Like that's a little too far. Got them at 3. At number 4, there's just this little team that is unproven, and we can't take these guys seriously at all. But I'm gonna put them in here. These guys haven't done anything. They haven't beaten anybody. When you talk about the history of the franchise, they've never beaten anybody. I don't even really know why they're here. I might make a change on the fly, but right now at number 4, I have the San Francisco 49ers. But once again, they haven't proven anything. They're not even that good. Brock Purdy, I wouldn't pay him $55 million. Wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? Like, put this franchise, this guy, I wouldn't do that. This Niners team, look, they'll lose soon and they'll be out of the top 5 because, you just can't believe in these guys whatsoever. But I have them at 4 right now.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
To quote you, no disrespect. You sound stupid.
What? What?
Yeah, who are you talking to?
What? No.
As Gorilla
Nobody-
Monsoon would say, will you stop?
Nobody believe in these little Niners, man. This little gritty group or whatever. It's a classic too, by the way.
Will you stop?
These guys, they'll be gone soon. They'll be gone. Like get them out of here. Get them out of here. Well, I can't watch when the Bears beat them by 3 touchdowns because the Bears are the real deal.
You know what? Thanks a lot, John Bull, Weezy, and Manny. This is your guys' fault.
Yeah, get the Niners out of here soon. Got them at 4. At 5, I got the Seahawks. The Seahawks are another team that I thought about moving out completely.
Yeah.
But they did get the win.
Yeah.
And they're what, 10-3? I believe, yeah. 11-3, maybe. They're one game ahead of the Niners, so I think they're 11-3.
Yeah.
So top 5: Broncos, Rams, Patriots, Niners, and Seahawks.
Why Broncos over Rams?
There's
nothing. It's perfectly fine. I was just curious. What was your?
I like the Broncos defense a little bit better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the Broncos defense a little bit better. That's going to be a tough projecting out to the playoffs a little bit. It's going to be a tough game to win in Denver with that defense.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be a tough one. It's not impossible by any means, but you're going to have to come with your A game.
I realized as we were putting these power rankings together, this has been. It's probably a little different for me than the two of you from a neutral party perspective. It's been a really enjoyable football season. There's just good football everywhere. And I don't think, as we were putting together these power rankings and I started thinking about the teams that weren't in, the top 5, like, I don't know that there would be like a Super Bowl matchup that really surprised me. Then I realized there might be one team that surprised me. And I'm so sorry to Manny in John Bull. There's something about Chicago that I can't get behind yet. I'm not in on this.
Well, yeah, it's their quarterback. They're not ready yet. They've taken the first, maybe the second step. I think they're a little bit better last year as far as their record compared to years before, but like they're a year early.
I don't know what I'm watching. Like what was it? 8 straight wins?
Mm-hmm.
What am I watching with Chicago? I have no clue.
They're beating the teams they should.
Yeah.
Like
there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, like the Eagles game was impressive.
Yeah,
the Eagles have had
absolutely.
their issues offensively, but I mean, it's just no one's sold on the quarterback, so you can't really be sold on the team right now.
I realized if we expanded our power rankings, because I was looking at Chicago, like, why don't I have Chicago here? It's like, well, I wouldn't put Chicago over San Francisco. And then I started looking a little bit further, like I wouldn't put Chicago over Jacksonville, which is insane to me, but I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I know what I'm seeing when I'm watching the Jacksonville Jaguars. Surprised I'm seeing it, but I know what I'm watching. Same with the Green Bay Packers. I realized we'd have to make the power rankings about 10 before I even thought about referencing the Chicago Bears. I'm just not. I'm sorry. I'm not there yet. Y'all are going to have to.
No, yeah.
They're going to have to get me there. I'm not there.
I ain't going. I can't do it.
I don't think there's anyone there with the Bears right now besides Bears fans.
Yeah, I can't do it. I mean, like Jesse said, it's the quarterback, and this isn't necessarily who he's going to be, hopefully, for Bears fans. But it's who he is right now. I mean, he's a guy that's highly inaccurate. 2 to 3 times a game, he'll go on the run and throw a dot as he's falling out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
They'll do that 2 or 3 times a game, and then everybody will be like, see, that is why Caleb Williams, number 1 pick, that's what gets everybody excited. It happens 2 to 3 times. And then you look at even in the Eagles game where they were able to win in spite of what Caleb did. Caleb completed like 47% of his passes that game.
It's a really good defense, though. Like to be fair,
it is.
You talk about the Eagles game,
yeah, it is. But
I hear you.
The passes that he misses, once again, I've said are the fundamental ones. Those are the ones that you've got to hit. And as you get into a playoff setting where there's people locked in on your every move and everything that you're doing, you got to hit those. Like I need Caleb to come out 9 of 11, just hitting people right in the chest, on a 8-yard out. You know what I mean? And I just don't know if he can do that right now.
Okay. Consistency is probably a concern with Caleb. He's at 58% completion percentage. Again, the Bears are 10-4. He deserves credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, as Trey Wingo would say, wins and losses aren't a quarterback stat, but it's often discussed as it is. So, Caleb was a problem at the beginning of the year. Give him credit now, but 58% is probably a little too low for your franchise guy who you've got taking you forward. Young quarterback, you've got time to figure all of this out, but he has thrown for 3,100 plus yards, 21 touchdowns, and 6 interceptions. He's not turning the ball over crazy. Like he's not making, he's not making a ton of mistakes. This is a third-year quarterback,
second year, I think.
Second-year quarterback.
Yeah.
This is a second-year quarterback. So you're the fact that you have that category under control is a big deal.
Yeah, and his athleticism and the way he's able to keep plays alive allows him not to get sacked a lot either. Keep plays alive, not taking negative yards in that respect. So that's those are pluses. Those are big time pluses for Caleb. But the story for Caleb for me forever will be his lack of accuracy and lack of accuracy in the pocket.
What's the
in the pocket and deliver the throw.
70% is a high level of accuracy. What do you want your franchise quarterback throwing?
Off the top of my head, I'm thinking 67.
I was going to say 60, 67, 68 plus.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's off the top of my head. And once again, it's those
for comp's sake, shorter sample size this year. We'll use his career. Brock is at 67.6.
Yeah, 66% right now in the league is about average. Jacoby said at 16th.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and once again, hit those throws you got to hit.
Yeah.
Brock had one on Sunday where Ricky Pearsall was going across the middle of the field, wide open, big time gain, and the ball just sailed on him. Just sailed on him. And those are the throws that you don't typically see from Brock.
Was that before or after he ran to the left side of the field and then turned around and threw back to the middle of the field?
that was
because that was insane.
Yeah,
that was insane.
Before
major Tony Romo vibes on that. Like, hey, old gunslinger here.
Yeah, man.
Relax, Brock.
But he
completed hell of a pass, hell of a play, but also one of those ones. And I think this was pointed out on the broadcast. Also, one of those ones you don't really want your quarterback to do very often.
Man, the jump pass was crazy. Oh man, the jump pass, Brock.
Brock kind of had some moments this past weekend.
Brock is
for a game versus the Titans. There's far too many,
and that's what Brock does though. Like Brock, I think sometimes it's his anticipation that he goes for because he has to make up for it because he doesn't have the physical arm to like just fire it in the way Caleb Williams does or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to anticipate. He's got to throw guys open, and that's just kind of how he plays and what he does. Like he's not by any means Jimmy Garoppolo, but he'll take some chances. He'll take some chances on some throws, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't.
I wonder if when this postseason is over, the story we're revisiting when we look back on the season is the quarterback. We outlined for completely different purposes earlier in the show. We were outlining, that there's a Bo Nix in this playoffs. There's Drake May in this playoffs. There's Caleb Williams in this playoffs. But then there's also Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert looking to establish themselves, and then lurking, and CJ Stroud to a certain degree also, and then lurking there is Josh Allen. You also got Matt Stafford, who has won you a Super Bowl. I should probably reference Aaron Rodgers is right now in the playoff picture.
Mm-hmm.
He's a part of that as well. Like he can end an AFC championship by throwing an interception. You got the likes of Jordan Love. You got Brock Purdy, who's already been to a Super Bowl. Like, you have such this unique mixture of quarterbacks who are established, looking to establish themselves in the postseason, and young. And it's you know, that's, I want to call it a benefit, but it is kind of, it's the WWE new generation. It's the benefit to Patrick Mahomes not being there. It's the benefit to Lamar Jackson not being there. You know, there's no Kirk Cousins, there's no Dak Prescott. You got these young guys to come in here, and they, you know, the eyes are going to be different on Caleb, on Drake, on Bo, and even to a certain degree on Jordan Love and CJ Stroud and those guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's an opportunity for these young guys and the league to start showcasing, like you said, the new generation, the next wave of quarterbacks, and see who elevates themselves from that group. It's not going to be all of them aren't going to be great, but this playoffs, we might get 2 or 3 guys that boost their stock, boost their profile with a playoff run of some sort, maybe even getting to a Super Bowl or winning a Super Bowl. And just finding out who's next, who's that next guy. It could be Caleb Williams, could be CJ Stroud, it could be Jordan Love, could be any of these guys.
Could be, man, but I think it's going to be fun to watch, and I think it's going to create some interesting conversations. Unless, of course, it's just Matt Stafford versus Josh Allen. I don't know how interesting that conversation is.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The conversation isn't interesting, but I mean, Buffalo's first Super Bowl in 30-some-odd years or so.
Yeah, I mean, and Stafford having a chance to win a second Super Bowl, to go along with what I think is an MVP season from him.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I mean, I know Jake Gadon wants to tell you it's Drake May, but for me right now, it's Matthew Stafford. It'd be a hell of a story for those guys. We'll come back. Jesse asked a question regarding the Kings that I saw and laughed at, but then I didn't know the answer to it. I genuinely didn't know the answer to it. And we'll ask that question to you. James Ham will join us at the top of the hour next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I don't know if what's up, Taylor? How you doing? I don't know if John Bull is being a shit starter like he normally is, or he really thinks like Caleb is like that guy. It's hard to tell.
Caleb Williams has shown flashes. I think he'll be good, but I don't know. I don't think he's.
I think he'll be a good. I've said it a number of different times. My concern is the accuracy, and that is not something that started in Chicago.
Yeah, he's 32nd in completion percentage.
Like he's never been accurate in the pocket. Not at USC, not at Chicago. And I don't know if that's something that you can just learn. Maybe.
Josh Allen, I think, got better with it.
He did. Yeah.
Point being, though, like, I don't think you can count on Justin Fields, Caleb Williams yet. I think next year would be the year, like, oh, wow, he's finally put it together.
John talks about John. I don't know, though. I don't know what John be talking about, because John also, I don't know. I don't know what John be talking about at the time. It's my guy. I don't know what he be talking about. Here's the thing, Weezy, when you talk about Caleb. It's like, I watch the Bears because I talk to my man every week about that Bears game. Every week I talk to my man. So I'm watching the Bears. We're critiquing what's going on. He did the same thing last year. Caleb was good against them sorry ass teams and went to London and threw 4 touchdowns and all this other stuff. When he played real defenses, that's when the accuracy started to slip. That's when he went back to the same issues that he had. This year, he's gotten better as the season gone along because he played these sorry-ass teams. But when he played the Eagles and the Packers, he looked pedestrian. That's what he's got to get away from. I need to see one of them games against one of those top teams, one of those top defenses.
You got the Bears fans.
Huh?
I think you got the Bears fans mad right now.
All right, man. The Browns aren't no good. Like he played good against that's good. All right, so okay. All right, we getting hyped over playing good against the Browns. All right. All right, man. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Oh. I could be wrong. Did Cam Ward, what was Cam Ward's numbers against the Browns? Does that mean he's better than Caleb Williams? Of course not. I'm not making that claim right now. He might end up being there, but I'm not making that claim today.
Cam was 117 yards, 2 touchdowns. Titans scored 31 that day.
John Bull, stop crying. John Bull, boy, when you talk about the Bears, man, he started crying. He started crying. Damn, don't do that. Don't do that. I never said he controls that at all, John. All I said is when he plays the good teams, I want to see him play at a high level.
KC does not want you to be a fan of your football team in the chat.
Oh, no. I just don't want you to say stupid things.
What John say that was stupid?
John up here talking about like Caleb Williams stats, and we don't know because we don't watch the game. I watch the Bears very often. I don't watch them as much as John. I'm not going to make
Caleb's
that claim.
stats are pretty good.
That's fine. That doesn't eliminate the fact that if he does a drop back and there's a guy wide open in the middle of the field, that he doesn't routinely sell the ball 3 yards over their head or throw it at their feet.
His accuracy is absolutely a problem.
And all I'm asking for him is to hit him in the chest. He did it. He did a great job of that on the final drive against the Packers on 2 of those passes. I think one of them might have been a third down, but he dropped back. The first down that they got on that final drive, dropped back and just threw a dot right in old boy's chest. Like there was no scrambling around, none of that. It was drop back. There he is. I'm gonna hit him in the chest. That's what I'm looking for from him. I need that more often. I need that more times than not. I know you can do the spectacular. I know when you're moving to the right and you're running full speed, you can throw a dot to somebody right there on the sideline. But I need you to do the routine. That's all it is. And John Bull's like, you're stat watching. All right, man. Look, I want him to be good. One of my best friends is a Bears fan. I want to see him happy. I ain't got no problem with the Bears. I want Caleb to be good. I just got my concerns. Can I say one more thing about the 49ers?
Yeah.
When we were talking to Jake, he was talking about Brandon Ayuk. One of the developments from that situation is I thought at the beginning of the season, Juwan Jennings was gone. Now, I think he might have, with the Ayuk situation going down and the way Jennings has played, he might have, or at the very least, I hope he's played his way onto a new contract with the 49ers. Okay. And I'm not saying it's for the same amount of Brandon Ayuk or anything like that. A fair deal, a good fair deal. But Juwan he's been really vital and really good for this franchise for the past 3-4 years. And now that you do have a couple extra dollars, yeah, I'd absolutely want to see them
send it Juwan's way. I wasn't going to go above and beyond. I knew he would get a better deal elsewhere. It was like, hey, you got to take that money when the Brandon Ayuk signing was going down. But now that you have a couple extra dollars, yeah, swing that Juwan's way a little bit. I'd like to see him here for a couple more years with the 49ers, and I think that might be a possibility now that the Brandon Ayuk situation played out the way it did.
You're saying a couple more dollars, so you're not talking about wide receiver 1 money?
Nah, I wouldn't go there. And I don't know if he's...
Is that a position they need to find?
Yes and no. I don't think there would be free agency. I think I've seen a couple of mocks, and I agree with that. I think they're going to maybe go again first round wide receiver, which is Ricky Pearsall, which was a good pick, but he's having injury issues. But I think that's where they would go for wide receiver help before giving that money in free agency, giving that money to say like a T. Higgins. Or T. Higgins might be long-term contract now, but a guy of that caliber.
I don't think so.
I thought he signed a deal.
He sign? Did him and Jamar sign at the same time?
Yeah, he's not on the franchise. So, but that caliber guy, like I don't think they're going to use that money to go do that. I think what they would do is actually use that money elsewhere, maybe on the line, either one of the lines, and then where they would have gone first-round pick offensive line. Now they'll probably go first-round pick wide receiver and pay for offensive line help.
James Ham going to join us coming up in about less than 10 minutes or so. Jesse asked a question in our rundown that it actually made me laugh, and then I couldn't figure out the answer. And it is a very, very simple question. Can it get worse for the Kings? That was my initial reaction. Like, oh, that's funny. Jesse's. And then I started thinking, like, well, can it? And then I realized I don't know the answer to that. Like, what would worse be?
I think it can if you don't really make any deals before the trade deadline, and everyone who doesn't want to be is still here.
See, I'm glad you mentioned that because it brings me back to something Jake said when we were talking to him, an hour ago. Is Jake said, you've got to clear this roster. You've got to start all over, even if you take less than market value or whatever. And I don't know how you establish. It was something along those lines. Those weren't his exact words. But if you have to take less to move on from the deal, now you do it. I do not believe that to be true. I don't think you have to take. If there, and again, I don't know exactly. I feel like those are just words we say. I don't know how you could establish a market value for a particular player and then go, no, I'm not going to take that. I'm going to take less because I want to trade him right now. And I guess the idea is someone tells you, hey, we really want, and we'll use Zach LaVine as an example. We really want to acquire Zach LaVine, but the construction of our setup here won't really allow us to do it until the offseason. But we would like to make a move for him. Here's what we're willing to give up. This is a solid deal. We're not backing away from it. We'd like to get this done. Doesn't really center on players, centers on this, centers on that. That's the only way I can see a situation where you're framing, you taking less than market value. To me, you're going to take what's available. If you're trying to move off your guys, you're going to take what's available. The idea that with this current group of players, you're holding out for a better deal is insane to me. The Bucks might feel like they can hold out for a better deal with Giannis. You might be able to feel like that because you might be right. Situations could change amongst teams. Off seasons could create entirely different scenarios for teams to approach the Milwaukee Bucks and make trades. No one feels that way about Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan or DeMontis Sabonis for that matter. There is no better deal, in my opinion. The market is whatever they tell you it is. That's the market. I don't think there's a less than market deal. So the idea that you'd have to take less of a deal that might not even be available for you is crazy to me. But if you thought there was a greater deal out there, I wouldn't take anything less just to move on from him. If I have to wait this thing out and wait for everybody to expire, then that's what I have to do.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think it can get worse this year. I really don't. I was trying to think of a situation where things get worse than they are right now. No. Like Jesse talks about, if you're not able to trade those guys, all right, I'll trade him at a different time.
Mm-hmm.
Like DeMar's
It's not going to be fun basketball for the next 50 games, but
DeMar not going to be here next year. Zach LaVine and Sabonis might be here next year. Might be. I hope not, but they might be. And I guess you'll just be at that rock bottom for another year. But even with that, you've got a rookie that you'll be looking at. You'll be looking at who he is. So I was really trying to lay out scenarios. I just don't see a scenario where it gets worse than what it is right now. It may maintain this it probably will maintain this for the rest of the season, which is awful. But worse than this, I don't know. Even if you couldn't trade those guys, I don't think it's worse than where we're at.
Can you imagine emailing Vivek Ranadive your thoughts on this basketball team and he responds?
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
Obviously, that happened with Joe Lacob. It was Joe Lacob had a brief, like it was an email exchange with a Warriors fan.
Yeah, why did he email him back?
I don't know. I don't even know if I'm mad at Joe Lacob for that.
Why did that guy email him?
He's frustrated.
Usually that happens on Twitter now.
He's like, I'm going to the company directory and I'm emailing joe.lacob@warriors.com. I don't know, whatever it is.
Yeah, that was just
I wonder what that man thought when he looked and he saw replied and it's Joe Lacob.
That one's great. I was thinking about this. They're not the Kings. Like, the Kings are awful. I wouldn't say the Warriors are that by any means, but an underrated storyline. They're not good at all.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's an underrated storyline. I think you kind of knew it was going to be one of two directions. This one or what happened at the end of last year. And it sure felt like it was going to be this one.
I thought so too. Off the top of my head, didn't they start out really good again this year? Like 5-0, 6-0, something like that. 5-1, 6-1.
Your memory is better than mine. I don't remember it being that good, but maybe.
I remember because they played a bunch of home games and they were winning. Let me see what the high mark is for them so far this year. The high mark, it was 4-1.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
4-1 in their first 5. And then they just haven't really done much.
And then they lost 4 of their next 5.
I think, I mean, the 4-1 felt like it was 14-1. I was like, oh my gosh, they're good again.
They've kind of had a weird, like, the 2 wins, a loss, 2 wins, 2 losses, a win, 2 losses, a win, a loss. Then you have 3 wins, 3 losses, win, loss, win, loss. It's kind of loss, win, win, loss, loss. So they're going to beat Phoenix tonight. That's just what the math says.
Yeah. Back-to-back wins against San Antonio.
I don't think they're going to beat Phoenix.
I was kind of pissed. Like, oh, come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Curry scored 46 in one and 49 in the other. Jesus Christ. Steph is ridiculous. In the same vein, they beat San Antonio. Steph scores 46. They beat San Antonio again. Steph scores 49. Steph scores 39. They lose to Minnesota. Steph scores 48, and they lose to Portland.
Damn. No Ant in that Minnesota game either.
Poor Steph walking around. You guys suck.
So you know what the new topic is right now out there?
Just real quick. You know Steph's averaging 29.6 points per game.
Oh, these points per game this year is crazy. Is Maxey still above 30?
Stand by. I was just looking at Steph.
Oh, I thought you were on.
No. I was looking. I was looking solely at Steph. Hang on. Stats. I got you. I got Luka
just below 30.
Who did you just ask me about?
Maxey.
Yeah, Maxey's at 31.5.
31 a night.
Yeah. Donovan
crazy.
Donovan's at 30. Jokic, I think, was 29.8. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Luka's still at 34.7.
Is Giannis above 30?
Giannis is, I don't think so. Giannis isn't on the list.
I thought he was, for some reason, I'm thinking of 31
The
a
hell is
night
Giannis?
for Giannis. And I don't know if that's where he ended up.
For some reason, Giannis isn't on this leaders list.
Giannis.
Maybe he's missed too many games. I don't know.
Giannis is 28.9.
Steph isn't on this list either.
Yeah, he probably missed too many games. There was the big topic in Warriors land right now is Jimmy Butler not shooting the ball enough and not getting him involved enough. Look, Jimmy's cooked. He was cooked when you signed him.
Yeah.
He's cooked. That doesn't mean he can't play or nothing like that. Well, you think of Jimmy Butler, that guy gone. You are not getting Jimmy Butler you think of.
There is this amazing post-trade flourish that hits Jimmy Butler everywhere he goes. And then it dies. It dies.
I don't think it'll happen this year, but maybe going into training camp next year, he's going to get mad at Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr isn't even the coach.
Look, the Warriors organization, he wants a new deal.
All right, pal.
He's going to get his flat iron out. He's going to do his hair. He's going to say, I'm out of here.
Hey, I hope Jill Adge is listening. I also hope she isn't. You know who's playing really well? Sam Merrill. Sam Merrill's playing really well for Cleveland.
He played well last year too.
Yeah,
he did a good job last year. That's crazy.
I saw his name on like the 3 points made list. It's like, I know he's getting the three. I'm like, good for him. How many is he taking a game to be on like the most made, in the list? He's averaging 14 points per game for Cleveland, who's a bit of a mess, by the way.
Yeah.
Cleveland's a little bit of a mess. They got, they're a little bit of a
They
mess.
got a game tonight against somebody, don't they? Is it a good team?
Cleveland's got Chicago tonight.
Oh no.
But you better be ready to score.
Better be ready to score.
Chicago gonna go for 120 tonight, so you better be ready to do that at least. It's Cleveland and Chicago, Minnesota, and Memphis tonight.
Be ready to take advantage of the opportunities that will present themselves.
How would you categorize Hammer? Because you laid out really over the course of the last 2 days some of the catastrophic just misses that the Kings organization, and you focused on the Thomas Robinsons, losing Tariq Evans for like all of those, those Isaiah Thomas, those will go in stone for eternity to describe this organization. But you do have a guy like Sam Merrill who was here and was playing well, and now he's off in another organization doing the things that you wish someone here could do.
Yeah, sure. I'm glad they kept Matthew Dellavedova that year because that's who I think they kept over Sam Merrill. Look, sometimes you miss on a player, and I think that they're like, this happens more often in baseball, it feels like, where you can have a guy who's like underperforming, underdeveloped, like doesn't have his AAA stats convert to the major leagues, and he just can't find a home, and then all of a sudden he finds some place that just makes sense for him, and I think the A's were always so good at finding that. That's kind of where the Kings need to play right now. Like Sam Merrill, like the power forward version of Sam Merrill is Precious Achiuwa. Like, a guy who comes in, you find him, you put him in a position to succeed, and he plays exactly how he's supposed to play. That, again, I don't think that there's anything surprising about Precious Achiuwa, playing his game and being this type of player, except for the fact that no one else in the league was giving him an opportunity. And all of a sudden he's doing exactly what he did. He's just getting more minutes. He's getting more confidence, and he's starting to build off of that. So I'd like to tell you that the Kings mess up every single time. They don't, did they mess up just letting Neemias Queta go for nothing? Yeah, that was strange and weird, and to be honest, not a smart move at all. But for as many as those, there are a whole litany of players who have come through Sacramento that, it's their last NBA stop. The KZ Okpalas, again, like that type of player that just can't keep, can't elevate their game and make themselves part of an NBA rotation permanently.
And it doesn't work out as much for the Sacramento Kings, but to what you just laid out, James, I mean, the whole league is littered with situations like that where, team A drafted this guy or brought him in and it didn't work out and they ship him off somewhere or another and then he's performing in the playoffs somewhere. And, situations tend to matter in all the sports, but really in the NBA.
Yeah. I think situational, it means everything in the NBA. I mean, heck, Chris Duarte's out of the league, and he was coming out of the draft when he had a great rookie season in Indiana, then had an injury, and then just never ever figured it out again. And that happened so often. I mean, I remember in Sacramento, Malachi Richardson was a 22nd pick in the draft. The Kings had traded Marco Bellinelli and got a first round pick for him in a move to clear some cap space and to actually, get a younger player. And Malachi was he had this little moment where he strung together 3 or 4 games and was like, oh, I think he's got it. I think he's going to be part of this. And then he tore his hamstring. Never the same player ever again. Never ever realistically, I don't even know if he ever played again. And if he did, it was with Toronto or somewhere else. He just could never find his confidence or find his rhythm again. And again, in NBA standards, some teams' trash is another team's treasure, and it doesn't take I think Sam Presti is a guy who goes out there and finds guys, the Lou Dorts of the world. But even when Lou Dort came through pre-draft here in Sacramento, that dude was a monster, and everybody was amazed by what he was doing on the court. Kings just didn't take him, and sometimes that happens, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, you mentioned Jimmy Butler. For as good as Jimmy Butler's been, you got to remember, the Chicago Bulls took him in, the 2011 NBA draft at the 30th pick in the draft. Isaiah Thomas's dad told me on draft day when the Kings brought in Isaiah Thomas after they drafted him that the Bulls had promised Isaiah that they would take him at number 30. And then he didn't go, and then he fell all the way to 60. It's just the way it goes sometimes. And to think that Jimmy Butler's still out there averaging 19 a game and Isaiah Thomas hasn't really got another shot for a couple of years, it's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah. 2 things. Number one, Malachi Richardson with the LeBron cosign. Never forget that. You got the LeBron cosign on draft night. And then what was the other thing I was going to say about these players? Completely slipped my mind. Go ahead, Jay.
Just had to get that Malachi take in there.
I sacrificed my real take for the Malachi Richardson.
Malachi
take.
And LeBron. I can't tell if you were shading LeBron or Malachi. I'm not sure which one.
Neither. Just a moment in time.
Just a
moment in time. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember. This is a good one.
I was stalling for
I'll
time, so
I
it popped back in
appreciate
your
you.
head.
James, because you were here when we were talking about this. Jerry Reynolds was here, and I asked him. I said, Jerry, what percentage of players in the NBA do you think need just a change of scenery, just in as a common rule, to catapult their career? You want to guess what percentage he said?
I'm guessing something very high.
I know the answer.
80+%.
He said 90%.
90%.
He said, I think 90% of these guys need a change of scenery at some point early in their career. And when he broke it down, it makes sense. He's like, how many guys do you know spend their whole time with the team? It's not a lot.
Sure.
And those guys who do are the ones, right? It's the 10% in the league, right? The Giannis,
the guys, yeah.
Those guys. Usually everybody else, somebody, doesn't work out somewhere and they've got to go and reestablish themselves at another place, and then they kind of blow up. But I had never thought about it that way, but he's probably spot on with that.
Yeah, and I think the best example of that in Sacramento during Jerry's time was Wayman Tisdale, who was, a super high pick with Indiana. never worked out. Was like, and they started to heap blame on him for everything. Like he became that guy for the Indiana Pacers. He gets traded to Sacramento and ends up just becoming a dream for the Kings. Just a reliable scorer, a huge, like, incredible personality, a team guy, a guy who, brought his bass guitar everywhere he went and played music, and just like he became like the heart and the soul of the team. And there are a couple of guys like that, that you can always write them off as like, the leading scorer on a bad team. But, Antoine Carr had that kind of like career revitalization when he got to Sacramento. Rodney McRae had the same exact thing. They go from being, perfectly fine NBA players to 18 to 20 points per game scorers. And everyone around the league's like, oh, where did that come from? And it's just getting an opportunity. And I, like De'Aaron Fox is in exactly where De'Aaron Fox should be. Like he had run his course here in Sacramento. And I know that's hard for people to hear, and they get frustrated that he's gone and all that stuff. But as a player, like as a fan base, you want to keep De'Aaron Fox as long as possible. As a player, the best thing for De'Aaron was to go out and realize that there is a different world outside of Sacramento and outside of the Kings, and really feel that. And, again, I think it will lead to a lot of things like all-star appearances, all NBA nods again, where he'll get recognized as the player that he is and not the player that he became in Sacramento, which was a really good player on a pretty bad team most of the time.
You said one team's trash is the other team's treasure. I'd really love to find some treasure here at some point. Are we the only team who hasn't found any treasure? Can we just maybe one little piece?
You know
of
what
gold?
though? What the problem is, right there, it's a perfect analogy. Like going out and trying to find gold is, like if you just want to walk the earth looking for a gold nugget, that's one thing. And it's extremely difficult, even if you have like a metal detector. If you really want to find gold, there's gold all over the place. You have to pan it, and you have to work for it. And you have to, once you got it, you got to sit there and sift it in the pan and, separate the gold from the junk and just move forward. And that's where stability matters, because one guy's gold is not another man's gold a lot of time in the NBA. Like one guy's favorite prospect that they found as an undrafted, player is not the next guy's like gold mine. And it's really weird how that happens, how, draft picks all of a sudden lose their luster as soon as a new front office is in place, because that's not your pick. It's somebody else's pick.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not your second round pick that you found or your rookie that you found. It's somebody else's. And so you're always trying to stake your claim to something bigger and better that you did. But at the same time, I think a lot of times teams move on from players because they feel like it's not their accomplishment. And to me, that's crazy. Like talent is talent, and this team needs as much talent as possible. They don't need less talent. They also need talent that fits together, but that's a whole nother conversation. It's just like, again, the NBA is such a complex world in which, balancing salaries and balancing picks and trying to develop players. And do you have too many young players? Do you not have enough young players? Like it's always like a constant teetering battle. And some guys are just better at, surviving it than others.
And you got guys like Scott Perry who just walking around the NBA with a metal detector with the little thing they have on the beach.
Metal detector. Yep. Beep, 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 beep.
Trying to find some treasure.
Man, I hope he finds it, because like Dave said, we need it bad. I'll ask James the same question that Jesse asked us. James, is there a way for this season to get worse?
Huh. Yeah. I mean, I think there is, but I don't know. Like, yeah, you could fire a coach. You could do something like, I'm just going to be honest with you here, trade for Kyle Kuzma, which would signify that the same guy who's had trouble meddling in the past is still meddling?
Well, what if?
What if now if you're somehow getting rid of a large contract in order to take in Kyle Kuzma, that's a different story.
Okay.
Okay, but if you're trading DeMar DeRozan for Kyle Kuzma and taking on an extra $10 million next year in salary, that's a whole nother ballgame. That just signifies that, number one, you think you still have a shot this year, but number two, that you think that the owner is involved and we will believe that the owner is involved once again in deciding who's on the team and who's not.
Kyle Kuzma and Zach LaVine on the same basketball team. This fan base should revolt.
Yeah.
Stage a walkout.
Yeah.
Remember, I mean, one of the most famous nights at the Golden One Center ever was the protest outside. Fans should do that.
Oh, man.
Just don't go inside. Just circle the Golden One Center and stand out there like no one's getting in.
As someone who lived through that night, and I think there are 2 nights, but
there were 2 of them. That's right.
Yeah, as someone who lived through that, I don't want to see that at all, where like 3,000 people get in the building and then the other 14,000 fans that you have are stuck outside in the middle of a protest, which was not good. And you lock the doors and don't let anybody in. And they're banging on the glass, and we're trying to do a pregame show with people
You don't
literally
let anyone in or out.
Yeah.
You know who called me that night, because I didn't go. I knew there were things happening. I didn't know that was happening, but I knew there were things happening. You know who called me that night was Doug. Doug was the broadcaster. He was at 1140 at the time. He was like, "Hey, do you know the people who are outside?" And I said, "Yeah, I do." And he goes, "Can you come down here and get them in?" And I said, "Buddy, I think that's a question for you. Like, you're going to have to help me do that." He was like, "Call me when you get here and I'll get you guys in." So I got there. I had been introduced to Barry that day. Found Barry. I was like, "Hey, man." He was like, "Yo, D, we got introduced by, Sarah on social media." I was like, "Yeah, I know you don't have any reason to trust me, but I need you to, like, can you roll with me? Doug Christie wants to talk to us." And he goes, "Yeah, for sure." So I called Doug. I was like, "Hey, I got Barry. What do you want me to do?" We had to walk to, if you asked me to walk into this place that lets you into the building, again, I couldn't do it. I don't remember where we walked to or where we were. It was like off on a side street. We went under like with the head security guard let us in. We went under some tunnel. Doug met us, and Doug took us to Vivek, Matina, John, Reinhardt, and we sat with them and talked with them for a few minutes, and then went out onto the court where Vivek gave that speech.
Yeah.
And then that's where I learned that night that Vince and Garrett said Vivek wanted them to speak. And Garrett said, or actually, I remember if it was Garrett or Vince, but one of them were like, "No, man, we're tired of doing this. You need to do it." And to Vivek's credit, he was like, "Okay, I'll do it." And he went out there and he gave that speech.
Interesting times.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but it was televised. I mean, it was all over the place.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
it was everywhere.
Yeah, I've been through some crazy moments with this team. Just absolutely crazy, crazy moments. There's that. There's the night the NBA shut down. All of it just totally bizarre moments where, like my career has been surreal. Like, my first year, they tried to relocate the team, and I got stuck going to city council meetings every night. And just like, there's always something weird. There's always something strange, like I remember a night, there was a fight between one of the former owners and their limo driver, and like a fist fight. And my guy, Blake Ellington, happened to be there with his phone and just goes, "Huh," and started to record. They took Blake to the jail cell in Arco and demanded his phone and demanded that he erase whatever it was he had on his camera.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
know what we're talking about when we get off the air.
Man, I'm telling you, like there's some like I'm not challenged like Forrest Gump, but I've wandered through just about every single wild situation where you show up and it's happening right in front of you and around you, and you're like, I can't believe this is happening. I did not see Jerry Jones somewhere in the crowd like Forrest Gump might have, but like outside of that, like, I mean, I've been in some weird situations, like out to dinner, and on one side of the room is Clay Bennett and the relocation committee. On the other side of the room is Kevin Johnson and his group. And then they both stop by my table on the way out the door, and I have conversations with both. Like
Was
those
that
are
at Ellis? Ellie's?
that was
Ellis?
at Ellis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
you just you find these weird situations, but like, look, it's because like I know now, years later, it's because there's always these situations. That's why. It's because there's always some weird situation. I showed up. I was the only one who showed up to shoot around. Now there's always a ton of people to shoot around, but there used to be nobody. I showed up to shoot around, and I hear yelling, and I'm standing outside Golden One Center, like by the lounge that's over by the locker room, and they eventually come and get me and bring me in, and Dave Yeager like comes over and is like, sorry for the delay, dude. I just had it out with Brandon Williams on the court and kicked his ass out of here. And, and again, like famous lines, like Doug goes, my dad said, you got a cobra in the house. You got to be the mongoose. Be the mongoose, Dave. And I'm like, hell yeah, this is awesome. But again, like I'm in the building and they're like, you probably need to be cautious with this because anyone will know where it came from because you're the only one here and because there's cameras everywhere. And like, so again, it's like, there's always something happening. And if you were a franchise that these things didn't happen, then
Did you not report that? Because that was public. Did you?
It got reported afterwards, I believe by Sam. Someone went to Sam and said, hey, there was a problem. And then I was able to speak more openly on it, but with the blessing of Dave at the time. And that's, sometimes that's a job. It's to be in a situation where you're like, I don't know what is happening. I don't know what is happening. This is weird. This is crazy. I've told you guys about like Brendan walking in with us when the guy just puked all over the court, and we know it's probably Luke Walton's last night. And he's like, what am I supposed to ask? And I said, you don't have to ask anything. We got you. Like me and Sean and Jason will handle this. We know what's going on. We know where to go with this conversation, and we'll do the best we can to get through it. But just sit back and do not ask about X's and O's. Do not ask about defensive rotations or something you saw on the court, because that's not what
Luke is about to have his last meal.
Yeah. Luke is about to try to go through that door over there with his fingerprint, and it's not going to work.
Ooh. I
still don't know that that's better than Jake Gadon going, hey, Monty McNair got fired.
Wait, Monty just got fired. Wait, what? In the locker room.
It's the most Jake Gadon story ever.
What do you say?
I love Jake.
Oh my God. Monty McNair just
oh my God. Monty McNair just got fired. Like what? And I'm like, oh no, I know exactly where this is happening. And I walked right out of the locker room, right to where I could confirm it within 30 seconds. And like, oh boy. And then security came in. Hey, Domas, Jonas, we need you guys to come with us. Night's over.
I'm surprised everybody was like, yeah, Jake, didn't you see him at the beginning of the game?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
He was doing his exit interview on the court.
James, I don't know if I ever asked you this.
That's so funny.
Did you think they were going to leave the Kings?
Okay. The second time, never. The first time, Seattle. I did not think they were going to go to. Well, I mean, yeah, I would say it was a gut punch when was it Dana Falk tweeted out like it's first and goal at the 1 or whatever, or that she just heard that the Kings are moving to Seattle. Whatever.
Yeah, first and goal at the one. Wasn't that Woj?
That was Woj. That was Woj the next day.
Yeah, the next day after her tweet.
Yeah. The first time, I don't want to say that I didn't believe it could happen at all and all that stuff. But I kept saying you have to follow the money and it doesn't make any sense. They hadn't vetted Henry Samueli down at the Honda Center. The Honda Center was a decrepit old building at that point, and we're talking 15 years ago or whatever it is. And the way the Maloofs had to leverage that deal in order to get there was to give up a huge percentage of the team. And by doing that, like if you followed the money, you figured out very quickly that, the valuation was like, 2 years later was at $535 million. At that point, it was probably like 480. And the Maloofs owed like $230 million, and we're going to have to give up a portion of the team. So I kept saying, follow the money, follow the money. But at the same time, like being part of that whole entire thing and being part of the Here We Stay movement and all of it, it was like really, really crazy. Yeah, there were times where it was like, yeah, this is it. It's probably over.
And that's one of those times is now. Oh. It feels like it's probably over. Goodness. We'll come back. We'll try to bring this conversation back to the current version of the Sacramento Kings as they resume basketball tomorrow after this odd stretch where they just haven't played a ton of games in the last couple of weeks. But that's going to change, and it's going to change here real quick. So we'll talk to James about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You keep getting that blue bar at the top of your screen?
Yeah, what's that all about?
I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. It shrinks down everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like, again, I've kind of just wandered the King's Earth, like stumbling upon things and being part of like incredibly wild situations. Yeah, even like Bontemps reached out to do his straw poll for the MVP straw poll. And like, you holding up out there, it's like, I'm kind of used to it, but I got to be honest, this is the worst season I've ever covered, and it's not even remotely close. And like talent wise, there have been much, less talent on a team that actually wins. Let's see. Dress is festive.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. Friday is. I just heard someone is wearing something crazy to the Christmas party, and I'm like, oh my goodness.
Okay.
We'll see how that goes. Stevie B, yes, I have been in the clown tunnel. I have. Maybe 2 or 3 times. When we did Small Market Big Heart, the entire movie started out as why Arco Arena needed to be replaced, because like people just don't understand how bad that stadium was. Like there was only one delivery bay in the entire thing. And so like when you're doing concerts and stuff, it was impossible to do anything. Like the modern stadium, they literally will drive a giant semi truck onto where the floor sits, unload a stage, unload everything, and then drive out the other side. Or, the docking bay situation is like was horrible at Arco. There's also one kitchen, and like a standard stadium has between like 6 and 12, like one kitchen to run everything. And someone brings up the clown tunnel. the clown tunnel was because they didn't even want to build a kitchen into the baseball stadium that they were trying to build. They wanted to use the same one kitchen to bring food through to the other side where the baseball stadium was. So, yeah, but I took video of everything in there, and even John Reinhardt walked us outside and showed us the remains of the baseball stadium. It's still sitting out there.
That's amazing. That'll always be amazing to me.
Yeah. That story changed so quickly. It was like, okay, by the time we got to the stadium tour to do that, like the story had morphed like 8 times. It was wild. I've got this cool scene out my window. The lake is perfectly like smooth, like flat. And then you can see the sky reflecting off of it like a picture. But then off in the distance, I see the fog rolling in on the water. So it's like this really interesting scene upside down.
Sounds rich, Hammer.
It's just a body of water. Why do we need my thoughts on Caleb Williams? Did Caleb Williams do something different?
No, they're being smart asses as usual.
Oh, all right. John Bull. The baseball stadium was a baseball and football stadium, so people know. And the story is that they had a deal worked out with Al Davis to move the Raiders here. It was like almost a done deal. It was like final stages. And at the last second, Al Davis, in his shrewdness, asked for 51% control of the Kings.
All right, it's story time with James Ham here on this Wednesday, December 17th, as the Kings have played a very limited amount of basketball games in the last couple of days, or the last couple of weeks, really. That's going to change tomorrow when they're finally back on the floor. And then there's a flourish of basketball games. I think it's 3 and 4 nights because they got the back-to-back coming up on Saturday and Sunday, both at the Golden One Center. Portland and Houston. It's Portland, Houston coming up over the course of the next couple of days here, Hammer. Let's shift our attention to Nick Clifford because he was a topic of conversation with us earlier. And we were talking to Jake Gadon about him, and KC was adamant, like, I need to see Nick play a little bit better. Jake was adamant, well, we need to see Nick play more. What do you think is what's the chicken or the egg there? Has Nick not made the most of his time, or has he not been able to make the most of his time because he just hasn't had enough time?
Look, I think there's no reason to rush him. I mean, there is a reason now because you're bad, but there's no reason to truly rush him into playing a ton of minutes because he's a rookie and he's a 24th pick in the draft. It's not like he's, the 3rd pick in the draft or the 5th pick in the draft, right? So you do have a certain amount of time here that you need to spend developing him and getting him ready to be the player that you want. I also feel like it's going to be really, really tough to gauge who Nick Clifford is until you have some sort of functional offense, until you have some sort of, I think they're getting better defensively. I said that I thought the game the other night was one of the better defensive games I'd seen them play. And, we talked about the 6 blocks and all that and how blocks don't matter. But that doesn't change the fact that I thought that they were active, they were energized, they were rotating, they were helping each other, they're rebounding, they're team rebounding, and all these things. And that's where I think Nick Clifford can really find his niche with this group. But the problem is that this is also on the offensive side of the ball. It's a horribly selfish group. And until they figure that out, a player like him, a player like Keegan, they're just kind of lost in the shuffle. And Keegan's been around long enough that he has to step up and make his voice heard and be a bigger part of what's happening. Right. But with Nick, man, this is a kid who was playing in college this time last year. And it is tough when you're surrounded by, 2 Hall of Famers, a 2-time All-Star, a 3-time All-Star. Like you're surrounded by like these players that you watched on TV for years, and it's tough to try to put your stamp on what it is that who and what you are. But that's why I think it's imperative for this team to clear out at least one or two of these guys, and just for the sake of giving not just the young players more minutes, but really a runway to be who they can be. Because I don't think anyone is gonna. We're still at the phase right now with this Kings team where guys are still looking to get theirs, and until that's gone, that mentality that I've got to get mine is gone. Then players who aren't that don't have that mentality are going to struggle to have not only their voice but really their game show out, and that's a problem.
Yeah, I want to see Nick. And I'm not making any type of declaration on him right now because I still want to see more from him. But I need him to like force the coaching staff's hand a little bit with how you play. I don't think they run not one, and it's a different position. I get that, but they don't run not one play for Precious Achua. But he has forced everybody's hand with his play, with his production, with what his presence is felt out there on the floor. And it's like, damn, like we got to keep him out there. Once again, different position of need, all that. I get that. But nobody's looking to pass the ball to him. Nobody's looking to run something for him, but he's making his presence felt. And that's what I want to see from Nick, whether it's a bunch of points or whether it's just noticing that he's out there by affecting the game defensively, the way he moves the ball, rebounding, whatever. I want to see that pick up in the next couple of games from him. He's also 20-something years old. Like he's not a baby. I know he was in college.
Five-year college player.
Yeah. It's not like a 19-year-old coming into the NBA.
Yeah, but I would make this point that, there are certain positions, like we can kind of start putting players in buckets, right? Like Max Reynaud and Precious Achua are getting plenty of opportunity, whether it's by grabbing rebounds and putting them back, or it's Russell Westbrook throwing some crazy pick and roll, lob pass to them and they're scoring on those. So there's that way that they're getting their shots and sort of their opportunity. Then you have, the other guys who are fully dependent on other players to get them open. And it's those guys who, like right now, look probably the worst. It's Neek, it's Keon Ellis, who hasn't been able to hit a rhythm three because he's not getting past anything in rhythm. And because he just looks like he feels like he has to shoot a three. And then it's Keegan. And so again, I think there is a balancing out of this roster that has to happen, not just like when it comes to, you need more 6'8" players, or you need this style of player. It's also like a balancing out of the personalities on the roster, because there are some guys here that have like their games have huge personalities, if that makes sense, whether they have like this giant scream at everybody personality or not. It doesn't mean that their games don't scream at everybody. And it's a lot of noise. It is. I mean, like you're watching a Kings game and that there's going to be a time where Russell Westbrook takes like 4 or 5 shots in a row. There's going to be a time where DeMar DeRozan takes 4 or 5 shots in a row, where Zach LaVine tries to take over, and none of it feels organic. A lot of it feels forced. And that's why you need to use your teammates, and this group just isn't playing as a team.
When should Doug, and maybe this isn't a fair question because maybe it's not a Doug Christie only decision, but at what point trade deadline be damned, it's like, all right, I'm not starting Zach LaVine anymore. I'm not starting DeMar DeRozan anymore. Like, I need to let Neek play. Like, we have to start looking at these other guys. Like, is there a point in this season that Doug has to make that decision, or should make that decision?
It's tough because usually it's the day after the trade deadline. It's that window. What you do is you have the trade deadline, then you have a game or two, and then you go right into the All-Star break. And during the All-Star break is usually when tough decisions are made and where tough conversations are had, and when you shift to the young guys. And I know that because the first like 6 years I covered the team, that's all it was. It was like, okay, when is that deadline? Now, some years it's earlier because that's all you have is young players, or the players that are holding down places don't really matter in the grand scheme of things. And, I would equate, again, a guy like Drew Eubanks, not to disparage Drew Eubanks. He's been a good hustle guy. He's done his job here. But I equate him to a guy like Antoine Wright, where just one day it was like, okay, well, Antoine Wright's not here anymore. So it's like whatever his minutes were going to be, they're going to somebody else because that somebody else is going to be here long term and he's not. And that's what happens when you sign 1-year contracts for players. And so I definitely, like Doug McDermott's not playing at all, but at this point, Doug McDermott has to know he's just a space holder for when they make a trade. And, whether it's that he goes out in that trade or he gets cut during a trade to make a, if the Kings are bringing back 2 players and they're only sending out 1, somebody's got to go. And that's when, things will shift a little bit. But yeah, it's just, I don't think there's a perfect date for it to happen. But for this Kings team in particular, it has to happen as soon as possible. But I also would want a trade or 2 done before that happens. Because I don't want to damage any potential, or, you don't want to trade for a player who has sat for 2 to 3 weeks, because then the first thing you have to do is ramp them up. And that's not fun either.
Yeah. I also think there's a fine line, especially with the way that things have gone for this team. Like Drew Eubanks can't play. DeMontis Bonus isn't playing right now. Even Zach LaVine is out right now. But you can make the shift to Neek playing 28 minutes. That doesn't mean Zach LaVine plays 0. Or DeMar DeRozan plays 0. Or whoever, name a player. It just means that your heavier minute load is going to a group, a different group of individuals.
Yeah, and I think we've started to see that as well. It's just kind of the nature of this year's team. They are so bad that most games now they're far enough behind where it's time to go young. Right. And so we're actually getting to see that. There has been games where DeMar DeRozan's played 17 or 18 minutes, where Zach LaVine's played very few minutes, where, again, they didn't put Malik Monk in the game at all in the second half, or, but what we can't see from here on out, for me, from my own personal, is like what we saw the other night, where I know Keon Ellis was banged up. He came into the day banged up, but where Keon Ellis does not play, that's like, what are you doing? Because he's a guy that needs to play. And the only reason why you might not do that is if you had a player that the team you were playing is interested in, and maybe they want to see a little bit of him. And that's always a possibility, but I still, it's past time for guys like Keon to go out there and play a bunch.
Do you think that the majority of those guys in the locker room and on that team are still committed to trying to win games, first and foremost? Sorry to cut you off, but that doesn't mean they have to be selfish or I'm just out for me, so to speak. But Damien asked the perfect question the other day. How many times do you think they go into this game, or do they still go into the games thinking we can win? Is the mentality yeah, we can still win. Let's keep working. Or are their minds somewhere else at this point?
No, I think every time you watch Russell Westbrook, there's no question that he's out there to try to win a game. That's one blessing of having Russ, is that, he's going to try hard. Now, I'm not going to say that I think all of it is 100% just he's trying so hard every single. A lot of it is, yeah, he wants to get his shots, and he wants to get his numbers. I get that. But at the same time, I do think that, this team is just kind of broken where they are. And I think that they understand that, winning, losing, it's out of their control for whatever reason. They can't figure this out. They can't put their finger on what it is that's caused this to happen, or how they could have this much talent and be this bad. But again, I can start naming off rosters that I've covered. This team had a $58 million payroll the first year I covered it, and they traded, I think it was for Marquise Daniels, just to get to the minimum. just to get to the salary floor. And Daniels had injured his neck and was never going to play again. And that team wasn't this bad at this point in the season. And we're talking rookie DeMarcus Cousins. We're talking Pooh Jeter and Luther Head and Darnell Jackson and Antoine Wright. And
like three of those guys sound like NBA players. The rest of them sound like names that you made up or people you played football with in high school.
Yeah. How about Jermaine Taylor? You remember Jermaine Taylor?
Yeah, he sings a song. Can't remember the name of it.
Going to Georgia.
It's a great record. It's a great record.
There you go.
Not to be confused with the Midnight Train to Georgia. It's an entirely different song. Oh, he was one of the Pips. That's what it was. Jermaine Taylor. He was one of the Pips. Yeah, the frustrating thing about when you talk about like the trade deadline, like we all the All-Star game trade deadline, that's halfway through the season. That's not halfway through the season. That's like 50 games into the season.
Yeah.
And we're at game like 26. It's like after they lost, it was like, yo, there's 50 something more of these games. There's 56 more of these. And God, what a dreadful, dreadful season. And it puts, Doug is in a tough spot. I'm genuinely curious what Scott Perry thinks. If it's like, yeah, I'm going to try to be aggressive and I'm going to try to make these trades and I'm going to try to improve this basketball team right now. But I know what I was dealt. So if I can't, well, I can't. It's kind of like it's the thing we keep saying over and over again. Just because you want to make a trade, whether it's you, the fan base, you, the general manager, doesn't mean you actually can make a trade. And I do wonder if there's a point where Scott just goes, hey, I'm trying. I'm working the phones.
Trying, Jennifer.
You guys know what these contracts are. Not people aren't really banging down our doors to get any of them.
I think that's why you quietly
really get unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that's what you're kind of starting to hear. Like, hey, this could be the roster for this season. Like, there might not be a trade, and the problem the Kings have is that they're in a position where not only do they not have Paul George to trade for 5 first-round picks and Shea, but a bunch of their players that are the high-end players, other teams want assets to go with them. And the Kings aren't a team that can give up assets at all. So, man, you're not giving up picks. You're just not. And, the Kings don't even have a bunch of second-round picks. I think they've got 3 and they're way off in the distance. But for right now, it's like you're not giving up your first-round picks to move off of Zach LaVine. And, again, when they made the trade, it's tough. When they made the trade initially, I told you guys, there were rumors out there that the Bulls were offering 2 first-round picks like the summer before for anyone to take Zach LaVine. Still right now, there's a good chance that you might have to give up a first-round pick in order to move off of his $49 million for next season. And that means that you're not going to, because the best thing for you to do as a franchise is just to go ahead and pay the money next year and say it is what it is. And whether that means
this so many times, I believe Mark Stein was told that. I do not believe for a single solitary second that's true. Because what you would be telling me about those draft picks, especially right now, is the idea that the Sacramento effing Kings would offer a first-round draft pick and an opposing team wouldn't take it. They would take Zach LaVine for 2 years to get the Sacramento Kings first-round draft pick.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Bulls. Like, that's who was offering that, not the Kings.
Well, I don't think the Bulls were either.
Yeah.
But
Bulls ain't been good either.
Yeah, I absolutely. I believe Mark Stein was told that. I don't believe that that's true as well. I don't think there's a team in the league that would turn down 2 first-round picks from anybody right now. There are people clamoring to get San Antonio's first-round picks and Oklahoma City's first-round picks. Those teams are going to the finals. The Kings, you might wind up in a Clippers situation. No one's not taking that. Absolutely no one.
That report was, to me, it was always so dramatic. Like, just say there's nobody trying to trade for him. You don't have to. It's like the Diddy doc. Like, you don't have to put
the story's bad enough.
That's it. It's bad enough. We don't have to be dramatic.
The salt and pepper seasoning was fine. Stop turning the hot sauce over on it. It's fine.
Just say he doesn't have a trademark.
Here's my point. You still can't move him. It would probably take a first-round pick to move him right now. And I don't even know if you can move him.
Well, the good news is maybe
you can move him with a Kings first-round pick.
I believe you can. You can move him with a desperate basketball team, and that might be what the Milwaukee Bucks are.
Yeah.
A senseless, desperate basketball team.
Yeah, and did you read that report? That report was tough because it put Zach LaVine in a weird bucket of players. It was like Andrew Wiggins and Jeremy Grant, and there was one other guy, and it's like, oh my goodness, he is in that realm of player that, like, they can still play, they can still put up numbers. They're still quality NBA players.
Jeremy Grant scored like 35 the other night.
Yeah, but their contracts are so bad that nobody wants to touch them, and so they're in this lot of players for teams that have no assets. That's what the Bucks are. They're a team with no assets at all. So they've gone around and tried to get better players, and they're like, okay, we can't do any of these deals because everyone wants a first-round pick or they want a bunch of seconds or whatever it might be, right? And aren't they the team that gave up 5 second-round picks for Jay Crowder like 3 years ago? They are. So you're sitting there like looking around like, what do we do now? We got to make Giannis happy. Okay, wait. There's this other realm of player that can still play, but we don't have to pay any assets to get it. We just have to match salaries to get it, and maybe that will work. It's a very, very rough place to be because we all know what the outcome is. It's not going to work, and they're going to be hurt by the fact that they have to make that deal just to make Giannis happy. It's not going to make Giannis happy. He's going to leave anyway, so you probably should just bite the bullet and trade him now.
To our credit, we first guessed that Jeremy Grant contract. I remember being on the air like, what? Why? Why? No, you don't understand. Like, the cap's coming up, and it's a movable contract. No, what? Why would you give him that much money? That many years?
I don't think it's still the same person.
Much money.
Yeah. I don't think it's still the same people running the team now.
It's not.
No.
They don't understand it.
What? That's Scott Perry. I didn't do it. It wasn't my contract. I'm just here.
Damn.
I'm just here. It's a shame we're not actually talking about basketball.
I know, man. Still 2025.
I mean, at least not Kings basketball. Like, it was fun talking about the Knicks and the way that they moved the ball and Jalen and San Antonio and all that. And then when it comes to Sacramento, it's like, well, like, even if the Sacramento Kings play well tomorrow, like,
all right.
I don't know what to come in on Friday and say.
We'll play the starter, light the beam, and that'll be it.
Kings get a win.
Hey.
And the only reason it played that long is because that's how long it actually takes to turn off. I can't turn it off any quicker than that. So
just have Kenny sing the first bar.
No, they get no words. That's all they get. It's just
they barely get acknowledgement that the song plays. And then just silence afterwards. Just make it sound like a mistake. Just silence.
You know what I thought about the other day? The answer is no, but I'll just do it in the last 2 minutes of this show. If the Kings won the lottery, would the beam be lit that night?
No.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. They would light if they won the lottery, they're the number one
pick? Got the number one pick. Would they light the beam?
Yeah, they would probably have it, and then they'd probably have like a special like effect where it had the faces of like the 3 players that everyone consensus would draft, and then maybe a 4th player that they are going to draft instead of those 3 players. And yeah,
might be the first time that beam is lit in 2026.
Oh
man, yeah, I thought about that. I don't think they would, but I thought about
the Kings should just save their money and just put a down for repair sign on it.
They should do the remember at Arco the little flare of the crown.
Oh yeah,
just do that at the top of the building.
Hey, beam's gone, guys. But here's that stupid 6 statue back. You guys can have that. We'll put it outside. Go take your picture with the stupid 6.
I don't even know where that's at now. Is it still in the entryway?
I don't know where
It's at the. Is it at the? It's at the arena,
I
right?
thought it was supposed
It
to be, but I
was.
can't remember the
Like
last
it's.
time I saw
I'm
it.
hoping it's a new one because wasn't the old one? Wasn't there things?
Oh,
like
no, it's totally
growing
rusted
inside
and-
The old one. It was disgusting.
Yeah, they had to clean it. Although last time I saw it, did not look like they really cleaned it. It was like they dusted it off. Maybe it was like, ooh, do not let your kids go run over and touch that. They might get the tetanus. No.
The tetanus. They should change it. You know, they light the beam and it just be red. Just like shoot a red beam, like emergency.
It's like everyone's got red hands. They start to clap. It's like, why are your hands all red? I touched the 6-man statue and I'm covered in rust.
Man, we're going home. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. here on the beginning with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, the beam. Or it should have just been Vamos Beam, not Vamos the Beam. Let's go the beam. No.
All right, man.
is like
We're out of
the
here.
beam.
You guys can keep arguing about Caleb Williams, and John Bull's going to send 57 tweets, and Michigan's going to write in a bunch of incoherent stuff. Things D'Lo misses. Arco, the airport rabbit, the 6 and bogey.
Yeah, I be seeing the rabbit all the time, bro. And every time somebody come home,
Well, at least I'm traveling. You ain't gonna see me do it.
I'll make sure Katie does it.
At least
Don't say anything. See if she does it. See if
okay,
she does it.
okay. Okay. At least somebody's doing their job. Shout out to Katrina. Somebody's doing their job. We'll see you guys tomorrow.